Fight.
Hypocrisy.
Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Law-Splaining the Interwebs. I'm your host, Nick Rekieta of Rekieta Law, a small law firm in central Minnesota. How you guys doing today? Hope you're ready for day 3, effectively, of the Alex Murdaugh double murder case coming out of South Carolina. Sorry to be a few minutes late. I got a little more sleep last night, which has its ups and downs, has its good and bad sides, but we are ready for number 2. Day number 2, not taking a shit. Oh my goodness. Hey, what's up, Brawley? How you doing, buddy? Just organizing my windows. I sent the link to Mr. Branca. I'm going to send the link out to a couple other people. I don't know if they'll be able to make it. Trial stream. But you know, I gotta invite my peoples. If they want to come in, they're welcome to come inside. I don't really know about that. I don't really know how that turned out. Not the greatest. Oh man. Got to play Dark Tide next week or something? Yeah, I would love to. I haven't even turned it. I don't know if I've not run the program yet. I feel like my shirt feels twisted. You ever have that? Okay. Let me say this. Okay, so I've got the stupid long crime feed up or whatever. Everything's kind of ready to go. But let me say this. Last night, hey, what's up, Megan Fox? Last night, I launched the Vegas Eventbrite page in which you can buy tickets to the Las Vegas live show on February 26th. February 26th, Las Vegas live show. Tickets are on sale. The reason there are tickets and that they are on sale is because I have to pay for a venue, and the tickets are there to defray the cost of paying for the venue. The venue has equipment and stuff to do the live show and all of that stuff. You know, we got to get all that arranged. So that is, those are on sale. They're available on my locals. There's a post with a link, but I'll try sharing the link. I'll try sharing the link throughout the show, I guess. And I'll be talking about it as we go, you know, through the all these damn notifications. As I go throughout the week until the tickets are sold. I have made 500 tickets available, which I think is probably too many. I'm not planning on it being 500 people. If it is, great. That would be ridiculous. I don't think that's the idea. I mean, I was thinking maybe about 100 people a show, or 100 people for the show would be where it lands. But I'm sending it out to the other, the other people who are going to be there. Confirmed guests so far, Dick Masterson and Camelot 331 are going to be there. Unconfirmed guests, but with strong indications that they will be there. Robert Barnes, Danny on Direct, and Andrew Branca. I believe Uncivil is a strong maybe as well. So I don't know who else will be there. But yeah, if you want to come hang out. The plan is to do a live show, like a comedy show, something. I don't know. I guess it's comedy. I don't know if it probably won't be funny. But then after that, hanging out, drinking, eating, laughing, talking to people, all of that stuff. So that's the live show. And hopefully someone will get arrested and we can live stream their trial. That'd be good. There's lots of good things. Lots of good things. Okay. Looks like they're moving the camera around like a bunch of weirdos. So that means we're doing okay on timing. Megan Fox, the event is February 26th in Vegas. I tell you where it is specifically in Vegas, but the venue is a little up in the air because the size of the attendance is not confirmed yet. That's why I'm actually selling the tickets and is trying to get that. A big part of that is trying to get a good head count on that as well. But let's see. So there we go. And yes, I did see the dumpster verdict. Dumpster defender's verdict came in late, somewhere around like 8 p.m. yesterday.
Phone, capture card, audio interface. Oh, Fred, we're running out of room here. Well, here's the thing. That setup is.
Is that loud enough? What are they yakking about? They're just courtroom audio is just hot. Good job. Genshikin says, I'm at the courtroom for the father sentencing Dumpster Bros trial. When is that? Is that today? Is the sentencing today? So long story short, the father in the dumpster defenders was found guilty. The son was found not guilty. So take your swing was likely the determining factor. That language and demeanor that he had was probably found to be provocation under Texas law. And why the jury did not give him a self-defense acquittal. The son, though he had some taunting moments and a little bit of back and forth, didn't invite violence. He didn't invite violence. Now, I personally don't think the dad did either. I think the dad should have been not guilty. I think the dad should have been not guilty. I think he is a martyr for our sins.
I doubt it.
No, I really do. I really do. You want to fucking fight, you old piece of shit?
Make you swing.
You want to fight, you old man?
Make you swing.
Okay, anyway. I think that the dad should have been found not guilty, but it seems like the jury, of course, disagreed. And the jury is the ultimate authority in the United States. Of course, that's not entirely true, right? The appeals court would have a slightly higher authority than the jury. Probably not in this case. Now, I didn't watch it. We couldn't watch along, so I don't know everything that happened. I don't know if there's some error with pretrial motions or some exclusion of evidence or anything like that. But the jury verdicts are notoriously difficult to overturn. So that's probably not going to happen for him, and especially in self-defense cases, because you are admitting to the underlying facts that constitute a criminal act. Genshikin says, it starts at 9 a.m. Father was a Chad with what he told everyone after he was convicted. What did he say? What did he say? But yeah, think they're both heroes. I actually do too. I'm really bummed out by that verdict. In a way, I'm glad we didn't watch, because I would have been really let down, I think. by that conviction. You know, the other weird thing is in my brain, I didn't even think about the possibility of them getting two different verdicts. And it makes a ton of sense when you really get into the legal analysis, but my brain was just treating them as one entity, either guilty or not. Speaking of being treated as one entity, what's up, Andrew?
Hey,
welcome. Welcome to the morning.
Yeah, sorry I'm a little late, but it doesn't look like I missed anything.
Nope, it just they're just calling.
Wow, perfect.
This guy in.
The judge must have seen me pop on.
It's not even real. I was just discussing dumpster defenders and
Good morning.
I would have probably
Anything before the jury comes in?
Geez, I got
Yes, sir. I believe Mr. Fernandez needs to address one housekeeping matter before we bring the jury. Morning, Your Honor.
and they got
With the
hot
clerk's
mic.
request, I'm going to list out a couple, 6 exhibits from yesterday under Captain Chapman's testimony, just clarifying for the record that they were put into evidence and without objection by the defense. That'd be 189, 190, 191, 192. Those are 4 pictures that were put in under his testimony, and then 187 and 188. Those were the 2 drone videos.
And what do you want to do?
Clerk needed clarification on those numbers because it was unclear that those numbers were part of the record.
Okay.
Okay, so apparently the dad, after the verdict came in, he said,
Bring the jury.
I'm going to mute this for just a second. He said, he turned around and said, this is according to a guy who was there. He turned around and said, I've lived a good life. I'm 72 years old. I don't know how much longer I have left on this earth. I'm okay. My son is okay. Everyone go home and get some rest. That's about as
What are you going to do?
about as Texan as you can get right there. Take your swing.
Think about all the weight he's going to lose on those bologna sandwiches he'll get in prison.
Oh, man. I hope he gets treated well in prison. I really do. He's an older guy. He doesn't really take a bunch of shit. So that's kind of probably the right attitude to have going into prison.
And not that it should matter, but the guy he shot was a white dude.
Right. Right. And also pretty obviously a piece of shit.
Yep.
By basically all the testimony, that guy was a complete asshole all the time. So
I will note that the split verdict was consistent with my analysis about the provocation with intent, which only the father did.
yeah, I was mentioning that right before you got on, that it appeared to me, or it occurred to me later, that my brain didn't consider the possibility that they would be sentenced or they would get different verdicts. Like
Thank you, sir.
I
Good
was
morning.
just treating them as one entity.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, continuing on, day number 5. State's case. Next witness.
May it please the court.
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state of South Carolina calls Detective Laura Rutland.
Turn this up just a hair. There's a lot of ambient white noise in the background.
Yeah, and there's an open mic someplace.
So real quick, on Las Vegas and what you asked me yesterday, yes, we can make that happen. And so if you, as soon as you are
My name is
firmly
Laura
confirmed,
Rutland,
let me know and I'll
R-U-T-L-A-N-D.
add you to the roster
Okay.
Good morning.
so I can let
Good
people
morning.
know.
Yes.
Hi.
She's saucy.
Nobody's watching.
Oh, she's a cutie.
You are Laura Rutland.
I am.
Please tell the ladies and gentlemen of this jury about Laura Rutland, where you're from, where you were born, where you lived, and a little bit of your background leading up to law enforcement, please, ma'am.
Good morning, everybody.
New
I was
prosecutor.
born in Charleston, and South
Very
Carolina.
Southern
When I
gentlemanly.
was about 6 months old, my family moved back to England, where we were originally
Tell us
from.
what you're like on a first
Lived there
date.
until I was about 3 or 4 years old. Came back to the United States. Grew up in Somerville, South Carolina. Graduated from Somerville High School. After I graduated, I was working as a dog groomer. Met my would-be my husband. We moved to Port Royal, South Carolina. He was in the Marine Corps, stationed at Parris Island at the time.
Of course.
Then we moved to Bluffton. We had decided, I decided to pursue law enforcement. I've always been a true crime nerd, into mysteries.
You
and
don't say.
things like that. So I decided to pursue law enforcement. I
She
graduated
does talk
from
like she's
the
on the
South
first
Carolina
date.
Criminal Justice Academy in 2010.
Monkey Man, we'll
And
give
was
you a
working
quick
at the Bluffton
summary.
Police
And there's
Department
a
where I held various
gap in the
roles.
talking of the
Started
trial.
on patrol, became a detective. Then I was promoted to supervisor, where I supervised a patrol shift, and then eventually supervised the detective unit at Bluffton PD. My husband and I decided we wanted a lot of kids. So after I had my third baby, I decided to try my civilian job, get out of law enforcement for a little bit with a better schedule. So I briefly worked on Paris Island as a sexual assault victim advocate for the sexual assault response and prevention program. Realized I missed law enforcement, so I wanted to get back. So especially investigations. I first tried Beaufort Police Department,
Beaufort?
but it would take several years for them to have an opening in criminal investigations. So then I came to the Colleton County Sheriff's Office, where they were seeking experienced detectives. And so I joined Colleton County Sheriff's Office in September 2020. And February 2021, I was transferred to the Criminal Investigation Division, where I currently am now. My main focus is child crimes, which means children of sexual and physical abuse. Those are the cases.
Good God,
that I
he asked her one
predominantly work,
question.
as well as I'm a South Carolina
Yeah, you could-
ICAC task force member.
Aside from this all
And what that
being
means is it's
innocuous,
internet
you
crimes
could
against
object to
children,
this and
and that's
say,
a task force
you know,
that's
he's
partnership with the
narrating.
Attorney General's office. And we basically battle online child
good
predators,
Lord, come on.
child pornography,
That's
those
lovely.
types of cases. We do rotate homicides in the detective division among 9 of us.
At least you know she'll
Some
carry the
point, did you work
conversation
with
on that
Paris
first date.
I did, yes, sir.
Tell these folks what you did then.
I was a sexual assault victim advocate for civilians on the base.
And your training in law enforcement's been what, detective?
It's been various things. It's been basic training to advanced training. You name it. I've attended several advanced trainings hosted by other law enforcement agencies, state and federal.
How many children do you have now?
We have 4.
Okay. And does your husband
Objection
work?
Foundation,
does.
she didn't say she
work
had
with
children.
He does. Mhm.
So you started full-time with Colleton in what year?
2020.
Okay. And what was your role when you first started with Colleton County Sheriff's Department?
I started on patrol to familiarize myself with the county.
And then did you work yourself, or not work out, but you become a detective?
I did, yes.
Okay. When was that?
February 2021.
On June 7th of 2021. Well, let me ask before you get there. Where do you, not to pry, don't want the world to know, but they're going to, where do you live?
I live in Ridgeland.
Now, on June 7th of 2021, were you on call?
I was.
Okay. How
Well, she
far
said
is
she had
it
at least
from
3 kids.
Ridgeland,
Wait, that's a weird thing to say.
to here?
45 minutes to an hour, depending on traffic and what part of Colleton County I'm going to.
Did you receive a call to respond to a double homicide?
I did.
And where was that? Where were you supposed to respond?
Initially to the scene, 4147 Moselle Road. But due to my long commute, it was better that I stopped at the sheriff's office first and I be the one to prepare the search warrant for the property.
And who were you coordinating with during that? I mean, who was your boss?
That's Captain Jason Chapman.
And after you'd received the call, did you confer with Captain Chapman?
I did.
And as a result of that, what did you do?
I went to the sheriff's office, prepared the search warrant, was finally able to track down a magistrate. I had to wake him up out of his bed to sign the warrant, and I was able to secure a search warrant for the property.
Okay. And for 4147 Moselle,
Yes, sir.
what did you do after you got the search warrant?
I notified everybody over the radio that I had the search warrant signed because I wasn't sure if the SLED crime scene unit was waiting on me. And it was still going to take some time to get out there. And then I made my way to 4147 Moselle Road with the warrant.
Had you been out there before to 4147 Moselle?
Never.
When you went out there, did you know what your role was going to be as you were going out there?
I did not.
When you got to the scene, tell us what happened.
So when I pulled up, I noticed there were several SLED agents as well as Colleton County deputies at the scene. I was basically the last one there. And I met with my supervisor, Captain Jason Chapman, and presented them with the search warrant as well as SLED. He asked me if I knew the Murdaugh family, to which I replied I did not. They then asked me if I was familiar with a boat accident that had happened in Beaufort, and my reply was, I've heard of it, but I don't know the details. So with that information, they said, okay, you're going to be assigned as the liaison with the lead SLED agent on the case, who was identified as Senior Special Agent David Owen, and that my task was going to be to assist him with anything he may need that evening at the scene and throughout the investigation.
And I think we've heard prior testimony, but the case was turned over to SLED because of a potential conflict. Is that
That's
your understanding?
correct. That was one of the things my captain advised me of when I arrived at the search warrant. He advised me that SLED was going to be the lead agency on the case.
And did you know Special Agent David Owens prior to that night?
I did not.
But did you get to know him and actually get to work with him some?
I did, yes, sir.
And let's start out with that job. When you first got to 4147 and you got your instructions, who were you going to work with? What were your observations? Tell these folks what you saw.
So the first thing as I approached I'm sure you've all heard the kennels, was the overwhelming smell and a lot of water on the ground by the kennels. And then the first body that I approached was the deceased male. He was laying face down at an angle with his feet inside the plane of the door. There was obvious trauma to the top of his head. He was covered with a sheet, but I could still see the top of his head.
He's covered with a
underneath
sheet.
the
He's a racist.
Obvious trauma. There was
Were there
brain,
burning crosses?
blood, hair, skull
can still
matter,
read his
all within
mind.
the feed room and the ceiling.
I could see what he was thinking.
There was a deceased
I could see what was on his
female,
mind.
approximately
He was very
30
open-minded.
feet across from where his body was, and she was covered as well. But I had been told that they both had gunshot wounds to their heads. And then from there, we located the 911 caller, Mr. Alec Murdaugh.
Now, did you know, everybody's referring to as Paul and Maggie, did you know Paul Murdaugh and or Maggie Murdaugh?
I did not.
Had you ever seen them before you saw them laying dead on the ground?
No.
First time I saw you,
At that point, did you
you were
walk any of
dead
the rest of the
on the
scene?
ground.
Not at that point.
Well, tell the folks what you did do after that.
We located Mr. Murdaugh, Alec, standing at the back of there was his Suburban, and then there was, I believe his brother Randy had arrived at the scene at that point, and they were standing behind Randy's truck. Oh, so they couldn't see the scene anymore. So we approached him and asked if he would speak with us. He introduced the man standing next to him as his personal attorney, Danny Henderson, and he agreed to speak with us. By this point, it had started to rain, so we utilized Agent Owen's vehicle to do the interview.
Now, before we get to that, had you made any other observations about bullet holes or shell casings prior to that?
Yes, there were shell casings in front of Maggie's head area, in front to the left on the ground. In between, there was like a gravel area in between the two buildings.
Had you seen what's been referred to as the feed room? And
Yes.
okay, what did you observe in there? Anything?
Suspicious that they
Inside
died
the
in the
feed
feed room.
I did observe body matter that had been on the ceiling,
Oh,
as well as covered in items inside the feed room. There was shotgun wadding on the floor inside the feed room, as well as droplets of blood on the concrete.
Did you see any holes in the window?
Yeah, there was a window to the back of the feed room that had several holes in it.
I want to skip the statement for a second. All right. After you took the statement, we're going to get into that. Did you go back and look at the scene with either Captain Chapman, and I say the scene, the shelters, the dog kennels? Did you and or Captain Chapman or anybody else have an opportunity to go back and look?
I did.
Okay. Tell the ladies and gentlemen, first of all, why you did that and what were your observations, please, ma'am?
Well, it was such a large scene. I decided to canvas the outer part of the scene. And while I was doing that, keep in mind it was late at night. It was dark, so we had flashlights. So while I was doing that, I noted some what appeared to me to be fresh shoe impressions in a sandy part of the shed on the left side of the hangar, what we're describing as the hangar. In between some tractors in the wall of the shed, there was several fresh shoe impressions.
And when you say fresh shoe impression, and obviously, what does that mean?
It means that they have been left fairly recently.
What did they appear to you to be?
They look like a flat sandal, flip-flop type shoe, not particularly large in size, just flat.
Were they one set of footprints or two based on your observation?
It was one set of prints that looked like it went down one direction and possibly came back.
No doubt about that in your mind?
No doubt about
So-
that.
If you
just
watch me now,
believe.
was it like one set of prints?
So
Going
much
this way?
Yes.
mystery around this because
Did it look like
alleged
one set
the
of prints
killers
coming back?
apparently had
Because they did overlap each
Not
other
walk.
a little bit.
there's no footprints of the killers at all.
Did you,
right?
who was with you when you were looking at this?
I
Just-
was by
just the
myself
wife.
initially, and then I found my
the only
supervisor,
set of
Captain
footprints they've
Chapman,
seen-
and
mentioned.
showed him what I had found.
Where were y'all walking when
It
you
was
were looking
two
at
sets
the
of
prints?
footprints until God
We'd made the
carried me.
decision at that point due to the type of incident that it was, and we didn't really know what we had yet, to follow the footprints and see if there was any other additional evidence and find out where that person may have been trying to go. So what we did is we stayed to the left side of the shoe prints, closest to the tractors, and followed the prints down. Noted that they stopped at the end of the building, turned around, and came back.
And I'm going to show you what's entered the state's 194. Is that what you're just referring to?
No.
Okay. What does this depict?
That depicts several what appear to be boot prints on as well.
Is this the same path y'all walked?
Yes.
Okay. And let me show you. State's 195, do you recognize this?
Yeah, those are the flat, just the flat ones impressions.
I'm sorry, I can't, can we start now, Mike? Please.
Yeah, I have no idea who this prosecuting attorney. They mentioned during opening arguments all the different prosecuting attorneys. There's like 9 of them. There's a whole lot. I still think Harpootlian's my favorite attorney so far to appear. Although this guy,
State's 22.
I like
Do you
him so
recognize
far.
this,
He's
and
pretty
does it
good.
relate to your testimony?
I mean, he's
Yes.
not doing anything
Your Honor, State's 22
complicated.
without objection.
So
It's like his demeanor.
Are we on?
You know who Murdaugh looks like? He looks like that character in the movie that's a
Let me go
nerd,
back to what's just been entered as State's
but he's
22.
actually like a former Navy SEAL and could kill everybody. What are you
You said
working
you recognize that. What is that,
Well,
Detective?
an airborne toxin that'll
That's
kill
in
everyone
front
in
of
the
the
room.
hangar, the building.
Exceptional set of skills.
So Maggie would be to the right, and the shoe impressions I'm referring to would be on the left.
And getting a little closer view on State's 194.
Yes, that's the left side of the hangar.
Can you show in this picture the prints you were talking about, the footprints?
Yes.
Can you come down here with the judge's permission? Sure, please.
Flat ones. It's hard to see, there's a big glare.
Okay. Let me put in State's 195 too, Detective.
Yeah, these flat impressions, these flat ones. You'll see.
Were those the foot impressions you saw that night? The flat ones?
Yes.
Okay. Were there any other foot impressions beside the flat ones that you saw?
No,
Okay. On evening of June 7th, early morning of June 8th of 2021?
that's correct.
You're positive?
Positive.
But the son walked there too.
When you and Kat
I mean-
walked, how far were you from the
Yeah,
sandals?
the footprint,
A foot to
the
the left.
positive evidence of footprints is not really interesting
you
unless
see
there's
that?
someone else's.
But could some of those other prints be yours or the captain's, or you
It's
don't know?
possible.
And the fact that there's no prints from a hypothetical killer doesn't say much when the son's footprints also weren't observed, and
Now,
clearly
you're
he
a,
didn't float over there.
Right.
And I'm going to do this without putting it up. This is one of those pictures that we've uncovered, but I'm going to show you states 7.
We know the defendant was walking around the scene. Where are
You're
his
right.
footprints?
Yes, sir.
You
In
know
fact,
what
the only
women's
other
shoes
evidence
look
of
like?
footprints we have are the investigators, and they
Did you
took
go and
pictures
look at
after
Maggie's
disturbing the
shoes
crime
she was
scene.
wearing?
I did,
Okay. Why'd you do that?
to see if they matched the flat impressions I had seen.
Why
And
can't
were
we
they
see
similar
pictures,
to
et cetera,
you?
that aren't
Very
graphic? It
similar.
seems weird. I think
And
that they just have a general
states
order on
200.
no pictures from the judge.
Do you recognize those?
Yes.
And what are those?
Those are the sandals Miss Murdaugh had on.
And did they appear to be similar to the footprints you saw?
Yes, very.
Now, did Mr. Harpootlian or one of the investigators contact you about these footprints?
He did
When was that?
a few weeks ago.
And did they send you a picture of it?
They did.
Okay, was it the pictures we just put up?
It was.
And did you tell them that, well, what'd you tell them when they sent you that?
That those were not my impressions.
That those weren't your impressions? The other
Correct.
ones? Voluntarily talked to them?
I did.
Sent you a picture of the shoes?
Yep.
You told them those weren't mine?
Correct.
All right, let's get back to, I think you said, Mr. On the defendant, Richard Alexander Murdaugh, the defendant had said, introduced you to who before you started the interview?
Danny Henderson said he was his personal attorney.
His personal attorney.
Yes,
Did he want his attorney in the car with you?
he did.
And I believe you said it was raining.
Yes, sir.
So what did y'all do to get out of the elements?
We sat inside Agent Owens with sled inside his vehicle.
And please tell the ladies and gentlemen of this jury specifically where everybody was sitting.
Agent Owen was in the driver's seat. Alec Murdaugh was in the front passenger seat. I sat directly behind him, and then Mr. Henderson sat to my left.
Please listen to me. First time, was that the first time you met Alex Murdaugh?
It was.
Did he appear to you to be under the influence of alcohol, drugs, or any other intoxicant when you saw him?
He did not.
Here comes
Coward.
statements against
You
interest.
Understand your questions and Special Agent David Owens' questions when y'all were talking to him?
He did.
Were his answers to either you or Agent Owens timely?
Yes.
Were they subject matter appropriate?
Yes, they were.
Oh, I thought we were going to get a subject matter
Did you have
jurisdiction.
any trouble understanding the defendant when you were talking to him?
I did not.
Did he appear to have any trouble understanding you and responding to your questions?
He did not. He may have asked twice to repeat a question, but he was understanding what was being discussed.
I'm going to show you what's marked States 153. At my request, did you review this yesterday?
I did.
And does this States 153 accurately reflect the interview you, Agent Owens, had with the defendant, Richard Alexander Murdaugh?
It does.
Your Honor, at this time, 153, I believe without objection.
It's admitted.
And with this Honor's permission and with the help of someone, we'd ask to respectfully publish.
Errol Bear says, do you think the dumpster defenders wore nothing but a shorts and tie with no shirt at their trial? God, I hope so. Serial killer says, I'm from South Carolina. Harpootlian prosecuted serial killer Pee Wee Gaskins years ago. He's good, but he is getting old. Love your streams. John Marshall says, it's so nice to see a trial run by.
Is that the defendant, Alex Murdaugh?
It is.
Is that you back in the back?
That is me.
Who was that?
Who's a
That is
toucan?
Special Agent Owen.
Who was that?
Danny Henderson.
God.
All right, so all right, Mr. Murdaugh, state your full name for me, please. Richard Alexander. And spell your last name so that it's right. Murdaugh. Will you go by Alec? Yes, sir. And your date of birth, Mr. Murdaugh? May 27th, 1968. And your phone number for you? 803-942-1227. And so what was your name? Yeah. All right. As I stated, I'm David Owen, and I'm from Rutland, this Collin County on the sled. I hate to have to do this.
I understand.
Yeah.
I totally understand. So you don't have any problem with it.
So, just start at the top, take your time.
Like when I came back here, I mean, I pulled up and I could see him, and I knew something was bad. I ran out. I knew it was really bad. My boy over there, I could see it was.
This is devastating to the defense.
I could see his brain. And I ran over to Maggie. Actually, I think I tried to turn Paul over first. I tried to turn him over, and I don't know, I figured it out. His cell phone popped out of his pocket. I started trying to do something with it, thinking maybe, but then I put it back down really quickly. Then I went to my wife, and I could see.
As a joke, me saying this is devastating, a man just lost his wife and kid and then weeping uncontrollably.
I tried to do it as limited as possible, but I tried to take their pulse on both of them. And, I called 911, pretty much right away. And she was very good. I talked to her. I told her I was going to get off the phone to call some family members. I did that. And,
What family members did you call?
I called my brother Randy, and I called my brother John. And I tried to call a little boy, a real good friend that's right around the corner from here, but I didn't get him.
What all was around, Paul, when you walked up?
Blood.
Anything else?
I mean, there was some body things, yes, sir.
I mean, like any other evidence? I know you said this phone fell out of the pocket, but did you see anything else that didn't belong or shouldn't belong or that wasn't part of Paul?
No, sir, not. No, sir.
How about Maggie?
No, sir.
You didn't see anything about her now? What made you come out here tonight?
I went to, my mom's a late stage Alzheimer's patient. My dad's in the hospital. My mom gets anxious when she does. I went to check on them, and Maggie's a dog lover. She fools with the dogs. And I knew she was going to the kennel. I was at the house. I left the house and went to my mom's for just a little while. Tried to call her when I left. Texted her, no response.
I don't
When
know.
got back to the house was obviously nobody was in there. So I figured they're still up here fooling around. Paul's gonna be getting set up to plant. Our sunflower seeds got sprayed and died, and he was refiguring to plant the sunflower seeds. So I came back up here and drove up and saw and called.
I don't know that this is actually on video.
Has Maggie and Paul been arguing over anything?
Might
Almost
be.
certainly not.
What was their relationship like?
Usually a
Wonderful.
tape they record on.
How about yours and Maggie's?
Wonderful. I mean, I'm sure we had little things here and there, but we had a wonderful marriage, wonderful relationship,
And yours and Paul's relationship?
as good as it could be.
How was Paul?
22.
You know his date of birth?
I do. April 11th, 96 is his brother's. April 14th, 99 is Paul's.
What's Maggie's full name?
Margaret Branca Murdaugh,
And her date of birth, sir?
September 15th, 1968.
Have y'all been having any problems out here? Trespassers,
None
people
that,
breaking in?
none that I know of. The only thing that what comes to my mind is my son Paul was in a boat wreck a couple years ago. And there's been he was charged with being arrested for being the driver. There's been a lot of negative publicity about that. There's been a lot of people online just really vile stuff. But when Paul's out and about, I mean, people routinely, I don't think I know the full story, so I don't think they give it to me. But I mean, he's been punched and hit and just attacked a lot. So, but I mean, nothing like this.
Yeah. Any one person in particular or a group of people
I don't know.
that you could think of?
It's not that I know, that's right.
Has he, other than being assaulted, has he received any direct threats related to the boat accident?
Oh, yes. All the time.
Recently?
Yes, sir. I mean, he gets them all the time.
Okay.
He gets them all the time.
What kind of,
I'm gonna kick your ass, you know. I've never been privy firsthand, you know.
Is that through social media?
No, ma'am. It's mostly like if he goes out places is what, you know, what goes out like somewhere. He's in college, so if he goes out, is what I understand. I can find out better details from some of his younger friends on that.
This is best friend.
His best friend in Colombia is Will's Chapman, Will Loving, Bobby Boyle. Bobby Boyle, Will Chapman, and Paul were getting ready to move into a house together in Colombia.
You said Will Chapman and Will Loving?
Will's with an S, Chapman, and Will with an L, Loving. Around here, his best friends are clearly Nolan Tootin and Rogan Gibson.
Nolan Tootin.
Yes, sir.
And what was the other one, sorry?
Rogan Gibson.
Have you talked with any of these guys tonight?
Talked with Nolan, yes, sir.
Is he out here?
Yes, sir. I tried to call Rogan, was one of the people he's the boy that I told you lives around the corner. That's very, he's just a good, healthy young man. You mind if I open the door real quick?
Go ahead. Do what you need to do. So is there anybody that you can think of that we need to talk to tonight? Is there a name that comes to mind?
I mean, I can't tell you anybody that I'm overly suspicious of off the top of my head. I mean, this is such a stupid thing. I'm even embarrassed to say it, but it just didn't make any sense. I just hired a guy out here, and he wasn't cutting the mustard, but I hadn't told him this yet. Paul's been working with him a lot. He killed the sunflower seeds in our dove field just recently, which is why Paul was here doing this. He told Paul a story the other day about how when he was in high school, he got in a fight with some black guys. And the FBI undercover team observed him fighting those guys and put him on an undercover team with 3 Navy SEALs. And that their job was to kill radical Black Panthers. And they did that from Myrtle Beach to Savannah.
What?
Now,
Wow.
I really don't think this guy, is probably the person, but that's just so freaking.
Yeah, that's kind of far-fetched.
The Goodfellas excuse.
It was off today.
See those 2 black guys stole my truck.
What's his name?
CB Rudd.
I think they said N-words.
Yeah, and I sent him a message to text me earlier today about the sunflowers, and he called me back when I was on the way to my mom's house.
Did you talk to him at that time?
Briefly, I was on the phone with a lawyer friend of mine named Chris Wilson from Bamberg, so I told him I'd call him back tomorrow, see him in the morning.
When you briefly talked to Mr. Rowe, what was his demeanor or attitude? Or
I mean, it seemed normal. I mean, I asked him about the sunflowers and so, I'm sure he's a little bit.
where does he live?
I don't exactly know, somewhere in in Bronson.
Okay. Do you have his phone number?
I do.
You got it with you, of course.
I do. But I do think him and Paul got along pretty well. That's just really, really weird. All right. Yeah, I know he called me, so I'll read that.
Yeah, what he said was that the worker that he had recently hired was in a fight, and then the Navy SEALs recruited him to join a team to kill Black Panthers from Savannah to Miami or something. That's a weird fucking story.
Is that an iPhone?
Yes, sir.
Would you like for 60s?
Thank you.
When did you tell that story to Paul?
Sometime last week.
Okay.
Sometime last week. My son Paul actually, I really do not think, in all honesty, that it's him, but I know you'll have to check it out. But Paul is so taken aback by it that he sent, I'll find it, I got it on my phone. He recorded him saying bits and pieces of it. But for all this weirdness, I mean, I do think they like, they got along pretty good.
How long have you been working here?
That's about 3 or 4 pay periods, so 8 weeks, couple months.
Going back to the boat incident, anybody on that boat really have a hard on for Paul that you would think would come after him, or know of any direct threats from people on the boat?
I don't know of any direct threats between any of the people on the boat specifically, but I do think there's been a small amount of yip yap between a couple of them, but not recently. And most of this was stuff from people that Paul didn't really know. There was some people that he knew distantly, but more times than not, when I learned about it, it was somebody that he didn't know. It's like, for example, he went out to Charleston a couple months ago, came back, he got a black eye. And, he can't defend himself right now because he's charged. So, Paul was a real tough man's man. He would
defend himself, but he hadn't been.
That's right. But
How was he handling that? He's
as far as what?
How was he handling it?
I've never been prouder of him than the way he has handled the pressures and the adversity in that situation. I think I've told Danny that before. I mean, Paul is a wonderful, wonderful, wonderful kid. He can do almost
Except for that
anything
part where he
as
killed the
long
girl in a
as
boating
anybody.
accident. They didn't find her body for a week.
It's really nice other than that
You
part.
don't store any weapons out here?
But, Teddy Kennedy
We don't
could do it.
store 'em, but they're,
Just had political aspirations.
they're frequently out here. I need to find out if there were any out here because I know there was a shotgun. There was a 12-gauge shotgun out here. I'll have to find out exactly when that was.
I killed
I
a
think it got put
I
up,
liked it.
but I'm not positive.
What did that shotgun look like?
It was camouflage. I want to say it was a Benelli or maybe a Beretta. I can't remember which brand it is. I don't think it was out here
Okay.
recently. But I'm not positive.
And the shotgun that you had when deputies pulled up, where did that gun come from?
I went to the house and I got a gun, probably overreacting, but
And was that when you pulled up and saw them?
no, I mean, I came out and, I called 911 first,
Mm-hmm.
talked to them for a little while, and then I told her
Told her,
that I was gonna go to the house,
okay,
and that I would let authorities know when they got here that I had a gun.
okay. Do you happen to have a list of all your guns?
I can make one, I don't have them, but I can make one.
Okay. Well, I'm just saying, so we can compare if that shotgun was out here, now it's missing,
Absolutely,
try to figure that out.
no, absolutely.
And I know living out here in Kentucky, you probably have more than one or two.
We do, we probably have 20, 25 guns,
Yeah. Shotguns,
rifles,
rifles,
pistols.
any rifles,
Yes, sir,
what kind of rifles?
all kinds.
Yeah.
All
America.
kinds. I mean, you name it across the board, we have them.
Okay.
You name it, we got it.
All of them we have are, in our hunting room in our house.
The girl in the orange down here. Well, you can't see my mouse. She was in purple yesterday. The purple jacket was better. Yep.
My son works for my brother, and he was coming home to deal with sunflowers. He got here. He got here pretty early because he and I rode around looking at everything for a good little while, probably 45 minutes to an hour. Maggie had things she did in Charleston, and she had a doctor's appointment in Charleston, and she got back here. It was fairly late.
Was it dark yet when Paul got home?
No, Paul got home early.
Early, okay, so before dinner time?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Lunchtime? Or
No, ma'am.
What brother does Paul work for?
John Barney,
And what does Paul do for him?
everything.
Handyman, yes, sir.
So when there's a break, we should maybe talk about the wisdom of him talking. Kind of a unique situation.
I mean, she played with those dogs all the time. And it's especially common for her to, she's been gone for a while, to come and let especially two of them out to run.
So she pretty regularly comes out here in the evenings.
Very regular. Comes out here a lot.
Do you have any cameras on the property?
I have deer cameras, but none, around up here
Where are they at?
on different deer stands.
Okay, so deep in the woods.
Well, not necessarily deep in the woods. Some of them are in fields and,
Okay.
but there's none that, are near here.
Okay.
What doctor appointment? What doctor did you see today?
I forget the guy's name. Maggie's been having trouble with her. She's been having trouble with her stomach and her tooth. I'm not positive. It was sort of a routine visit, and I can't remember. She told me the name of it, and I can't. I want to say Gordine is who I think she saw.
So was she back home around supper time? Or 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock?
I don't think she got back quite that early. I think she got back a little bit later than that.
what did you do today? Were you in the office or?
No, I was home. I came home, Paul and I messed around. I was up at the house, laid down, took a nap on the couch, probably, I don't know, 25, 30 minutes. I got up, I called Maggie, didn't get an answer, and I left to go to my mom's. She had said she might ride with me, but she normally doesn't when I go over there. And I think I texted her. And she's very good about answering the phone, so that was odd, or calling me back. So that was odd, but it wasn't that big a deal.
And what time was that?
What time was what?
That you sent her a text message?
Oh, that sniffle is just brutal on those high pitch ranges.
I texted her at 9:08, wanted to check on him, be right back. And then I texted her at 9:47, that must be when I started to come back. I think I called her before that. But let me make sure. Pretty sure that I called her 9:45. And then I tried to call. And then, no, I think that was riding. I think that might have been riding over there. Three. I mean, my calls were right here.
Yeah.
So, obviously this is when I, at 10:06,
Sir, I'm going to have to ask that when you sniff, you please do it directly into the microphone pickup on my tape recorder. We want to make sure and get every sniffle in the highest, most piercing pitch possible. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Oh,
Anybody else want some gum?
you want to do that? I'm sorry, I don't need it.
If you, behind Danny's head is a case of water.
It's not a big deal.
I got some right here.
Oh, thank you, man.
I'm sure we're gonna have much more questions.
I'm available to that. You know, you let me know.
What's another number in case I can't get you on your cell?
I don't have a house phone.
Okay.
My office number. I can give you my brother's cell phone.
All right, what's Randy's?
Hey, Randy's is 803-943-8881.
And John's?
I'm on 843-321.
I guess everyone's getting new phone numbers.
And you said your dad's in the hospital?
Yes, sir.
Which hospital? Charleston or?
Savannah and St. Joseph's.
Is he doing okay or what's?
He's having a really, really hard time. He's got a lot going on. He's doing okay, doing everything, but he's got a lot going on.
Not Maggie's family, where are they?
Somerville,
Have you been in touch with them?
contacted, yes. I had my brother call Bart, the wife of his sister, and the husband of Maggie's sister, so that they could go and tell Maggie's parents. I felt like they needed to hear it in person, and they were going there and calling me. So they must not be there yet.
Maggie's parents in Somerville.
Yes, and her mom just had a knee replacement surgery, and her dad really has trouble getting around nowadays.
Do you have any other children?
I do. I have a 24-year-old.
That's what you said. What's his name?
Richard Alexander Jr.
He goes by Buster.
He goes by Buster.
Is he here tonight?
He's on his way.
Lauren, you got anything?
This one's hard, but when you first saw Paul, you said you tried to flip him over. Was he laying on his back or on his stomach?
Just like he
Just like he was, you weren't able to move him. Okay.
No man.
So did he help Maggie a lot out here with the animals?
He helped everybody with everything.
So it was kind of routine for him to be out here as well?
This place is his absolute passion.
Okay.
Yeah, so this guy's sitting in jail, this defendant, $7 million bond, no 10%
I tried
option.
to turn him, and then I checked him, and I think I already did, but I checked him.
And when you first pulled into the property, did you come from this direction where all our police cars are, or which way did you come
I went to the house,
in? Okay.
and then I came from the house
This way.
straight here. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I mean, where my vehicle is parked, it's probably,
Is where it was, okay.
well, no, maybe not exactly, but it was pretty close, because I came back the same route
That's right, because you went back to get your shotgun.
when I came back.
All right. I can't think of anything else right now, but we'll certainly be in touch.
Thank y'all for everything y'all are doing.
So just to kind of let you know what's going to go on, we're going to be out here for quite some time. The coroner will take custody of Paul and Maggie.
Can I answer that? Yeah. What? No, we're finished. Let me come out there where I'll be here when he gets here. No, don't let him come up here. Okay, yeah. I think we're about done. Thank you.
Buster, in here.
Yes, sir. I dropped my card. Thank you.
So the coroner will come over and talk to you. They'll do the autopsy and everything, and then go from there.
They need an autopsy to determine cause of death, I guess. Well, based on our observation and the lack of remaining brain matter,
Here, you want this water?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Yep.
oh God, that was horrible.
time was that interview?
I think it was 1 a.m.
Would you dispute 1257?
No, that sounds correct.
Would you describe that as an aggressive interview?
No.
As a part of your investigating procedure, had you listened to the 911 tape prior to this?
We did.
And you say, who's we?
Myself and Special Agent Owen.
Did you have, can everybody hear? Speak in the mic, please. Speak in the mic, please, ma'am. Did you have that 911 knowledge in your mind when you were listening to this? Had you
I
already
did.
heard it?
Yes.
And on the 911 tape, how long had Alex Murdaugh told the 911 operator since he'd seen Maggie Murdaugh?
He's estimated 1.5 to 2 hours.
To 2 hours.
Mhm.
1.5 to 2 hours. And on this tape, your interview, what had he said about seeing Maggie? When was the last time he'd seen Maggie Murdaugh?
That she about 2 hours.
Did he say he took a nap?
He took a nap
Did he say where he went after that?
to check on his mother with Alzheimer's in Hampton.
Did you find that unusual?
I did.
Why?
Just the time of night.
Why?
With her being an Alzheimer's patient, they tend to be worse at night, so I seemed it was strange to go visit.
I'm curious what their point was in all of that. I mean, it's just more foundation, I guess.
What time was the 911 call?
This is the police interview.
It was 10.
You speak louder, please.
I'm sorry. I have to check my notes.
We'll put a check with it. I'm sorry.
Okay. It was 10.
No smash or pass on the witness. You've changed. I give her a pass, personally. I said she was cute. She's a cutie, but not my type.
10:06.
This interview was 1257.
Yes, that's correct.
And you'd have to hear about those 4 kids of hers.
Worse, you'd
In
probably
your
have to hear
interview, in
those 4
Agent
kids of
Owen's
hers.
interview, did the defendant, Alex Murdaugh, tell you he tried to turn Paul over?
He did.
And did he say whether or not he had tried to check Paul's pulse and or Maggie's pulse?
He stated he tried to check both.
What did Mr. Murdaugh, the defendant, Alex Murdaugh, say about the phone, if anything, that was in Paul's possession?
He stated his phone popped out of his pocket
When?
he tried to check his pulse.
Did he try to turn him over?
That's what he said.
So they're trying to get an inconsistent statement out of him, realizing later that he maybe tried to turn him over when he checked his pulse, which is something that he said he checked them early on.
It just doesn't seem material to me.
Yeah.
It's the kind of thing, under the stress of the moment, you might think to yourself, I should do this. You don't actually do it, but in your head, you think you did it because you thought about it. It would be the most common thing in the world. And it's not the kind of inconsistent statement, you need some material lie.
Don't forget, there's a scene in here where Alexander Murdaugh is looking at his phone. You remember that?
Correct, yes.
Can you actually see the phone in there and the times and the messages on the video that he's looking at?
You can on the bottom left of the screen.
And what was that in response to that he was looking at that?
When I asked what time, he texted Maggie.
So you saw those on his phone, looking at those when y'all were talking to him in the car?
I couldn't see from where I was sitting, but reviewing the video, I could see it.
Reviewing the video, did you see it?
Yes.
I've got a transcript here, but at the end of the video, toward the end of the interview, did Mr. Murdaugh say again he tried to turn over his son, Paul Murdaugh?
He did.
That he tried to check him?
That's what he said.
And I know I asked you at the first, but I may not have done it too eloquently. Did he first tell you he tried to turn him over?
Yes, he did.
And I figured it out?
Yes,
And his cell phone popped out of his pocket?
that's correct.
And everybody heard it, but then something with it thinking maybe then I put it back down really quickly, then I went, you can't really understand the rest of it.
Yes.
What did you think about the phone popping out?
That was seemed,
The objection sustained.
Have you ever moved dead weight?
I have.
Really? Please tell me the circumstances under which you moved dead weight.
If we could start with Elmo, please.
And what would be the relevance of that? I mean, this defendant's a pretty big dude.
And he wasn't able to turn him over. He said he attempted to turn him over and clearly didn't.
Judge, these are a couple of these pictures that I think they have this on top of it, just to warn everybody, these are graphic photos. First is number 2.
There goes the box. Now, a material lie would be when he said he went to his mother's house, and you could demonstrate he did not, in fact, go to his mother's house. He was there the whole time. That would be a material lie that would be relevant here. This other stuff is petty.
That's Maggie Murdaugh.
And the defendant say he checked her home.
He did.
Did he tell you where?
He did not.
And before I get to it, did the defendant ever tell you he'd been down to the kennels that night in this interview?
No.
After the nap, where did he say he went?
Went to check on his mother in Hampton.
It's not just the stuff you say that can hurt you when you talk to the cops, folks. It's the stuff you don't say that can hurt you too.
Once again, if you keep your computers covered, please. Fence 1.
Oh my God, the pace is just so painstaking. It's
Languid doesn't even begin to describe it. Wait, I'll say it in Southern so we can get an idea. Languid.
like trying to cross a Central American border. I mean, everything is
Like for the detective come down.
one moment of action and an hour of waiting.
Protect me, I'm gonna get what you won't block and I won't block her.
Atlas Knife and Tool says, congrats on the Grifties inclusion. If Nick was a blacksmith, he'd have less narrow shoulders. Get fine American-made forges and anvils at atlasknife.com. Better and owned and operated. No balls. Very cool. Thank you,
I'll
brother.
check that out.
Did the defendant tell you he tried to get the pulse of his son, Paul Murdaugh?
He did.
Did he tell you where he tried to get the pulse?
He did not. Just that he tried to turn him.
Say that last
He
time.
tried to turn him.
And he told you he tried to turn him more than once, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
Ejaculating out.
How many times did he tell you he tried to turn him?
Twice.
I think you testified you tried to lift dead weight, right?
I have.
Can you describe what's around Paul Murdaugh?
Blood and brain matter.
And if you were to, where are his hands?
Underneath his body.
If you were to check the pulse of his hands, how would you do it?
You would have to try to lift him up and get his arms out from under him.
Underneath
Correct.
and roll.
Correct.
By the way, where's his phone?
It's laying on the backside of his shorts.
Right there. Popped out, he said.
Yes.
Is that his brain?
That is.
Mr. Harpootlian said blown out of his head.
Correct.
If you tried to take the pulse at the neck, how would you do it?
You would have to try to lift his shoulder to get access his neck.
This way?
Correct.
Whether you're this way or this way,
Correct.
either underneath or overhead. Is that right?
Yes.
Is that right? Is that
Yes.
right? I'm sorry.
Mhm.
Sorry. Sorry. Yeah. When you saw Alex Murdaugh, when you first came up to him?
Is she gonna sit down? Why the question or not?
Well, I made sure it was something again. Judge, I apologize. I see this. Go back and sit down. Thank you.
The closed caption just put the words assassin over Murdaugh.
When you first saw Alex Murdaugh at the car, did you observe him?
I did.
Why?
Just to make mental notes of what he was wearing and how he looked.
What were your mental notes?
That he was clean.
Say that again.
That he was clean.
When you were in the car with him, you were behind him.
I was.
Did you observe his hands?
I did.
Did you see his arms?
I did.
And when you were out on the side of the road beforehand, did you see his shirt,
I did.
his pants,
Yes.
his shoes?
Yes.
Now, when you were at the scene, when you first got there, did you see any footprints in the blood?
No.
Did you see any knee prints in the blood?
No.
Anywhere around the body?
No.
Did you look at his shoes?
I did.
What kind of shoe, Alex Murdaugh shoes? What kind of shoes were they?
They were like an athletic tennis shoe.
Did you see anything that appeared to be blood on his shoe?
I did not.
I want you to look at the ladies and gentlemen of this jury. Did you see what appeared to be blood on Alex Murdaugh's hands?
I did not.
On his arm?
No.
On his shirt?
None.
And I just
On
really
his
don't get
shirt.
it. If he'd
No.
had blood on him,
On
they
his
would have said
shoes.
I
that
did
was
not.
indicative of guilt.
Yep.
How long was this after the 911 call?
2 hours, 2 to 3 hours.
All this fresh in his mind?
Yes.
And if you're going to
How
touch
would
a
you
body,
describe the defendant's hands when you saw him when you were interviewing him? How would you describe his hands?
They were clean.
you would,
Clean.
you
How
would
would you
tend to
describe
touch
his
the body
arms?
where there's
They were
not
clean.
blood.
How would you describe his t-shirt?
Clean.
How would you describe his shorts?
Clean.
how would you describe his shoes?
They were clean.
Except his shorts had blood smear on them.
Yes, this is the state direct of their witness.
Sherry Law says, "Hi, Nick. Someone very close to me went into Texas prison system for murder at age 71. Texas prison is no joke. No AC, rows of bunks, transferred 8 times in 18 months. All in all, dumpster dad will be fine." He seems like a resilient individual.
Was his phone taken that night, Alex Murdaugh?
I believe so.
You're not sure?
I'm not sure. No,
Okay.
sir.
So it may not have been taken.
Yeah.
Now, you were working with, hey, you don't stand up. Miss David Owens, you were working with the player.
Yes.
When you, after this interview, did you go to the actual house at 4147 now?
I did.
Okay. Did you go inside?
Just in the foyer, yes.
Okay. Did Agent Owens go inside?
He did.
Were the defendant's shirt, shoes, and pants collected by Agent Owens?
Yes.
You didn't collect them, he did.
I did not.
And those are the same shirt, shoes, and pants he was wearing there?
Correct.
And Sled got them that night?
Yes.
Okay. After this, did you assist Sled in some things that came up in the investigation?
I did.
Okay. And I don't believe this will be objected to, but you assist him with getting Maggie's car?
I did.
Some other cell phone evidence?
Search warrants.
Were there a search of some of the areas that you attended?
Yes.
In and around?
Yeah,
Moselle?
Correct. Yes.
Search of ponds?
Yes.
So you assisted Sled at some point throughout this investigation?
Yeah. Anytime they needed anything from the sheriff's office, Agent Owen could go through me or my captain, whether it was storing a vehicle as evidence or using our evidence bay to process anything. I was there to assist in any way that they needed.
And did you assist, I guess, in the helping with Alex Murdaugh's car as far as getting anything out of that car?
No, Sled processed
Okay,
that.
Now, if you just listen to my questions, I'm not going to lead you. I just want to ask you one final question. Is the individual in this courtroom who told you he tried to take the pulse of Maggie and Paul, is the individual in this courtroom who told you he tried to turn Paul over, told you that once, twice? Is the individual in this courtroom that you took that statement from, that we saw in this video, in this courtroom, and is the individual you described as clean from head to toe in this courtroom?
Yes, he is.
Please point him out for the jury.
He's sitting at the defense table wearing a grayish brown jacket and a white shirt.
Your Honor, we'd like the record to reflect she has pointed out the defendant, Richard Alexander Murdaugh.
It does.
Thank you, Ms. Oliver.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have you go to the jury room for a break. Please do not discuss the case.
Man, yesterday they had no breaks until a late lunch. Today they have a break just over an hour in. Wow, judge is getting soft. Oh my goodness.
Hey, I saw a few questions in the comments about this self-defense case that just ended in a hung jury out of Florida. I think Florida. Yeah, Jacksonville. A woman was on trial for murdering another woman in an argument. and the jury just hung. It doesn't look like self-defense to me, folks, because the defendant in that case left a verbal argument, went to a car, got a gun, came back, spit on the victim, and shot her in the neck and killed her. That doesn't look much like self-defense. But that's all I know about the case.
Yeah, I haven't heard of it.
That's not an invitation for conversations until a recess takes place. We'll be in recess for 10 minutes.
Now, this judge doesn't, runs a tight ship. He wants the court quiet while the jury's leaving.
Yeah, he's, I don't know. We got a guest here. What's up, Steve? You around?
Yeah, I am. I'm trying to figure out why my video is not working. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
We can hear you, yeah.
Okay, well, I'm working on the video. How y'all doing? How y'all doing? My southern accent's coming out now.
Yeah.
Hope you don't mind.
Yeah, pretty much. It's I'm good. That was kind of torturous listening to the recorded police interview. I wanted to talk to you guys a little bit because it's a common mantra of lawyers to say, oh, and hold on. Welcome back.
Hey, I don't know what's happening here. My video is not working. Let me try this. Let me try. You all just go on and talk, and I'll get this straightened out.
I was just saying it's a common mantra for lawyers to automatically say don't talk to police because that's just typically sound advice because you're probably going to say something incriminating. That's the concern. But there's plenty of instances where you do end up needing to talk to police. Andrew, you talk about them with self-defense cases. I mean, you're going to have to say something. There's a dead guy or gal, as it could be. You're the person who killed them. You often are, you're calling to report the incident in a very careful way to 911, and you're going to be interrogated by police at some level. You're going to be talking, and a lot of times you'll end up testifying in self-defense cases because juries kind of want to hear the story. They want to know why you think you should have killed somebody or had to or whatever.
Yeah.
There
may be rare instances in which you can get away with not talking to the police, even in a self-defense case. Like if someone else calls 911, so you don't have to make that call. I would certainly assert your rights. So you're saying that much at least. But immediately asserting your rights, don't wait to get Mirandized, folks. Immediately asserting your rights can't be used against you. But there are other circumstances in which you may be compelled to call the police. Like there is nobody else to call 911. It was just you and the person you shot. Someone's got to call, or it's going to look like you fled the scene. And then you are talking to the police. So it pays to think about those dynamics. I mean, actually, this is a useful opportunity for me to grift my class real quick. Let me open up my little slide, because we spend an hour in our Law of Self-Defense Advanced course talking about interacting with the police in the aftermath of a use of force event, because it's a much more subtle problem than most people think, because they haven't really thought it through. Let me pull up my little slide here. But there's at least three different interactions you may have with the police. You're going to have that 911 call. You're going to have the officers who respond to the 911 call, the uniformed cops. And then you're going to have the detectives who want to talk to you about what happened. And those are three very, very different potential conversations. We're not going to cover it all here, of course. But like I say, in our advanced course taking place Saturday, April 15th, we spend almost an hour of the day in that live class talking about interacting with the police in the aftermath of a use of force event. Sign up for that Saturday, April 15th class this month. And there's only a few days left in this month. And you get 50% off the registration, save yourself $100. That's all at lawofselfdefense.com/advanced. Very, very cool.
And yeah, but this case, of course, is not a self-defense case.
Right.
But, here's the situation that you've got. The guy is the only person anywhere near the scene of the crime. He calls it and reports it. If he suddenly buttons up and says nothing, he may not incriminate himself. However, they're going to do what they've already done. But what he also has here is he has an alternative story and a plausible alibi. I was visiting my mother. He probably knows that his phone and Suburban have tracked him on that trip. Even if he killed them, he knows that he's tracked them, or he's been tracked to visit his mother during the time that the murders are allegedly taking place. And he's got a plausible alternative sort of theory for them to investigate. Yeah, if you don't know, my son has been threatened. He's been punched. The death threats are constant. The violence against him has been pretty steady. Please, look into these opportunities. If he genuinely didn't kill someone, he probably wants to talk. And this is the one thing that's really tough for all of these things. Everybody, no matter how cool and stoic you are, wants to tell the damn story as fast as possible. Especially not guilty people want to
help.
Yeah, I didn't. Your loved ones are dead, and now all you're trying to do is get the person who killed them to be found. That's what you want to do, and people have to resist that. But in this case, I mean, ideally, the general advice is don't talk to police. But once you get arrested, by the way, you're going to be interrogated, and things change a little bit. But you can still assert your Fifth Amendment right, of course. But they can ask you lots of questions, and then for a lot of people, they just want to be answered. But mind you, this guy was never arrested. You can assert your rights, of course, before Miranda, but they can keep asking before you're Mirandized too. So it's a pain in the ass.
Yeah, I mean, there's the risks are, of course, even if you're just trying to be helpful, you didn't kill your wife and son, right? So you're just trying to give the police information that might help them find the killers. It's very easy to say things that can be taken out of context. Imagine you just had a fight with your wife the day before, and you're thinking to yourself, "Oh, I can't believe it that this is how she had to die. We just had a fight the day before. We really have a great marriage." But you mentioned the fight you had the day before. You think a prosecutor's not going to look at that as motive for a killing? Of course they will. And you never say everything, right? There's a limited amount of time and words that are being said in this discussion with police. And anything you don't say that the prosecutor can twist into something that's consistent with guilt, they'll say, well, he never talked about X or Y or Z when he was being questioned by police. Why is that? Isn't that suspicious? He didn't talk about that. But it's like you always have the wrong gun. There's always stuff you didn't say. And the prosecutors will look for that and use that against you. And also, if you're literally just silent, you don't assert your rights, and you're not yet Mirandized, that they can use that pre-Miranda silence against you. They can say, hey, we asked him what happened here, and he wouldn't say a word to us.
Listen to what they did yesterday. We told him about the tire tracks, and his demeanor changed. Changed to what?
Right.
What demeanor change? It's an empty statement. I perceived a shift in how he was presenting. A shift to what, from what? Now, are you a psychologist, a sociologist, a body language expert? What things? Why are we taking your perception? Well, he's a police officer. I mean, he knows how people act and behave. No, he doesn't. It's just a person. He's a person with a very specific lens on behavior. And yet we allow, and of course you have to allow this stuff in court, but we allow this, and then juries take from it what they project onto what the other person must be thinking about the thing. And that'll play with silence as well. If the police officer says he was silent, which was a little strange to me. Oh, why was that strange? Man, it's very weird for him to be silent. Usually people must not be silent, not guilty people.
Yeah.
Not be silent. So,
and it can be very subtle. It's very common for these interviews, they're really interrogations, but interviews for the questioner, the police officer, to close out by saying, is there anything else you'd like to share with us about this event? And that locks you into all the stuff you didn't say. Because they'll say, well, we gave him the opportunity to tell us that at the time. We asked him if he had anything else to share, and he said no. So it's very, very risky. I mean, Steve knows all this better than me, of course.
Well, it's just so painful talking about this stuff because I've seen it's such a game. And actually, at the end of last night's broadcast, Nick had brought up a good point about, well, what's your advice? And then we talked about the 911 calls. And, obviously, you need to invoke your right to remain silent. I say, I wish to remain silent. and I want to talk to an attorney. You say it directly and forthrightly, and then you obey it. All right, now, and that is what you need to do. Now, anything, if you're being talked to by the cops and there's a dead person in your laundry room or whatever, that's what you do. Anything you have to say can be filtered through your defense lawyer. He can communicate with the prosecutors. The cops will not have the power anyway. They just want to lock you up. So forget them. They don't have the power to negotiate or let you off. They're going to arrest you. They're going to do what they're going to do regardless of what you say. So do that. Now, but then the qualifier, the little star there, and I think it's an excellent, Andrew has a whole, like an hour-long presentation about 911 call, because you are talking to the police when you talk to 911. You want to call 911 if there's a shooting or something like that. And those calls will come in. So it's a little bit longer than we have here today, but I would highly recommend that they go talking. It's called the invoke to remain silent with a little star qualifier about the 911 call and the initial contact. Maybe Andrew can give us a little tease on that point and where to find the full video.
I don't even know. Well, we teach it in the class Saturday, April 15th. That would be the best way to do it. And you can ask all the questions you want because we teach that class live. I mean, I do talk about this all the time. So anyone who looks through my my content will, but it's not like I have it bookmarked.
Because I've watched it several times, because in my class when I was teaching criminal law in the American law courses for Andrew, I had a whole module. I mean, it was basically one whole class, an hour and a half. The homework was, there's a law professor, I forget which university it's from, but he talks about never talk to police. And there's a very viral video about never talking to the police. And then Andrew quibbled with the guy and said, well, because I assigned that as homework. And he says, well, yes, but I've got the Branca qualifier. And he is correct, because Andrew's the self-defense guy. And if we're talking about self-defense shootings, there's a little bit of different dynamic in a specialized area. So I would agree with Andrew's qualifier on that. But during that hour and a half discussion, it was basically a breakdown of all the ways that you can lose your Miranda rights, lose your right to remain silent. Anything you say on the cell phone, on the jail phones, to your mother, to anybody but your defense attorney, will come in. And Miranda is useless unless you, as a citizen, empower yourself by obeying, invoking affirmatively your right to counsel and your right to remain silent, and then following it, staying silent. Not talking on the cell phones, not talking to your mom, not talking to anybody. Say, that's about the case. My lawyer, you got to talk to my lawyer about it. That's facts of the case. That's what you got to do. Otherwise,
and don't get tricked. Cops are tricky, man. You'll invoke your right to silence, and they'll say, we can't ask any more questions. Then we'll wait until your lawyer gets here, I guess. But then they'll have a conversation amongst themselves within your hearing about your case, and they'll say all kinds of things you find objectionable to try to goad you into entering the conversation yourself. Because once you start talking,
well, that is actually, there's a case right on point that rejects that. But the better solution is, what they do is they put you in the back of a patrol car with another guy who's not a police officer, and that guy starts chatting it up, and then he's not a police agent. You're just chatting with your buddy in the back. Hey, what'd you do, man? And then all those,
what are you in for?
Because those are in the back of the car, and it's not a private place, and that comes in. Oh, there's so many tricks. So basically, invoke and shut up and talk to your lawyer. Anything you say, and then look at Andrew's discussion about that in a self-defense context if you are a concealed carry holder.
It's important to note his lawyer was right there with him in the car the entire time for that interview. So
Well, I mean, this is what's frustrating. Have we seen anything Before yet? the jury comes in, I want to
inculpatory?
review a few of the rules of court.
He calls him his
and rules of
personal
procedure
attorney.
of
That
counsel.
attorney should never have allowed him to say anything.
First, Rule 20 of the Rules of Criminal Procedure provides that there shall be no objection, no argument on objections unless requested by the court.
There he goes.
And that's Rule
Laying down some discipline, speaking rules, speaking objections.
19.
So Monkey Man, the recap of this
18.
case is this guy is
No
a long-standing
argument on
attorney,
objections unless requested by the court.
family history of very powerful attorneys in the state. He's accused of murdering his wife and
18B.
son in this case.
Then rule.
With a rifle and a shotgun.
43H.
Respectively. And but there's this all this other background drama and cases, and we don't know how those are going to be brought into this case or not yet.
Criminal procedure.
So they're kind of not relevant until they get brought in.
I believe it is.
Right now, it's a double
37,
murder,
yes.
wife and son.
That is that only one counsel for each party shall examine or cross-examine a witness. And by extension to that, the court's order, and that's Rule 611 and the procedure established in the courts of this state, the examining counsel only shall make objections. If Mr. Griffin is going to cross-examine, Mr. Griffin makes objections. Likewise with the state's attorney general.
It's not a team effort, folks.
Yep.
Jump up and object and argue. Any questions about either of those rules?
I got a question.
To get to testify about blood in the water yesterday, I objected, and it was a speaking objection. I apologize. But when I object, will you, and sometimes invite argument, or I'm trying to preserve objections in the record. And I'm just wondering.
So it's a one or two word
he doesn't get an
basis for the
appeal,
objection.
That's not his concern. How would you like me to handle that?
Usually a citation to the rule,
Well, the
objection,
objection
hearsay,
speaks for
foundation,
itself.
relevancy.
If the parties wish to place something on the record at some point in time after a witness after the examination is over, the court will give you that opportunity. But if we have speaking objections, if one party makes an objection and proceeds to argue it through a speaking objection, I give equal time to opposing side. So we end up having a debate rather than that interrupts the trial and all of that. I certainly understand the defense's right to make a proper record, and we'll address that as is needed without there being a speaking objection.
For instance, they listed hearsay, in my opinion, and I object. Should I say objection hearsay or just object?
Yes, sir.
I can do that.
Yes, sir. The legal basis for the objection
Okay.
only.
Not the real.
It's not the first time in court for any of these people.
Thank you.
All right.
No, but some judges want
Bring the jury.
more or less on their objections. And
I kind of have a constitutional problem with the one attorney, one objection rule. I've actually filed motions directed to that rule in our local court because, as you know, I've written on closing argument objections, and I was the designated objector to the closing arguments when I did not do the closing argument, and the judge actually granted that because he said, okay, but the one that does it, he can't object. It has to be one attorney. I said, that's cool, but I'm the guy that can object on closings. And so I was the designated objector, but I did it by written motion prior to the thing to clarify the roles of the parties. Because the problem is you may be a great closing argument guy, but not be a good objector. So this is a deprivation of counsel under the Constitution, as far as I'm concerned. So that rule is for court order. I understand it, but it also impinges on the right to counsel. So this is common. This happens in Florida too. And a lot of judges don't, they got this rule and they got to maintain courtroom, but you also got to respect the defendant's rights.
that's why I like Steve. Did you guys notice what's missing from the frame right now? Right in this area?
Oh,
bottom left.
Look at that.
The jury is present.
Thank you.
It's not the first time that long crime logo has migrated or vanished after being called copyright cucks.
Funny.
Detective Cross, good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Jim Griffin.
Detective Rutland.
Jim?
Rutland.
Rutland, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
My name is Jim Griffin, and I represent Alec Murdaugh. You had testified on direct examination a moment ago that it was, you believe, somewhat unusual for Mr. Murdaugh to go visit his mother as late as 9:06 on a Monday evening. You recall testifying?
I do.
And you were sitting in the car when he was being interviewed, and you recall him saying that his father, Mr. Randolph Murdaugh, had just been put in the hospital that very day,
That's correct.
and that it was an unusual day because Mr. Randolph Murdaugh was not with Ms. Libby Randolph, and she gets anxious when that occurs. You remember that?
I remember him saying
Okay.
something along those lines.
And in that context, you don't criticize a son who goes to visit his mother who has early onset dementia on the very day in the afternoon that the father is admitted to the hospital. You're not here to criticize him for that, are you?
No, I didn't criticize. I just made a mental note that was interesting.
And you walked the crime scene when you arrived, and you made some mental notes and observations that you subsequently recorded in a report, did you not?
I did.
And
Do you have an
one of the
REI
things that
logo
you
on the bottom of your
mentally
shoe?
noted and then subsequently reported was that there was a tremendous amount of blood spatter in the feed room area and around where Paul was murdered. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And there was brain matter and organic matter all about the place where Paul was murdered, correct?
That's correct.
And I think you even described that there was matter, that blood that went up to the ceiling and through the door and spatter everywhere, right?
That's correct.
And you also told the jury that Alec was clean. And you're referring to his shirt was clean, correct?
Correct.
His shorts were clean, correct?
Correct.
You remember the litany of Mr. Metters? Shorts, shirts, shoes were clean, correct?
That's correct.
He was clean, correct?
To my visual eye, he was clean. Yes.
And to your visual eye, it did not look like he had just blown his son's head off in the confines of a feed room where splatter is everywhere. Isn't that correct?
I didn't say that.
Well, let me ask you, in your mind's eye, that night on June 7th, did he look like someone had just blown his son's head off, spatter going everywhere?
Again, I can't say that for sure.
Why not?
A lot of things would come into play to affect that. Distance.
Are
is
you
one of
qualified
them.
to talk about this?
Well, certainly if he appeared that way on the night of June the 7th, you, a sworn law enforcement officer, you would have initiated process to take him into custody, I
Great
suspect.
question.
No, that was not my role that evening. I was just assisting.
Guy's covered in blood. You're not going to arrest
Well,
him.
one of the things you did that evening, Ms. Rutland, was you obtained a search warrant, did you not?
I did.
And that was your first official duty in connection with this double homicide investigation, right?
That's correct.
And I'm going to show you Exhibit 3, Your Honor. I shared it with Mr. Metters during the break and asked the witness to identify it. You recognize Exhibit 3?
I do. This is the search warrant I got that night.
Your Honor, we'd move Exhibit 3 into evidence this time, I believe without objection.
No objection.
It's admitted.
I have it. So tell the jury, please, Exhibit 3 is, well, first, let's just talk about a search warrant. What is a search warrant?
It grants us the right to search a certain item that may be potential evidence in a case.
And this search warrant was for what property?
4147 Moselle Road in Islandton, County of Colleton, State of South Carolina.
And it covers the whole roughly 1,700 acres of the whole property, does it not?
That is correct.
And it covers the house, the residence where you went into the foyer, right?
Correct.
It covers all the outbuildings, correct?
Correct.
And it covers, and it gives you the right to seize any type of evidence,
He
correct?
means the
That is
production.
correct.
Let me see if I can get Mr. Elmo to work. Can you turn it on, please?
Elmo. We love Elmo.
I've got to turn sideways. All right. See if we can read that document. Was there light in front of you? That's much better. And can we zoom in? All right. Okay. Got it. Thank you.
We black out the courtroom again.
So,
Squizgar
and this
says
is the search warrant, right?
alternative
Yes,
theory.
it
This
is.
is a love
And it
triangle
says
double
description of
murder.
premises.
This is the South.
To be searched. And here it's 4147 Moselle Road, Islington. And then there's a PIN number. What's the PIN number?
That's a property identification number that's assigned to every parcels of real property within the county. It's set by the tax office.
It says the property to be searched are any residences, vehicles, outbuildings, kennels, or sheds, right?
That is correct.
And then it says the description of the property to search and to be seized, and that's under the description of property, right?
Correct.
And you prepared this document for the magistrate to sign.
I did.
And here says evidence that may be used or taken during the commission of a crime of homicide to include but not limited any item, tool, clothing, gloves, mask, hats, hoodies, shoes, boots, jewelry, firearms, ammunition, shell casings, gunshot residue, weapons, identification documents, any paperwork, etc. It says any evidence inside vehicles on the property, any evidence found in outbuildings or sheds, any tire, shoe impressions, any and all DNA to include but not limited to fingerprints, touch DNA, etc. Any drugs, narcotics.
It's important that search warrants are narrowly scoped.
Any and all cellular phones, phone records to include incoming, outgoing calls, text messages, voice messages, etc. And it goes on to talk about photographs and whatnot. It's all encompassing, isn't it?
It is.
And this is basically as broad as a search warrant that you draft because it's a homicide investigation and it gives you carte blanche on the property of the crime scene, correct?
That's correct.
Carte
And with the search warrant, you had the authority to go in the house and look for unclean, dirty clothes. Did you not?
I wasn't in that capacity that evening. I was assisting.
Well, the search warrant provided that authority to law enforcement, did it not?
It would have, yes.
And you mentioned that you got into the law enforcement business because you're CSI TV junkie of sorts. Did I understand you to say that?
Yeah, I was.
Okay, and you've seen CSI shows where they go and they look in the drains of showers or sinks and to see if blood residue had been recently flushed through there. That's possible, is it not?
It could be.
And that's just not on TV. I mean, that's skills that SLED's crime team has available to them, correct?
I don't know what they have available, but that would be a crime scene unit question.
Yeah, sure.
The
You don't know that? Come on.
and actually there were
Amazing how stupid they get when they're being cross-examined.
the clean clothes
I've never even heard of
that
that.
Murdaugh was wearing that night. They were seized, were they not?
Yes.
Okay, and the clean shoes were seized, correct?
Yes.
And the clean shirt was seized, was it not?
Yes, it was.
But that you were in the house when that happened, but you didn't collect the clothes, right?
I did not collect anything. I stood by in the foyer.
And who did the collection? Do you recall?
Special Agent Owen.
And when was he assisted by anybody?
I was just standing by. They went to a back bedroom and I was in the foyer area. It was like an open floor plan.
And do you recall how? Do you recall what Mr. Owen, Detective Owen, Special Agent Owen, apologize. Special Agent Owen, did you observe what he collected the clothes in?
I did not.
Did he collect all the clothes and put them in one paper bag?
I don't recall.
Now, the jury heard the complete video, audio of the interview with Alec Murdaugh on the evening, early morning hours of June the 8th, and yet you were asked to repeat some of the things that he said, and I want to. I mean, the tape speaks for itself. I don't want anyone to misconstrue your testimony, so just want to ask you: are you saying that Mr. Murdaugh tried to turn his son over 2 times on that tape, or that on 2 occasions he described one incident that he tried to turn his son over?
The latter, that he explained twice, 2 different times.
So in answer to your question, if anyone would walked away thinking that Alec Murdaugh told you that he tried to turn him over 2 times, that would just be mistaken, and we've now clarified it, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, you never asked, or Special Agent Owen never asked Mr. Murdaugh how he tried to turn his son over, correct? That's it.
Correct.
And so you see Mr. Meadows crawling around on the floor down here as trying to reenact something. But that night, he never was asked specifically, what did you do to try to turn your son over, correct?
That's correct. We did not ask that.
And that night, he was not asked specifically how the phone popped out of his pocket while you were trying to turn him over, correct?
Correct.
And that night, he was not asked specifically how far were you able to move
This is
Paul,
good.
if
This
at
all
all,
those
when you
things
tried
he
to
didn't
flip
say,
him over,
and he's
correct?
locking down those things.
Correct.
Nailing out those inferences.
And in fact,
Good cross here.
did he really even say that I was trying to flip him over to check his pulse?
Ooh.
I'd have to check the transcript, but I
No.
believe he said something along those lines.
Oh, no.
What did he tell you where he tried to
Ah,
check
there we go.
Paul's pulse?
He did not.
Right. Exactly.
So we don't know from your interview or Special Agent Owen's interview how he tried to turn him over, how the phone popped out, or at least how Alec describes it, because he wasn't asked, and where on Paul's body he attempted to check his pulse, correct?
Correct.
That's a good catch on that.
No, that's what but they've been needing to do that for a while because the state's assuming a particular method of action that is not been demonstrated, not been shown.
Yep.
And you were asked questions about whether there were knee prints and footprints by Paul's body, next to his body, right?
Yes, I was asked that.
And did you do such a forensic analysis, investigation to see if there were boot prints or footprints around Paul's body?
I looked with my eyes.
And were you aware that before you got there? Well, what time did you get there?
Can I check my notes?
Sure.
Okay.
You can take this down. Through Mr. Elma. I think I'm through for now.
That one guy for 2 says, seems like if you don't ask the question, then you can just make up the answer yourself and sell it as fact. Yeah.
12:22 a.m. I was on scene.
You allow
Okay,
the inference
12:22 a.m.
to fester.
And Paul's body and Maggie's bodies were covered up with a sheet, but still present, correct?
Correct.
So when you were looking at Paul's body, just observing whether there are footprints near him, you couldn't see right next to his body because of the sheet, could you?
The sheet was mostly on his body, not on the cement on the ground next to the body.
Cement?
Was it a
How many
fitted
footprints
sheet?
are you going to see in cement?
No, but it wasn't a queen sheet either.
Okay. Then jury has seen photos of the sheet.
Very defensive.
Were you
on that.
aware that Captain Chapman and others went around Paul's body and lifted the sheet up to see if there was a gun underneath him?
You didn't see any footprints from
Not
them
at
either.
the time I was at the scene, no.
Well, I take it you did not observe their footprints anywhere in the area either then, right?
Not that I recall.
Oh, weird.
Yeah, with mud and water, blood.
Yeah, no
There's
bloody footprints.
You
tracked
said
around.
that Alex's pants were clean. Remember saying that?
Okay,
remember
here we
saying
go.
that.
What
Those
color
shorts.
pants did he have on?
Khaki.
All right. And are you aware of any forensic testing that had been done to the pants to see whether there was blood on the pants?
That night?
Oh, anytime.
Subsequently?
No, there was nothing done that night forensically.
He
That
said.
night,
He
nothing
said
was done
subsequently.
Not before I interviewed him, no.
And you just did not observe any blood on his pants or in his pocket?
No, just simply speaking with him like this, looking him up and down, I did not see any blood on him.
Are you aware that there was a forensic test that found blood on his pants and in his
And
pocket?
he didn't look like someone who had just been within feet of blowing Paul's head off, right?
Again, I can't say that. There's so many different factors that you would have to take into account.
Let's
Now-
set her up with would blood be inculpatory or exculpatory? And then the fact that she doesn't know that the blood's on the pants. So
That'd
he
be
didn't.
good.
Yeah.
You did a lot more, I believe, that night. After you left, well, let's go back. When you got to the scene, you partnered up with Agent Owen, correct?
That is correct.
And you saw inside the shed and you observed there was wadding on the floor near his feet, Paul's feet.
Correct.
And when we say wadding, what are you talking about?
The internal components of a shotgun shell.
And then you saw in the rear window of the shed, there were several holes, right?
That is correct.
And you described in your report that you saw large amounts of blood spatter and brain skull matter were on the door to the shed and on items within the storage building. You saw all that, right?
That's correct.
And then you went and examined Maggie's body, did you not?
I wouldn't say examined. I would just say I looked at her.
And one of the things that you noticed when you were
Not examining
looking
her.
at Maggie's body, I believe you said you noticed there are a few clumps of her hair and a broken earring were located near a UTV tire, right?
That is correct.
And what's UTV tire?
I'm sorry.
What do you mean by UTV?
All-terrain vehicle, like a four-wheeler, side by side.
And you talked about these foot impressions that you observed, right?
I did.
And I said I was done with Mr. Elmo, but I'm not. Can we put these back up, please?
UTV all-terrain vehicle.
Turn on Elmo. It's on. Oh, there it is.
I think it's utility terrain vehicle, but don't hold
Can
me
you
to
zoom
it.
in? Doug? Let's just change the color.
No, a UTV is not an ATV. UTVs are more car-like.
All right.
Usually an enclosed cabin, people sit side by side as opposed to one behind the other.
May not be a good one.
That might be a good one. Keep talking to yourself, sir.
Thanks. You mentioned that you told investigators that work for me and Mr. Harpootlian that the boot prints were not yours. in these photos, right?
That is correct.
But now you told the jury that the boot prints are yours.
That's incorrect. Those are not my boot prints.
Okay, okay. Whose boot prints are they?
I don't know.
Oh, so I'm, okay. That's why I get to do this. So,
Objection to his comments.
Yes, let's pose questions.
so
Oh, wow.
you don't know whose boot prints those are.
No.
All right.
This is great, man. I gotta say, I really admire. These are good defense attorneys. Oh, I get to do this. So he gets to do this. Is a cross on a depot. So this is very important to skill wise for attorneys to pay attention to. Watch how this guy's going to do it. I guarantee he's going to be smoking on it. This is how you do a cross with a depot contradictory statement on the stand.
Now, one thing about the search warrant that I asked you about earlier.
Oh, nope. Left it.
It was, do you have it up there?
I couldn't remember if I gave it back to you or
No, I
not.
don't think you did.
Okay.
It's okay. It was never executed, was it? Sorry.
I handed this off to SLED agents once I was at the scene. Thank you.
Not my job again.
You said you handed the search warrant off to SLED agents.
I did.
Okay. But to your knowledge, was it ever executed?
Yes, it was.
Or you think it was executed?
It was.
You think it was executed.
And why do you say that?
Because the SLED crime scene unit, I was present while they were processing the scene and executing the search warrant.
And so there are two ways that law enforcement can get access to property. One is through a search warrant and one's by consent. Isn't that right?
That's correct.
Now, are you aware that Mr. Murdaugh gave SLED, Colleton County, any law enforcement, FBI, carte blanche consent to search his property?
That wasn't relayed to me. I was tasked with getting a search warrant, so I
You had
did.
no idea.
Okay, and once a search warrant is executed, a return is filed with the magistrate who issued it, right?
That's correct.
And you never filed a return on that search warrant, right?
Do you have, it, like I said, it was given to SLED, so.
So we'll find out more about that. But to your knowledge, I mean, you didn't file a return. That's all you can say, right?
I don't recall. I have to check my notes.
You heard on the tape, you heard Mr. Murdaugh say, you can do anything, look for anything. Do you remember him just giving consent to whatever you need?
As far as speaking with him, yes, I remember him saying that.
And
So you did hear him give consent then.
and you walked back through the crime scene one last time before you cleared the area on the morning of the 8th. Is that right?
You could say that. We were walking around the whole night and staying out of the way of the crime scene unit.
Were you there after the crime scene unit left?
No, I was not. They were still processing when I left.
Do you know
Way more
whether or not
engaging than direct.
The crime scene unit left shotgun pellets
I have
behind in the feed room.
I have no knowledge of any of that.
20, 30, even more shotgun pellets left behind in the feed room. Were you aware of that?
Objection is sustained.
Judge is trying to move it along. Yeah.
Well, what was the objection?
On Thursday,
Are you aware
answered.
that? I guess.
June 10th, 2 days, 3 days,
It's worth taking the
Thursday, June the 10th.
sustained objection to get it in a second time for
Yeah.
emphasis.
You went
Mailing
with
that 20 to
SLED, a
30
number of
pellet
SLED
number.
agents and law enforcement agents went to meet with Mr. Murdaugh, Mr. Murdaugh's brothers, Randy and John Marvin, Mr. Murdaugh's son. And they all agreed to meet, and found a location outside of Barnville, I believe. You remember doing that?
I do. I remember doing that.
And that was during that, I believe you and a sled agent interviewed Mr. Randy Murdaugh, correct?
That's correct.
And Mr. Randy Murdaugh agreed to allow the download of his cell phone, correct?
That's correct.
And gave consent, right?
He did.
And Mr. Alec Murdaugh, to your knowledge, gave consent to download his cell phone, correct?
To my knowledge, yes.
And Mr. John Marvin Murdaugh did the same, correct?
Correct.
And Mr. Buster Murdaugh did the same, correct?
He did.
And everyone gave a voluntary interview that day, to your knowledge, right?
They did.
And then a little bit later, on the Wednesday, June 16th, you assisted SLED when they went out to the Moselle property and went diving, searching for, well, let me ask you. When you assisted SLED dive team, or did you assist SLED dive team on June 16th, 2021?
I did.
And with a search of the Moselle property, focusing on waterways, ponds, the Salkehatchie River access points for evidence from the crime, correct?
That's correct.
Were you looking for the firearms that were used to murder Maggie and Paul?
We were looking for anything that could have been linked to their murders.
And then you utilized ATVs and canvassed the entire 1,700 acres of land.
I did. That was my assignment that day.
And once again, that was done with consent by Mr. Murdaugh, correct?
That is correct.
Our
And then
client
went
was
back the next
open.
day.
He didn't try to hide anything.
And dove another pond on the property. You remember doing that?
I didn't dive, but I was standing by, yes.
You were there?
Yes,
And again, that was with consent, right?
correct.
And then you were given consent and you did a search of a white F-250 pickup that Paul normally drove, right?
That is correct.
And while you were there, Mr. Davis shows up, and Mr. Davis, you understood to be the caretaker for the dogs, right?
Yes, that's what he explained his job title was at Moselle.
And that, did you observe him doing his work that day?
I did.
Did you watch him wash down the dog runs?
I don't remember that part.
But you were able to look at his tire marks and make an assessment as to whether they appeared to match the tire marks that were seen under the shed portion next to the old airplane hangar, right?
That's correct. He parks under the canopy next to the UTV.
And then on Friday, June the 18th, you had a meeting and you looked at some photos, I believe crime scene photos and autopsy photos at SLED, correct?
I did.
And you made a mental note and you put it in your record that you noticed a few strands of what appeared to be brown hair, unable to determine the length from the photo in Maggie's hands and fingers, right?
That is correct.
And you thought that possibly was indication of a struggle, that Maggie had grabbed someone, had their hair in her hands, right?
I didn't say that in my report.
That's
no.
interesting.
So why did you note it in your report?
Because it was an observation.
You noted brown hair that couldn't be
You also
identified.
noticed, in your report that there were some injuries, what appeared to be to Paul's face, that like he had been some type of struggle, right?
I noted what to me could have been scratches or a bruise on his cheek.
I thought Paul's face was injured from the shotgun shell.
And we heard some
Or
testimony yesterday about a bolo on the lookout for a white pickup that Paul normally drives. That pickup was found the next morning, correct?
That's correct. It was broken down.
Yeah, and you learned through your investigation that Paul had switched vehicles with his uncle John Marvin, and John Marvin was rushing to Moselle when he got the phone call in Paul's truck, and it broke down the side of the road.
Yeah, that's correct. It was
Oh,
I
it's
believe
not
Mr.
expensive.
Randolph struggled to get in and out of the truck.
I'm very confused again.
Did Colony County Sheriff's Office put out a statement to the press on the morning of June the 8th that there's no need to public to be alarmed?
I don't believe that came from our office. It did not come through CID for approval. I never seen that press release.
So was Alec Murdaugh, your assisting SLED, night of June the 7th, morning June the 8th, was Alec Murdaugh a suspect?
That night, everybody was a suspect.
Really?
Everybody? Can you be more specific? Who else were suspects besides?
Well, there was reasons we were asking certain questions, who his best friend is, who, their routine each day. There were so many different scenarios it could have been that night. So
That doesn't
in
make
my
someone a
view,
suspect.
Everybody was a suspect.
If you have
at
to
that
ask who
point,
someone's best friend is, they're
Including
not a
Alec.
suspect.
including Alec.
So you were a suspect, says B. Jefferson.
Right.
Where
You
were
have
you
brown
that
hair.
night?
You have brown
What?
hair.
Beg the court's indulgence to consult.
They're saying that there was hair in the woman victim's hand that she observed, and she did not note that in her police report?
I
But
think
she
she
noted
did
that-
note it in the report, but she's saying, well, I don't have a theory for why that might be there.
Which is insane.
Right.
That's like cop 101, isn't it?
Of course she had a theory. She just doesn't want to say it.
Yeah.
Why else would the hair be there in the context of a murder?
Maybe the
There's
hair's
so-
from the chicken.
There's so many untied threads here. There's so many rivulets of information that it's like, give me a guidepost, man. I want a timeline. Number one, I really, really want a timeline. I'm really kind of paying attention because I'm starting to write little notes here about what is it? Why do I have to do this? Police, prosecutors, give me a timeline. What is the timeline in which he's alleged to have done this? And show me like all the stuff that they're alleging he supposedly did. They're trying to cram into like a little 10-minute window. I don't understand.
Yeah.
He goes back and gets his shotgun. I mean, we really need this to be clear because this prosecutor is going to screw this up bad if they don't.
Did they do any elimination tests on the hair? Like, did they do an analysis? Did it belong to Paul? I mean, I don't know. It looks like red hair runs in the family for the boys, but maybe he had brown hair.
No, he had red hair too.
Oh, okay.
Both sons had the same color, orange hair.
So whose brown hair is in her hands? And why would that be there? Maybe it was hers. I don't know. Maybe she was, brushing her hair back or whatever. But that
If the
sounds
state
kinda
doesn't
weird.
come back and clarify this, they're in deep doo-doo because that is a huge bit of evidence. If they just like roll and say, "Oh, well, next witness," I don't know.
Your Honor, we're going to play a portion of Exhibit 1. We need to cover our screens. It is a portion of sensitive matter.
I don't think I've ever been this confused
Can you see that?
in a trial.
Ms.
To try to
Rowan?
figure out what's going on.
Okay, let's just stop right there. You see how far that sheet is on either side of Paul's body there?
At this point in time, yes, I see how it looks.
Is that roughly how far it was across Paul's body when you got there?
No, because I could see the top of his head.
Well, I'm talking about the width of his body. Was it that far across?
I don't recall how it was because I could see parts of his body, but it was still on him.
Okay. We go ahead and play.
Alki said, didn't the opening statement from the state say there were no signs of struggle? Yes.
Did you notice any footprints of the agent there inside the kennel
That's why this hair is really troubling.
No, I believe he's standing on the
in the food room?
In the feed room?
Right.
No. But it was starting to rain.
Corn pop in the house.
Yeah, I sent you some restaurant recommendations for Vegas, Nick,
Ooh,
in the private chat.
sounds good. Lord Vader says, I too assisted the dive team, quoting Chandler Halderson.
Where were they diving exactly?
Chandler Halderson lied about being being employed by an insurance company in Wisconsin to do dive investigations. So that's
Okay,
what
you
makes
stop
that
right there,
fun.
please. Can you back it up just 5 seconds? Yeah, play it. Right there. As soon as it goes down, a little bit further. All right, please stop. Was that how far across the sheet was when you observed Paul's body?
I don't remember. Like I said, when I got there, there was SLED agents as well as deputies standing around the scene, and I wasn't sure what had happened before I got there. I don't recall how the sheet was.
Well, was the sheet on Paul's body the entire time you were walking the crime scene?
No, eventually it was removed when the crime scene unit was ready to process his body.
I just want to clear up. When you said Alec was wearing khakis, were you referring to shorts or long pants?
Shorts.
Is this from the video from the interview? Your Honor, we're going to publish a small portion of the video in the car, which is their last exhibit. Well, excuse me, that's from number 1. Those are shorts he was wearing?
Yes.
Are those khakis or green?
Oh,
Khaki style, green.
Oh,
khaki
That's all I
style
can
now.
take. That's all the questions we have, Your Honor.
And redirect.
Yes, sir.
Oh, God. She feels stupid. Look at her stupid face. She's like, God damn it. That was dumb.
Mr. Griffin asked you about some things you did after your interview the following days,
He did.
and you had mentioned a search warrant was executed. Were you working with SLED after June 8th? He's asked you about them.
SLED is the South Carolina
Did you
Law
work with
Enforcement
them in
Division.
executing search
For
warrants?
people who are
I did.
curious.
State level
Specifically on
cops,
June
basically.
9. And who were you working with?
Special Agent Owen.
And I think did Mr. Griffin ask you, there was a truck on the side of the road that went back to her brother, John Marvin?
That's correct.
So that was the white truck
Yes.
that was on the side of the road?
Yes.
And who did it belong to?
John Marvin.
Okay, and that was off the property of Michelle?
That's correct.
So that has nothing to do with this case as far as suspect and this killing does.
No, it did not.
How do you know?
Process to rule it out.
What's that last thing?
We process it to rule it out.
You didn't process the hair,
He
though.
asked you about meeting with these folks and then talking to you. You were working with SLED doing that, weren't you?
I was.
SLED was investigating this case.
Right.
Yes.
Getting swabs. Getting swabs from folks? In general,
Yeah.
getting swabs?
I was present when
He's so
swabs were
aggressive with
taken,
his own
yes.
witness.
I'm not trying to say
Yeah.
you took them. I'm
No,
just following up on his
That's
question.
correct. Yeah.
Were you present when interviews were taken?
I was present. Yes.
And who was leading those interviews?
SLED.
Who was in charge?
SLED.
Were they investigating?
They were investigating.
Did you assist SLED with the initial timeline on phone calls?
I did.
On June 12th, did you assist SLED in removing an internal computer black box of a Chevy Suburban?
I did by standing by.
Should a lot of standing around.
June 14th, did you assist SLED in obtaining a search warrant for Maggie Murdaugh's Mercedes?
I did.
And was Lieutenant Kent in charge of that?
He was.
Was SLED investigating?
SLED was investigating.
Was that what's referred to as the blue box?
Black box, I
Black
believe.
box? Okay,
Yes.
sorry about that.
Mhm.
Were you with SLED when Maggie Murdaugh's Mercedes was towed?
I was.
Did y'all have a search warrant for that?
We did.
The state's always going to get the search warrants, even with consent, folks, because they're giving out like candy, and they don't want an argument about whether the consent was genuine or not.
June 16th, would you dispute that, 2021?
No, that's correct.
And I think Mr. Griffin asked you about a truck that a Mr. Davis was driving out of the shed. Were you able to confirm that the tire tracks in the shed were his?
I did by looking at them.
By looking at them?
Yes. Mhm.
And I think Mr. Griffin asked you, did Mr. Davis said he was in and out of there a couple times a day?
Twice a day. Yes.
So those tracks inside the shelter were whose?
The dog caretaker, Mr. Davis.
And I think he asked you about water. Just remind
How do
me,
they know
the
that?
night you were there, did you see water around the bodies?
You tire
Yeah.
expert?
Did they take pictures? Did they sample the tires? She just looked at, glanced at them, and knew this.
Yeah, I would definitely recross on this.
He asked you about some injuries, I think, that you had noted in your report. How did Paul fall?
Face down at an angle outside the feed room.
On what?
On his hands and arms.
Okay. But his face hit what?
The gravel.
Mr. Griffin asked you about how many times the defendant, Richard Alexander Murdaugh, had mentioned to turn his son Paul's body on page 2 of the transcript or toward the front. Actually, I think I tried to turn Paul over first. You remember him saying that?
Yes.
You know, I tried to turn him over and I don't know, I figured it out.
Yes.
And his cell phone popped out
Correct.
and I tried to do something
Mm-hmm.
thinking maybe, but then I put it back down.
Correct.
For his words, I think I tried to turn him over.
Yes.
And later on, I tried to turn him and then I tried to check him.
Correct.
I tried to turn him.
Correct.
Okay.
Asked you about the sheet on the body. Did you
So
see
what?
the top of Paul's head?
I did.
Okay. And he asked you about the sheet over that body. I want to ask you about a sheet. When you saw Richard Alexander Murdaugh, did he have a sheet over him?
He did not.
Could you see his face, his hands, his body, his pants, and his shirt?
I could.
Did he look like somebody who had just changed his clothes?
Yes.
This is for the objection.
What does that look like?
Look like someone who had changed his
Response, Mr.
clothes.
Metters.
I couldn't hear what he said. Did those clothes appear to be fresh,
They did.
like they just come out of the laundry?
They could be.
This is insane.
It's amazing what these cops can discern with their eyeballs.
Can we qualify her as a fresh out of the laundry expert? Like, what is that?
Briefly on it, Detective, it was raining that night, wasn't it?
It started to rain before we did our interview.
Can you put up that photo that of his shorts and shirt that was saw a minute ago.
She's a woman. She knows her laundry. Oh, God damn it.
Jeez.
What's that? Waiting for.
I just don't get it though. So where'd the clothes go then? I mean, they searched everywhere.
But they didn't search the house. They is I think what they've stated over and over that they just never searched the house itself.
She went into the foyer, but the sled guy went into the house proper.
Again, they got a timeline issue. Oh, he's got fresh clothes on. Okay, when did he have time to change the clothes and then dispose of them? Where would he have disposed of them?
I'm confused. I'm so confused by this case. I can't believe it. How scattershot this is.
Oh, here it is.
You know, did they ask him in the interview if his clothes look so
These are the
clean? Did they ask him in the
clothes
interview? Did you
that
change
saw
your
him
clothes?
Wearing, sitting in the car?
Correct.
And it's your testimony, those clothing, those clothes look like they're freshly washed.
He's sweating and they're dry, so I would say yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
You may step down.
Bizarre.
We can't see the picture, but I'm assuming
Call your
those
next
clothes
witness.
don't look that fresh, is my guess. They probably look a little wrinkled and disheveled.
At what state of clothes is inculpatory and what state of the clothes is exculpatory? I mean, what is this observation? How does that have meaning to anything that's going on? Are they saying that he changed his clothes? But he had blood in the pocket, right? A white blood wipe and in the pocket.
That's what I think we're going to find out from forensics. But another question.
So if he changed his clothes, how was there blood in the pocket? I'm confused by the whole.
What did you use to determine? What basis did you use to determine the
Delilah
freshness of the clothes?
Cirencione.
And the lack of preservation on the tire tracks, and she just glazed. She
Afternoon,
thinks
Agent
it's
Cirencione.
Good afternoon.
Could you tell the jurors where you work?
I work for the South
We'll be right
Carolina
back
Law
in just a second.
Enforcement
Gotta grab a
Division, or
snack.
SLED. I'm
Your
currently
SLED.
in the behavioral science unit.
SLED is up.
In the crime scene unit.
Now, did you tell me that the mic cannot be turned up more and it cannot be moved? It's fixed?
Is that better, sir?
Yes.
Okay.
May proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. From what time or what dates were you working in the slave crime scene unit?
I was with SLED crime scene from 2017 until 2022 in October.
So on June 7th of 2021, you were working with slave crime scene?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
And did you have an occasion to be involved in the investigation of Alec Murdaugh?
I did.
And what was your involvement in that investigation?
On June 8th, I was requested by my Lieutenant Todd Shank to respond to the call to medical center to collect buccal swabs or DNA swabs from 2 victims.
And can you tell the jurors what is a buccal swab?
A buccal swab is just a DNA swab. So it's a sterile Q-tip about this size, kind of like a Q-tip you use for your ear. And you swab the inside of the
BUCCAL.
for a DNA standard.
Do you just take one swab?
It comes in a set of 2 swabs within one container. So 2 swabs.
I usually
for
pronounce it
each victim.
buccal, but whatever.
So
Same
you
here.
rub the
I may be
inside
wrong.
of the person's cheek with that swab?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and then what do you do with the swabs?
Then it's placed back inside the sterile container and it's put into a coin envelope where it's sealed, dated, initialed, and the time of the collection is written on the envelope.
And it is sealed and dated and initialed to ensure that it is not tampered with. Would that be correct?
That is correct.
And if someone else analyzes or manipulates that swab, they should note that on the packaging?
I'm not sure how it goes after it's out of my control, but I chained all that over to Lieutenant Todd Shank once I went back to the SLED forensic laboratory.
So where did you turn those buccal swabs in?
After I left the medical center, I went back to SLED to the forensic laboratory and did a chain of custody with my lieutenant, and it was then in his custody.
And going back, just to be clear, Who did you collect buccal swabs from?
One female victim, Margaret, and one male victim, Paul Murdaugh.
So it's an inside of the cheek to take a swab from.
Just a DNA test is all it is.
Yeah.
To exclude or include people. Give a sample.
Oh my God, they just this pace. A question, long pause. 2 questions, long pause.
See, this is the Southerners get these Yankees all tied up by them. So, why are you in a hurry? We're putting some fans' life on the line. You need to just calm down, son.
That is the hardest thing for a northerner. We're used to delis where they're moving 1,000 people an hour through the deli.
Come on, next order. Come on. Cheeseburger.
And in Florida, we get behind some old lady who's writing a check and having a conversation about her nieces with the cashier.
Yeah, and this is what you see from behind. You see, oops, darn.
You knocked out your camera.
This damn camera's getting screwy.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's stand for a moment.
It's a little confusing when
What happened?
I don't know. The judge just had everyone stand up. Stretch break.
Oh,
The state had a big pause in their presentation of evidence because, I don't know, the paperwork's not in order. It's
good time for lunch.
Maybe one of the jurors was falling asleep. The judge wanted him to get up and move around.
It is a good time for lunch.
Yeah, it's 12:08.
Yesterday they went to 1 though.
Yeah, this judge kind of keeps on going. It's the slow pace of us Southern folk that are. Good point to stand up and stretch, right? Oh, stretch, everybody.
Chick6Oplix says, "You look freshly changed. Where did you go?"
Boy, it's a lot of dead time.
Yep.
Matthew Riordan says, "Is it the same clothes from the Snapchat with the sun from hours prior?" No idea. We won't know unless they bring that up.
And the whole hair in the hand of the dead mother is completely unresolved at this point. Right?
That hair is like, what's up with that's really crazy. Why wouldn't that be one of the first things where they're like this? Because the state definitively said there were no signs of a struggle in their opening.
I'm going to show you these evidence baggies from SLED. Can you take a look at that?
And even if they can't DNA test and definitively figure out who the hair is,
they can test that. The hair, it used to be problematic, but the DNA has gotten so good they can get, if there's a clump of hair in somebody's hand, they'll be able
to.
To
be the buccal swabs that you collected from Paul and Maggie Murdaugh.
They are.
And how do you know that?
Both of these have my initials, the date, and a description on them, and they're sealed with my initials and the date.
And looking at those, can you tell if anyone else?
Yes, ma'am.
There's custody witness.
Additional lab number and item number and 2 other initials on them.
So once you collected those, it would appear that someone from the lab performed analysis on those swabs.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Next witness.
Yeah, it used to be DNA on hair used to be tricky because you used to have actually roots in order to test it. But the DNA has gotten so good that they can really zero in. Semen is also actually quite difficult to get. Used to be difficult to get DNA matches off.
Oh,
of, but
sometimes as you get older, I guess. I love the pity laugh.
Yeah. Well,
I
no,
hate
it's
you
you're
for
close
saying
to home.
102 and 202 for identification purposes only as State's Exhibit 202, 201, excuse me, being a buccal swab of Paul Murdaugh, and 202 being buccal swab.
I mean,
of
what is this
Margaret
going to tell
Murdaugh.
us? That it's actually
And,
them?
Margaret would actually move to enter these into evidence.
Well, it's just a matching thing, but there's DNA somewhere.
Into evidence.
Where?
That's-
Have we been told? Have we been given a preview? Been nice to have some mechanism by which we could hear the preview of what the evidence may show early on in the trial.
Agent Cerencion, did you do anything else in regards to this case?
Yes, ma'am. Once I cleared from the Carlton Medical Center collecting the buccal swabs, I was requested by Captain Ryan Neal with the SLED Low Country region to respond to the initial scene of the crime scene and collect a cell phone that was collected by their agents via chain of custody.
And whose cell phone did you collect from Ryan Neal? Do you know?
I'm not aware of whose cell phone it was. It was a iPhone cell phone with a clear case.
One or two of those in the world.
Well, what if the hair is?
And what
from
did
the
you do
defendant?
with that cell phone when you collected it?
The cell phone was collected by a chain of custody with Captain Ryan Neal, and then it was placed in a brown paper bag, sealed, and transported back to the SLED Forensic Laboratory, where it was chained over to Lieutenant Todd Shank.
No further.
So this is just for her to get the cell phone in? Whose cell phone? The wife's cell phone? His cell phone? Whose cell phone is this?
They've only well, I don't know. They've been referencing the son's cell phone that popped out of his pocket or something, but the wife must have had her phone too, because the time of death is premised on when they stopped using their cell phones.
Yeah.
Both at about the same minute.
And the wife's cell phone was found not at the scene, but approximately a half mile away on the side of the road using the Find My Phone app.
Oh, right. Yeah. That's,
But in the wrong direction from the mother, right?
That's the impression I got. It wasn't like everything. It's still muddy.
And 205.
Also, you know, Murdaugh gave them access to the Find My Phone app to help them find the cell phone. He did that, which is exactly what you would do if you were the killer. I don't know. Again, it's one of those things where it's like in a movie, you would make that into a big thing one way or the other, but it's completely an ambiguous fact. There's no inference you can properly draw from it.
I think I like Branca's theory about when he talked about the person had a double-barreled shotgun, shot the son, recovered the son's AR, killed the mother with the son's AR, and left the scene. So I'm using that as kind of my have you disproven this reasonable hypothesis of innocence as the kind of go-to.
Right.
So like
it's like the negative hypothesis in a science experiment, right?
Which is more reasonable.
The null hypothesis.
But to this point, that's a more reasonable scenario than what the state is proposing from what I'm seeing. They're saying he killed him and then he went back and he got this and he went over here and he got rid of the clothes and all in this short time span. I'm confused by what the state's trying to say, whereas that hypothesis is very simple, very direct, and has not yet been disproven.
This is Taste Exhibit 204.
Tasty
which is
rabbit.
The cell phone, along with a paper bag here.
Man, she was
Can you
just
tell
gonna
us the paper
not
bag
do
you
this entire
collected,
section.
The cell phone, and put that cell phone in that paper
They've
bag?
got the whole
Yes, ma'am, it
team,
is.
beginners getting in on this
It's
case.
got my handwriting on it with my initials and the date and a description of the cell phone.
This time the state would offer State's Exhibit 204 into evidence.
Object to it coming into evidence.
It'll be marked for identification, those two exhibits.
The phone, those are the chain. that the phone or is that the chain of evidence?
State's Exhibit 204 is the cell phone.
I marked for identification, Your Honor. We have no objection to being marked.
Identification.
And Agent Cirencione, if you could take a look at State's Exhibits 205 and 203 and tell us what those appear to be.
Starving today.
Both of these are chains of custody from myself to my lieutenant at the time, and from Captain Ryan Neal to myself, and then from myself to Pudge.
I've never seen chain
They're
of
both
custody
for the
witnesses
cell
take so
phone
long.
as well as the buccal swabs.
So those forms show where you collected or received the buccal swabs and the cell phone. Is that right?
They're chain of custody, yes, ma'am.
We're going to find his DNA on her cell phone. Is that going to be the big mystery?
Nothing further at this time.
That's not inculpatory either. All this stuff could be done by stipulation.
Did you test the hair? That should be the defense question.
Ma'am, what is it you do for SLED? I mean, I understand you receive things, you take.
Other than look pretty.
But do you transport things or do you have another role at SLED?
I'm currently a special agent with the behavioral science unit.
Okay. At this time, in June of 2021, what were you doing?
In June of 2021, I was a agent with the crime scene unit. With the crime scene unit.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
You help process crime scenes.
Yes, sir. I respond to the state and process crime scenes, collect evidence, document evidence, write reports, and so on, and testify in court proceedings.
And did you do any crime scene processing other than receiving these items in this case?
No, sir, I did not.
Okay. So what happened to, where's that cell phone?
All exhibits, once they've been marked for identification, they remain with the court reporters.
Oh, the state took their exhibits back?
No, they go. I guess the exhibits go with the court reporter. Usually, I think it's with our office. It goes with a clerk in Florida, but they're saying that the exhibits go to the court reporter.
But it looks like the state kept it. This young lady kept them. She brought them back to the table with her. She's new.
Yeah.
You received this cell phone. They didn't tell you it was Maggie Murdaugh's phone, did they?
No, sir.
But you received this cell phone on the morning of what? When?
It was June 8th.
June 8th, the morning after the murders.
Yes, sir. It was June 8th, 2021.
And where was the agent that gave this to you? Where did he meet you?
The initial crime scene.
Okay, at the house, by the dog pens, where?
In the yard near the kennels. And
Okay.
yes, sir.
And when you received it, was it on or off?
I don't recall.
Okay. Are you aware that cell phones can continue to receive information or erase memory after they're, at any point, but specifically when you're trying to preserve evidence? Do you know whether to turn it off or leave it on? Anybody instruct you on that?
I'm not an expert with the cell phones, so I'm not sure, sir.
Okay. Secondly, do you know what a Faraday bag is?
No, sir.
Okay, a Faraday bag, for your edification, is something.
How did you not know that?
How do you not know this?
So that no
That's
one
what
can
you do.
access it. It can't receive new data.
Objection, Your Honor. Is there a question?
There it is, I'm getting to it. And it can't erase
I
data.
love this guy.
Did you know that?
No,
Yes.
sir.
You're in the crime
You
scene.
don't know that?
Have you ever recovered phones before?
Yes, we recover cell phones, but they're typically collected directly by computer crimes or the regional agents.
Okay, so in this instance, though, they were not done the normal way, is what you're saying, the usual way. They gave it to you.
This way, it was just directly transferred to myself so I could bring it back to the SLED lab.
You didn't
And
do it
no
that
one
one
told
job.
you about putting it in a Faraday bag or not turning it off.
Not that day, no, sir.
So would that have been, and who gave it to you, agent?
Captain Ryan Neal with SLED Low Country.
Okay. And he just handed it to you. You put it in a brown paper bag, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you don't know whether it was on or off.
I don't recall.
And there's a passcode
Oh my God, this is so bad.
in this bag with it. Do you know where that came from?
I wrote the passcode that I was given on the brown paper bag.
Okay, and then if somebody else wrote it on this piece of paper?
I did not write it on that piece of paper.
Okay,
At
just
no
to be
point
clear,
during
you
this
were not asked to
did
handle
anyone
this
put it in a
cell
Faraday
phone
bag.
any different than if you've been given a can of pork and beans, put it there, right? Is that right?
It depends if the pork and beans were evidence, but
Well, assume there's a can of pork and beans and it's a piece of evidence and they want you to transport it. Did they give you any special instructions about the cell phone as opposed to a can of pork and beans?
no, sir. The cell phone was collected using gloves and directly placed into the brown paper bag, sealed, initials, dated. A description was written and it was transported straight to the forensic lab for processing.
And you don't know whether it was open, whether it had been shut down or was still on?
Not to my knowledge, no, sir.
Can I put this back in the paper bag? So I don't drop it again?
Sure.
Those instant grits.
Joe, just one moment.
Oh, please keep crinkling it right in front of the microphone. That would be helpful and lovely.
Is she sitting on a high chair?
She's got that booty dough.
Look how high up she is on the compared to the.
Yeah, that's weird.
Redirect.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Thank you. You may step down.
You may unask that seat.
And you may call your next witness.
Yeah, I
Wow.
wouldn't. It's a weird thing to. It's like
You
here,
have
your
another
crotch
witness
is on
available at this
display
time.
Yes, Your Honor.
above the witness
You
day.
may approach.
We're having to get started, Your Honor.
Linda Worley.
Yeah, judge is pushing lunch late again.
So usually what they do is the beginner attorneys, like the young attorneys, they let them do these predicate witnesses to kind of get themselves in front of big cases, and it gives them experience. So you got to be a little more forgiving for these chain of custody witnesses, because this is the kind of thing where you can get trial credit. You know, she's probably a younger attorney in the office and she's second sharing or third sharing. And they're like, why don't you handle these, you know, witnesses that don't really matter?
The stuff you can't screw up.
Well, except that she missed it. You're like, these three things, and she missed the last one. It's like, you forgot the last one. Oh, but that's
Melinda
why
Worley, Worley.
It's not weird
Good
that
afternoon,
random
Agent Worley.
people wouldn't know what a Faraday bag is.
Could you tell the jurors where
What
you
an
work?
evidence custody
for SLED.
person who's dealing
How
with
long have
cell
you worked for
phones
SLED?
should.
Since
should know the
August of
policy.
2011.
You know her real name is Karen.
And what is your current position at SLED?
I'm currently a senior criminalist in the latent print unit of the
Branca
Forensic
burned,
Services
yeah.
Lab.
Can you tell the jury a little bit about your education and training and other experiences at SLED that have
Good time
led
for a
you
bathroom
to this
break.
point?
I have a bachelor's of science degree in anthropology from the University of Tennessee at Chattanooga, a bachelor of science degree in forensic science from Mercyhurst College, a master's of science in forensic science from the University of Florida. And along with the master's degree, I also received a graduate certificate in forensic death investigation. I started at SLED in 2011 in the crime scene unit as a special agent. I followed through the training program that SLED provides in-house. I finished that, I believe it was July of 2012. And at that point, I was able to take cases as a crime scene agent. But shortly thereafter, I also started training in the discipline of footwear and tire tread examination. I finished that training in March of 2014. And so then I was doing crime scene and footwear and tire cases.
A lot of this training is
until
garbage.
August of 2022. I transferred out of the crime scene unit to the latent print unit. I also switched from being a class 1 law enforcement officer, I was a senior special agent, to a class 3 law enforcement officer. So now I'm a senior criminalist and a footwear and tire examiner.
And so, I mean, as far as crime scene goes, can you tell us about any special training that you have pertaining to crime scene specifically?
I've taken several courses in bloodstain pattern analysis.
Oh, talk
shooting
about garbage.
reconstruction, archaeology, forensic archaeology, and
Dinosaurs.
clandestine graves, photography.
And back in 2021, you were a crime scene investigator, is that correct?
That's correct.
And now you are in the footwear and tire examination, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and what would be the appropriate title for that?
Footwear and tire examiner.
Okay. And what other additional qualifications do you have to examine footwear and tire impressions?
I've taken 2 40-hour courses related to footwear, and I've completed approximately 50 footwear cases since I was completed my training in 2014. I've testified as an expert witness 9 times, qualified.
Is that in state court?
Yes, ma'am.
And you said about how many, I guess, cases have you had where you have examined footwear and tire impressions? If you could give us that.
This lawyer's only job is to ask
Actual
questions
scenes I've
that
worked
have been
that
written
had
down for
footwear, or
her.
just in general footwear.
In general.
I think it's around 50 cases.
Your Honor, this time I would move to qualify Investigator Whirley as an expert in footwear and tire examination.
Says the defense.
No objection, Your Honor. She's obviously qualified.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, where a witness, by virtue of their education and experience, become what the court considers an expert in some field, that witness can give opinions where lay witnesses typically cannot. And this witness has been qualified and now is accepted as an expert witness in the field of, is it footwear examination and what else?
Tire impressions, Your Honor.
And tire impressions. And you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. So Agent Whirley, back in June of 2021, what was your role at SLED again?
I was in the crime scene unit.
As a crime scene investigator?
That's right.
And can you tell us just some of the general procedures of a crime scene investigator who responds to a crime scene?
Sure. We are requested to respond to crime scenes anywhere in the state. When the sheriff's office or police department requests our assistance with a crime scene, we document the scene with photographs and draw sketches, take measurements. We collect evidence, document it, collect it, package it appropriately, maintain chain of custody.
Is there any special kind of protocol that y'all follow?
And we do have a protocol manual, yes.
Okay. Do you ever wear any type of gowns or coverings or anything like that out to a crime scene?
We always wear gloves, no matter what. Depends on the scene, I guess, as far as if we're going to wear any booties or anything else.
Would it be normal protocol to wear booties to an outdoor crime scene?
Not the way we've operated now.
Okay. Why not?
It's not usually, not usually necessary, I guess, as far as watching where you're stepping and not stepping in blood or any tire or footwear impressions or anything. We just don't normally wear booties.
But all that applies
when you're
here.
At a crime scene, are you looking for microscopic evidence?
Well, we don't carry microscopes other than swabbing items at a scene. We would collect potential evidence that way by swabbing it.
All right, let's move on to your involvement in this case. Did you have the occasion to respond to Moselle Road on June 7th?
I did.
Okay. What time did you respond out there?
I believe we arrived around 12:07 a.m.
Okay. And
Oh boy.
are you aware of what time this the crime occurred?
I'm not sure about the time it occurred. I know the time I was notified.
Okay. What time was that?
We were notified around 10:33 p.m.
So it took you roughly 2 hours to get out to the crime scene. Why was that?
We respond from Columbia.
All right. So what did you see when you got out there?
The scene entailed the area where the kennels were located. There was a large workshop with an overhang on between the workshop and where the dog kennels were. There was a sort of gravel path driveway between the kennels and that overhang. A the sheriff's office had brought out a canopy to cover Maggie's body to protect her from the rain.
And what were the weather conditions?
It was raining lightly.
What is one of the first things you did when you got out there?
We met with David Owen, Special Agent David Owen, and regional agents to kind of get a little more information about what the scene entailed. And we did a little initial walkthrough to see the sheriff's office had marked some potential evidence. So we walked around to see what was what and see if we could find any additional evidence before we started taking photographs.
Do you recall collecting a shotgun from Agent Daniel Green, or excuse me, Officer or Sergeant Daniel Green?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And how did that occur?
He had maintained custody of a shotgun and needed to transfer it to me. So he brought it over to my truck and we put it in a gun box. We took photographs of it and rendered it safe.
Was that gun loaded or unloaded when you took custody of it?
It was loaded.
And did you unload that weapon?
I did.
And why would you do that?
We always render a firearm safe before we transport it.
Agent Corley, I'm going to show you what's already been entered as Tate's Exhibit 4, along with the rifle, or excuse me, shotgun that was collected. Could you tell us what you have there?
One of the 2 shot shells that were in the shotgun.
And that's a shot shell that you unloaded from this gun?
That's right.
And what gauge is that?
This one is 16 gauge.
And the correct caliber for that gun is a 12 gauge?
That's right.
What gauge? Right caliber is 12 gauge. Come on.
You got to give the young attorneys a little break on these things. She's just starting out.
Did you take a buckle swab from him?
We did, yes.
And why would you do that?
In case his DNA was on the firearm, we would need to eliminate him or know that was his.
Sorry, the inimitable Lady Rackets popped into the office. I had to say hi, of course.
Of course. Yeah. This is painfully slow. These witnesses should be like boom, 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 boom. You know, you get the evidence. The whole purpose is to get evidence in. Now, this is a tire expert, so she's going to get to that. So let's have the testimony. What is the what's the holdup? In fact, they should really have pre-agreed to all these exhibits.
Agent
1,
Corley,
2,
this
3,
is
4,
Tate's
5.
Exhibit 249.
The buckle
Does that appear
swab,
to
by
be
the way,
buckle
is
swab you collected from
buccal
Daniel Green?
swab.
Yes, it is.
It's a DNA collection.
It has my handwriting, my initials. The seal tape has my initials with my handwriting for the date.
This time, this tape would offer Tate's Exhibit 249 into evidence.
It's admitted without objection.
Yes, I've seen a lot of people have told me the Paul Pelosi body cam footage has been released. I hear you. I'll deal with it when not at trial, like watching a trial that is completely unrelated to it. But thank you all for letting me know.
And there was a verdict in the dumpster defenders, right?
Yeah. Consistent with my legal analysis.
Mr. Corley, if you can take a look at State's Exhibit 17. Do you recognize what is in that picture?
I do.
Is that a true and accurate representation?
It is.
Got it. This time I'll move State's Exhibit 17 into evidence.
Identify what it is before we do that. I mean, no objection, no objection. Okay.
What is it?
It's the shotgun that I took custody of, and the 12 gauge and the 16 gauge shot shells that I removed from the shotgun.
Submitted without objection.
And if you could, for the jury, could you tell us which shells we're looking at here?
The one on the left is the 12 gauge, and the one on the right is 16 gauge.
And those are the shells you unloaded from that gun?
They are.
And you described the crime scene.
Slowly, so slowly.
If you could, State's Exhibit 22 has previously been entered. Could you describe that to the jury?
That's the large overhang on the side of the workshop, the doghouse that's just outside that overhang, and the Maggie's body is lying there underneath that canopy. The kennels are in the background.
Johnny Miller receives
You,
14 years in
discover
prison.
Paul's body, or observe Paul's body.
Johnny Miller is who?
When we arrived, he was still
The dumpster father.
But we could tell he was lying face down, just outside the feed room.
And when you, how did you process the area around? Yeah.
We start with documenting the area with photographs, photographing the evidence that the sheriff's office had already marked, do overall mid-range and close-up of each item of evidence, photograph the victims as they were when we arrived, before the sheets were moved or anything.
This time I'm going to publish State's Exhibit 24, which is a sealed exhibit.
Yeah, I don't know how long he would serve that 14 years. I don't know if that would be.
This picture show
I'm not familiar with how Texas does that.
how you found Paul's body?
After we documented him with the sheet over him and the coroner removed the sheet, yes, that is what it looked like.
And he appears to be laying outside of a feed room.
That's correct.
Did you process that feed room?
After he was removed from the area, we went in the room to process the room.
And if you look at that picture there, it appears that there's something laying on the back of his shorts there.
Yes, that's right.
And what was that?
I was told it was his cell phone.
State's Exhibit 25. Do you recognize that picture?
Yes,
And what is that?
that is the cell phone on the back of his shorts.
This time the state would move State's Exhibit 25 into evidence.
Submitted.
And the son got a not guilty, right?
And this is
Yeah, the son was not guilty. He didn't say any provoking
cell
words.
phone that was laying on top of Paul's body?
That's right.
I mean, we can assume that that would be that's the legal reason that would make sense for why there was a difference in the verdicts, but we actually can't know why the jury would technically decide. We could just make our best guesses.
Now, did y'all process the inside of the feed room?
We did.
Cocksucker isn't a provoking word. No, not in the context of self-defense. The provoking words have to be intended to incite an attack for the purposes of justifying deadly force in response.
So you'll have a pretext to use force against another person. Take your swing qualifies. Cocksucker is just an insult. It looks like Texas, generally speaking, 25% of the sentence before you're eligible for parole.
Exhibits 26.
So about 3.5 years, you could be eligible.
28, 30.
Which isn't that much time for shooting somebody down.
Tough case, though. When you got such an idiot attacker kind of guy,
31,
you know. But
32, 35.
backing up is a strategy, you know. Not confronting idiots.
199,
Avoidance.
38, 39, 40.
This is just terrible.
42,
This is as
43,
slow as I've seen.
44.
Is she
and
actually going to
45.
testify?
I don't understand why you have to do all this in front of the jury like this. It's especially if the defense is not going to.
Yeah, they're stipulating to all this, aren't they? This is all pre-trial stuff. Sometimes you want to introduce certain items that are really powerful in front of the jury.
Yeah, but we're not getting that from her.
No.
From this lawyer. If they were doing that for effect, they'd have a more senior prosecutor doing it.
But they qualified her as a shoe and tire mark person. So,
well, not at the time. This witness, at the time, she was just a crime scene investigator. She became qualified for shoe and tire afterwards.
What are those pictures of?
They're all taken inside the feed room. A lot of them are footwear impressions.
And are those true and accurate representations of the feed room as it was the night of the murders on June 7th?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, at this time, I would offer those exhibits into evidence.
Most murder trials are a day or two, folks. They're not like this. The trials we follow are odd.
yeah, this is complicated, but they could definitely pick up the pace. Even in South Carolina, they could pick this up a little bit. Well, since they're in a break in the thing, if people want to see my, I posted, or I am posting on my Rumble channel, 3 oral arguments that I did, because everybody's passing around oral arguments that I did, and it's one that was like nails on chalkboard. So I figured I'd put some ones that are up there that are pretty good. So if anybody wants to see some oral arguments, go to Crime Law with Steve Gosney and sign up, and you can see the oral arguments.
Exhibit numbers again.
Oh, no, not again.
Your Honor, that's case exhibits 27, 26, 30, 28.
Iowa lawman says
31,
this is why I only lasted 2 months as a
35,
bailiff before
32,
I begged to be back on patrol.
198, 199, 38, 39, 40, 42, 43, 44, and 45.
They are admitted without objection.
I mean, there's a long pause of literally nothing happening here.
Agent Worley, this is State's Exhibit 27. If you could tell the jurors what they're looking at in this picture.
That's a view looking from the door into the feed room.
And what can we see on the floor there?
There's marker 1 is the shot shell wad. There's also suspected blood and tissue, possible pieces of skull on the floor.
And then looking back at that window.
There were several bullet defects in the window in the glass.
Why did you leave pellets on the floor?
State's Exhibit 26.
They're saying this was bird shot, right? A bird shot?
I believe I've heard buckshot to the chest, shoulder, and then birdshot to the head.
That's showing the feed room also, but it's showing more of the door, the outside of the door.
And if you notice the top of the door, what can you see up there?
It looks like blood, and there's also hair on top of the door.
State's Exhibit 30.
That's behind the door to the feed room.
Okay. And what's back there?
There were two 12 gauge shot shells on the fired shot shells on the floor behind the door, and also there was hair behind the door.
It's a double.
State's Exhibit 31.
Whether a shell is bird
That was
shot or
after we
buckshot.
marked the two fired shot shells as markers 9 and 10, and also showing them the shot shell wad at marker 1 in the same photo.
You could put one in one barrel and a different one in another barrel. It's
And State's
no.
Exhibit 26.
And that's a close-up of the shot shell wad at marker 1, and there's also a partial footwear impression in blood.
And do we see some little round pellets there?
Yes, there were pellets on the floor.
$32.
And that's a close-up of the shot shells at 9 and 10.
Were those shot shells collected?
Yes, they were.
And birdshot can be just as deadly. I mean, like this is saying, if you hit somebody in the head close range with birdshot, it's the kinetic energy will do exactly the same. You know, it's only at longer ranges that you have diffusion and you have a less range that the buckshot's going to make a difference if you're shooting a human being.
Yeah, I saw a guy get shot with birdshot in the arm, almost point blank. I mean, like it shreds it. I mean, his arm was barely attached after that. It was still attached though.
Agent Worley, when those shot shells were collected, what did you do with them?
We photographed them first before we pick them up. We packaged them, write the information on the packaging as to what it is, where it came from at marker 9 and 10, date and initial and time it was collected.
And were they submitted to the lab and placed in these big plastic bags?
I transferred them to a crime scene lieutenant.
I'll ask you to take a look at these for me. those appear to contain item 1 and items 9 and 10,
Yes,
and also some other items that were collected.
yes. Way to open them.
No, this time I will have Agent Corley open the bags and remove items 1 and items 9 and 10.
Oh my gosh.
She does look like an older Jodie Foster from what was it, that movie with the Hannibal Lecter guy?
Silence of the Lambs.
Yeah. Sort of this is what happened. Jodie Foster got older and she's now working for South Carolina and
Wishing that Dr. Lecter would have just eaten her the whole time.
yeah,
Look at my life now. I'm opening plastic bags in a courtroom.
that's right. The excitement of the
So,
investigator.
item 1 is what?
That is the shot shell wad that was at marker 1.
And how do you know that is the shot shell wad that you collected?
Man,
It's my handwriting on the box, my initials on the seal on the tape.
And then item 9 and item 10.
And these are the two shot shells, fired shot shells at markers 9 and 10. This one is the one at marker 9. It's 12 gauge federal, and one at marker 10 was, I believe, Winchester 12 gauge.
Oh boy. You wish they'd just stipulate to the inclusion of this evidence. Like, by the way, we want to include these shotgun shells that we collected at the scene. Yeah, it's probably fine. Wow.
This time, let's take and move items 29, the shot, I guess the shot shell wad, and item.
Yes, I'll cover Paul Pelosi's
34,
video at break.
The 12 gauge Federal, and item 33, 12 gauge Winchester into evidence.
Without objection.
All right, also in that feed room, we were looking at what appeared to be some bloody footprints. Is that right, Agent Worley?
That's right.
check this out right here. See this, what I'm pointing at right here? You know what that is?
You can see those footprints
No,
here in
what's that?
State's Exhibit 27.
Super
You
lawyer?
can see them.
It's my fixed computer.
Oh, very nice.
Just got delivered, so.
About State's Exhibit 35 here.
Yes, there are two right there at marker 1.
So right down in here.
Yes.
All right. So in your training and experience as a footwear examiner, did you have occasion to examine those footprints?
I did.
And did you have some shoes to compare those footprints to?
Yes, I took custody of the shoes that Paul was wearing when I attended his autopsy. I was able to compare those to the footwear impressions in the feed room.
And now how do you do that?
We make test impressions of the shoes after they've been photographed with ink on the bottom of the shoe. I have someone similar who wears the same size, usually wears the shoe and steps on a piece of cardstock paper. We make as many test impressions as we need to make sure I've gotten all the area of the bottom of the shoe. Then I reprint those test impressions on transparencies. It makes it easier to overlay those on top of the photographs of the unknown impressions at the crime scene. And I compare the unknown impressions from the crime scene to the overlays that I place of Paul's shoes.
So you make a transparent overlay and you place it on pictures to determine if they correspond.
That's right.
State's Exhibit 148. What is that?
That is a printed version of the test impressions that we created of Paul's shoes.
And State's Exhibit 199.
That one is the right shoe. The first one was the left shoe.
And there are, I guess, 2 impressions of each shoe there.
That's right.
All right, so using the
gonna ask her
impressions you
about that
made in the
impression that they
photographs, did you make any
Didn't take
determinations?
on the mother's
I
line.
determined they were corresponding consistent with the outsole design of Paul's shoes.
We'll look a little closer here at State's Exhibit 38. I'm sorry, there appears to be some kind of shadow here on the Elmo. State's 138, is that a picture that you used from the crime scene to compare to Paul's shoes?
It is.
And what did you determine regarding that?
That one was also consistent with the outsole design of Paul's shoes.
State's Exhibit 39.
Both of those were the same outsole design as Paul's shoes.
And we'll go back to State's Exhibit 40. And if you're standing in the feed room, what position are those shoes facing?
Those are facing the window.
Facing the window.
Right.
Did you also notice the door of that feed room?
I did.
What about the door?
There was a lot of, I guess, blood, brain matter on the outside of the door, not so much on the inside, interior side of the door. There's a little bit at the very top, and hair on top of the door, but not on the rest of the back of the door.
So State's Exhibit 42 here. What can we see?
That's a picture of the exterior side of the door. You can see the blood toward the top of the door.
So that would be like the front of the door.
Right.
And State's Exhibit 43.
That's also the front of the door.
Okay. And we can see some blood spatter up here in the corner.
Yes.
Would that be right?
That's right.
And then it appears to be hair as well?
Yes,
Is that
that's right.
Oh my gosh.
And we mentioned the defects in the window. Takes Exhibit 44
Wait, she just mentioned the hair
here.
again?
Yeah, this must be hair on like the walls, from when the head came apart.
Yeah.
Can we see there?
Well, that's grim.
Can you see a hole in that window?
Yes.
And State's Exhibit 45.
Can you see a hole in the evidence?
So is this consistent with a shotgun blast?
Yes, you can see one of the
Yes.
defects.
Okay. And do you recall how many defects were in the window?
6, I believe.
Later, did you have an occasion to go back out to the scene and re-examine that window?
I did.
At that time, can you tell us what you did when you examined the window?
Did.
We went to further document, take more measurements of the area. We scaled the defects and took several more measurements of where those defects were in the window.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibits 114 and 115. Do you recognize those images?
I do.
What is that?
These are diagrams of the window that I created. One shows the interior side of the window and one shows the exterior side. Shows where the defects are located in the window and all the measurements that we took for each defect.
Your Honor, this time I move States 114 and 115 into evidence.
They're admitted without objection.
Permission to publish. We're looking here at States 114. Do I have that in the correct orientation, Agent Worley?
Yes.
All right. And can you kind of explain to the jurors the defects we're looking at here?
Oh my God.
There's defects A through, I believe, G, starting from top to bottom.
So like where it says defect A, defect B, what is
Right.
that?
Those were the locations of where the bullet defects were in the glass.
So those are holes in the glass.
Right. Yes.
And that is from the inside of the feed ring.
That's right.
And States Exhibit 115 here. What is that?
That is the exterior side of the window.
So those are the same defects, but from looking from the exterior, like from the outside of the room.
So they're actually on the opposite sides. It's like flipping it around.
And what was kind of the purpose of that?
In the event reconstruction would ever be done of the scene, it's necessary to have specific measurements to be able to place those bullet defects, those holes back in the window where they were based on measurements.
What else did you recall doing concerning the feed ring?
We collected several of the shot shell pellets. We also swabbed the exterior doorknob of the room just for potential touch DNA.
Did you collect those pellets from the feed ring floor?
Yes, we did.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to break for lunch at this time.
Oh,
and
thank
resume
God.
At 2:20.
Oh my
Good lunch.
God.
Please do not discuss the case.
I'll wait and see if they have any, if they come back for motions once the jury leaves or anything. I'm not guessing they will. Okay. Figure out what you're doing with the cameras. Bring up the mood lighting. So did they actually recover the shells from the shotgun, did they say?
No, just the wad from what I heard, right?
Yeah.
So they just shot their wad.
I'm not going to laugh at that. I'm not doing it.
All
Steve.
right, I'm just trying to lighten the mood.
I've got the here's the 3 vids.
Yeah, there's the guy's there's this Pelosi. Everybody wants the Pelosi videos, and it will be much more exciting than this. And it's short.
Yeah.
The first one is the guy is hammering in to try to get into the house. Hammer into the window. The second one is the police come up and respond, and you see these two interacting, Pelosi and this attacker guy. And then the third one is the 911 call that Paul Pelosi made.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'll bring these up here. Do I have to? I'm going to have to do this in an annoying way.
Andrew's riveted.
That was brutal. That was just brutal. And I'm not even sure what the purpose of all of that was. I mean, they were showing that there are holes in the windows from shotgun.
We lost Andrew.
shot.
He gave up. He's
done.
been knocked out, done for the night.
So I think
this is simply him hammering on the window.
Okay.
It's just you'll see once you get the flavor of it, it's kind of the whole thing. It's only 45 seconds anyway.
Yeah, Andrew's back, so I was waiting for him to be ready
thanks.
for this riveting Pelosi video. Which, if you want to see what happened, guys, this is actually a reenactment of what the court was doing to all of us. Here you go.
First look at the video on the attack of Paul Pelosi, husband of former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi. Look at this. Now, remember, I told you that there were going to be things other than the police body cam that would be released. This is the surveillance video outside the home. And that is the suspect, DePath. And you see him, he put some items down. You see him breaking some glass and the fragments of glass that are breaking now. Emily, talk to me about this as evidence in the case.
Yeah.
Well, so keep in mind that this suspect is facing federal charges and state at the same time, right? In December, he was indicted, penalty 20 years of federal attempted kidnapping.
Okay.
All right, so you probably ought to go down and watch the 911 video, which is the last one. Listen to that first because that's before the next one. So we're looking at it in sequence.
Right, here we go.
Please 74.
2022.
Oh, I guess I called by mistake. What is this? This is San Francisco Police. Do you need help?
Oh, well, there's a gentleman here just waiting for my wife to come back. Nancy Pelosi.
223
He's just waiting for her to come back, but she's not going to be here for a day, so I guess we'll have to wait.
Okay, do you need police, fire, or medical for anything?
8 seconds.
I don't think so.
223 and 58 seconds.
Is the Capitol Police around?
220.
No, this is San
They usually
Francisco.
protect my wife. They're usually here at the house protecting my wife.
No, this is San Francisco Police.
Friday, October.
I understand.
2022.
Okay, well,
0224 and
what do you think?
18 seconds.
Think everything's good? He thinks everything's good. I've got a problem, but he thinks everything's good.
Okay. Call us back if you change your mind.
No. This gentleman just came into the house, and he wants to wait here for my wife to come home. And so,
and 48.
anyway, he told me to put the phone down.
Do you know who the person is?
No, I don't know who he is. He has this. He's telling me not to. He's telling me not to do anything.
What is your address, sir?
26.
225 and 0.
What is your name?
Seconds.
Okay, the time call.
My name is Paul Pelosi.
Friday.
Anyway, this gentleman says that he thinks everything ought to, he's telling me to put the phone down and just do what he says.
18 seconds.
Okay?
Okay, what's the gentleman's name?
I don't know. What's that? My name's David. The name is David.
Thanks, David. For getting on the
Okay,
phone.
and who is David?
David Grinder.
No. What's that? I'm a friend of theirs. Yeah, he says he's a friend, but As I said, I've never.
But you don't know who he is?
No, ma'am.
No, it sounds more like
Okay.
a hostage
He's
situation.
telling me I'm being
Yeah.
very leading, so I got to stop talking to you. Okay.
Okay. You sure I can stay on the phone with you just to make sure everything's okay?
No, he wants to get that all off the phone. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Read between the lines.
Yeah, I mean, it's
Yeah.
come on, Mr. 911. That sounds to me like a hostage call there.
Yeah.
That's
like,
different than what the body, because the body cam, check out this body cam.
the body cam's way different. Very weird. But yeah, that sounded like I need help and I can't tell you I need help
Yes.
type thing.
He's sitting right here. Look, he's talking.
Yeah.
He's telling me to get off the phone now. I don't know him. He's in my house.
Yeah.
Hint, hint.
Right. So here we go. Oh, Jesus. God, why everything is piercing.
Definitely don't want all of here. I definitely don't want all of here. Hello.
This is bizarre here.
Yeah. Fucking said 2620, right? No, 2640. Oh. Yeah, it literally said that. Hi. How you doing?
How are you?
What's going on, man?
Everything's good.
Hi. Drop the hammer.
Nope. Hey.
What is going on right now?
I'm not getting an answer on call.
No! Shit!
Calls in the area that is
I got him,
Well, they cracked the case.
Ever 14 hours, send backup code 3.
Now, I don't want to get hit in the head with a hammer.
Code 3 back up at 26.
Give me your fucking hand!
Units code
Give me your fucking hand!
40 Broadway for 14 hours.
This is my fucking hand. That's that.
Ever 14 hours, send medics code 3 as well. You got it?
Oh my God, that's agonal.
Medic code 3.
That's the
Agonal
sound
breathing.
of being like unconscious and your brain not knowing what to do.
So Pelosi got hit with a hammer.
Yeah, he got clobbered right in the head.
Wow, that's a lot. That's very different. I mean, to me, that looks like a hostage situation with a mental person. And the guy's Pelosi's trying to get, and as Republican as I am, I'll give the benefit of the doubt on this one. What do you think?
I mean, it's weird. It doesn't really tell us anything about whether or not he actually knows the guy. I mean, it could be any number of things, but from if I take it at face value, replaying the events, someone's got an issue with Pelosi, with Nancy, and goes to his house, is basically like, we're going to stay here till Nancy gets home type thing. So he makes the call, and then they, get the sense to send police to check it out. And then when they open the door, the guy gets clobbered. That'd be that's the normal story if it didn't involve weird people.
But it's so weird. I mean, so why would the guy with the hammer let him open the door?
Well,
Yeah.
mental people are, you never know. And, my friend Chris, who you've met, who has some insights into these things, is that these centers of power are natural magnets for the mentally ill.
Mm.
So, he was, I have a friend who was Secret Service agent who is who did White House patrol and did all kinds of protection, and the nut jobs that would circle around these power centers would get, and those are very unpredictable. It's like you say, well, why are you doing this? Well, because the lasers in the thing were shining in my light and they were signaling me to do. It's like the conspiracy, like the Antifa types or the right wing nuts or all these people. They were predictable because they got coherence to them, right? They just, the crazy people are just out to lunch. You can't predict them.
So it's really weird because they both have their hand on the hammer. Paul Pelosi has a drink in his other hand. Someone opens the door, which would presumably be the crazy person then, because he would have the free hand. Because how would Paul open the door if he's got the drink and the hammer? Paul's not wearing pants, which...
Well, he could have been woken up.
Right. That's
This
not
guy's
super
got the
suspicious.
hammer, and he's just trying to like be calm and control this guy, and trying to be, I'm just looks to me like it's, you got somebody who wants it. He's a bigger, you're older. He's just trying to get this guy calmed down. Let's wait for Nancy. I'll call her. Because like the Capitol Police, why
In
would
fact,
he
it's
ask?
so relaxed. I'll even have a drink. You want a drink?
Exactly. Everything's cool, and he's got the handle. Like, don't hit me with it.
The Capitol Police. Well, I don't know their policy, but it sounds like I can't believe.
But
would
that
Capitol
sounds to me
Police dispatch
see, that could
officers
become
to
that
protect
could.
Pelosi?
Oh, this is San Francisco, right? So,
Right,
Yeah, but that could be coming from the mental patient who's telling him, I'm going to wait for Nancy and bring the Capitol Police, and I'm working with them, and some kind of mental thing that he's now transmitting. I'm just throwing out to me, this looks to me like a mental person going in and attacking and thinking he's got some kind of weird delusions that are irrational, and this guy gets woken up in the middle of the night. And he's trying to keep everything calm, get the police over there.
Yeah, the alternative, of course, is that this is the problem with this video is it doesn't confirm or dispel any particular theory, right? Like this could be some associate or whoever that busts into the house. I mean, he tells the guy to get lost. He says on the phone to the 911 he doesn't know this guy, but one of the theories is like he's some sort of gay lover or prostitute or something like that. I mean, that still could very much be true. Nothing about this changes the possibility of that. And him not saying, yeah, I don't know this guy doesn't mean that he didn't pay him $50 for a blowjob in the alley, right? Like that. But it's weird because it's such a strange setup when they get there, when the cops get there, because they're both smiling. Got his hand on the hammer, like, yeah, this is fine. And then the guy's like, oh, yeah, wow.
Yeah, I wouldn't have let go of that hammer.
Exactly. Yeah,
Not without telling the cops, hey, if I let go of this hammer, he's going to hit me with it.
Yeah, I would think that if you were Paul Pelosi, the cops show up and you're there holding the guy and say, help, this guy's got a hammer. I mean, he's trying to attack me. That's the time to get, but he doesn't really respond in that way. So that's the only thing that kind of, but then again, he was probably drunk.
Maybe.
So I think he has
a DUI. Was he on probation with no alcohol consumption? That'd be interesting.
I don't know.
Oh, from the DWI. Right? Was he already hooked up for the DWI at this point?
I don't know. Someone in the chat mentioned it, and I've heard that before, but I don't know the timeline and who knows. But if he's on probation for DUI, then he could have a no alcohol order for a year, 2 years. Something like that. And then that might be why they didn't want the tape released.
That would seem like cruel and unusual punishment if you're married to Nancy Pelosi. No drink?
That's enough to drink. I'd drink too. I'd never sober up.
You still look as good as you did when you were 25, lady. Please give me another martini. It's changing.
Oh, train time.
Oh, forgot.
Oh my gosh.
Hey, look at that, man. I got my computer back. You know what's on there? That's my second book is on that baby. Look at this. Nice computer.
Beautiful. I'm glad you got it back.
Oh my God. It's been weeks. Did I tell you I went to the damn shop and after 2 weeks, they tell me, well, it scans and we can recover everything, but we have to pay them $100 for an annual subscription because we're using the freeware to do recovery. Like you're a computer place. You've got it's a national franchise computer repair place, and they're using the freeware. Give me a break.
Yeah, that was weird. That was. So, what do you guys think of the trial so far? I mean, today's been brutal, but I guess we should talk about it.
Well, the cross has been good. I mean, the defense is good.
I liked the first attorney, even the prosecution side. He was okay. At first, I mean, nothing special happened, but I mean, he was okay on that first examination too. And then, Cross is good.
But it feels like they have nothing to work with, the state. It feels like they keep talking about the same ambiguous, like, did he try to turn him over? Did he try to turn him over? Did he say he was checking the pulse?
They're catching, that's his big lie that, I mean, I am very, yes, I agree 100%. This is weak. And
I mean, where's the material lie, right? He said he went to his mother's house, but we can tell from the tracking data that he never left. He was actually there at the time the people were shot. That would be compelling evidence, but we're not seeing anything like that. These little incongruities they're pointing to seem pointless to me.
Well, maybe the hair in her hand is from his head. If that would be very compelling evidence.
But he's got orange hair too.
Yeah,
well, I know, but I'm trying to figure out what they're going to pull out of their hat that shows guilt.
I mean, because wouldn't they have introduced that the photo with the hair and said, "Look, is there anybody in this courtroom who has hair of this color?"
They mentioned in their opening statements, they'd say, and she fought back and she grabbed his hair and his hair is still in her hand. I mean, that would be powerful. Now it's unknown person's hair in her. That's like reasonable doubt.
I can't believe they didn't press, because they said, the state said no signs of a struggle in their opening argument. I would feel like the defense would say, now in your experience, is hair in the hands of someone a sign of a struggle in a homicide type investigation? Would that normally flag as signs of a struggle? Or no, of course you'd say it in the way that a cross-examiner would. You'd say, now wouldn't that normally flag as signs of a struggle?
Yeah. Isn't that consistent with the signs of a struggle? Same thing with the injuries to the son's face, right? The state wants to say that's because he fell face down in the gravel. Maybe, but isn't it also consistent with the, injuries that might be suffered if he was attacked? Yeah. So we just really can't tell, can we? No.
And you didn't seem to investigate any of it. Are there pictures of the claw marks on the son's face or what's left of it? I got the impression there was almost nothing left, but now it sounds like there's enough that there are scrapes and abrasions on them. Have we ruled out like perimortem injury, post-mortem injury? Like, do we know anything about that? Was he already dead when he hits the floor? Is there DNA in the scratches, that could be from, is it a defensive wound of the mother? Maybe he and the mom were fighting in some weird sort of scenario. Who knows?
Still going with the Andrew Branca alternative theory. That sounds to me to be the most reasonable theory I have yet heard, which is a random person who has a grudge against this family or this person had a double barrel shotgun, shot the son, then saw that the mother had witnessed it, pulled the son's AR, the son had the AR, grabbed the son's AR and shot the mother dead and then left. That seems very simple. Occam's razor at work. It explains why there's no shotgun shells. It explains why there's a missing AR from the family. It explains why there's 300 blackout and that the gun was taken. It explains everything. Now, so what is the evidence that's inconsistent with that theory?
Yeah, it's tough. No, someone in the chat says, who does have brown hair, the boyfriend of the deceased boat victim.
Well, I don't know. I mean, sounds to me like there's a lot of missing evidence here. Now,
if they DNA test that hair, especially with all the people who do this 23andMe stuff these days, even if a suspect didn't actually do that, genetic testing, a relative narrows the field down, man. Plenty of people are getting caught like that. Not that it's a DNA match, but it identifies them as a suspect that then doesn't have an alibi, and
you can exclude people. Right. And also the fact is that, and let's not get too carried away. I mean, sloppy police work happens in every case.
Right.
And so the fact that the cops screwed up and didn't preserve stuff and were sloppy does not mean that he's not guilty. All right. But what it does is it creates reasonable doubts. So the way the state should counter that is through hard evidence that shows guilt on the part of the accused. Now, what is the hard evidence on the part of the accused? I have heard none, zero. I can't think of one bit of evidence that is he did it. And this is the second day. And I've heard the opening statements. It was broad, it was enthusiastic, but it was short on detail. So they really need it. And the lack of the timeline, I'm still thinking, could he have even done it? I assume that the cell phone tower is going to say that, but maybe not.
I mean, it almost feels like a prosecution where, responsible prosecutors would look at it and say, listen, he may have killed them, but we're not going to be able to prove it with this. And somebody's boss said, I don't care what you think. I want you to prosecute this case and work with what you have.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. I agree. Yep. And I don't know anything about this. I'm not from South Carolina. I know nothing about the politics, and people have all this. There's a lot of people that are commenting and say, you don't know all the background. You don't know what they're involved in and all that. And they may be Democrats. I don't know, but I'm willing to give the guy the benefit of the doubt as a criminal defense lawyer, and as our system requires, and say it is the state's burden to prove him guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. He may be guilty of everything else and go away to prison for 1,000 years. Does that mean he committed these 2 murders? I don't have a motive either. What's the motive? Why would he kill his son and his wife? I mean, that's a crazy kind of level. And for them to say he was planning it and plotting it, that requires a level of deviousness and level of, there has to be a real motive to be that devious, right? If it's just an anger thing, then it would be sloppy and there wouldn't be all these complicated evidence destroying ideas, right? He must have planned it out. So he planned it out. He's got to have a damn good reason. Now people are saying there's financial reasons. We haven't heard anything. So,
right. And that's the issue, is because I know there are people I've seen citing like the documentaries, this guy's really corrupt and bad guy. And sure.
Yeah, sure. Maybe
the state isn't showing us that. And I'm sure they're hampered in some ways by the inclusion of evidence, because it'd be highly prejudicial to include the financial crimes, except as motive. Prior acts evidence you could bring in as motive. Absolutely. Motive, intent, or knowledge.
Right.
And it doesn't even have to be true, right? I mean, maybe he didn't embezzle all his money. I don't know. But maybe his wife believed he did. She was going to leave him because she believed he embezzled the money, and there was going to be a divorce and he would lose everything. And that drove him nuts. And he killed her. Who knows? But we're not hearing anything like that from the state.
Yeah, that's the problem with all of this for the state, is that no matter what narratives are out there, no matter all of the theories that there could be, and all of the definite evidence linking this guy to be a bad guy, the state has to get that in the record before this jury, who presumably has been filtered out from that sort of prejudice. I mean, that's what the system is supposed to do. And it's supposed to have them approaching this double homicide as the crime in isolation until things are brought in with, by proper inclusion of evidence. And so far, I haven't seen anything to even tell me a basic story of how this happened. I got a basic outline of the story at the very beginning of the opening arguments, and I've seen nothing supporting that theory from then. That's a big problem, because the jury's got to be sitting there going, what the hell even happened this night?
Yeah.
And that's what you want as a defense attorney, not as a prosecutor. And
it just feels like people, I mean, there's other channels obviously covering this trial. A lot of our fellow law tubers are covering this trial. And it feels like people they want this guy to be guilty. They don't like him. They want him to be guilty of this crime. So they're only, it's confirmation bias. They only see the things that they will confirm their preferred belief that he's guilty of these murders. And that makes it more dramatic and more interesting, I guess, when you take that, kind of emotional overtones look at the case. But if you just look at the actual evidence that's being presented, it's not there.
Right. And I'm looking, I don't know anything about this. I'm not South Carolina. A lot of these people that are commenting are a lot of people that live in this area, know this family, know these people, and have very strong opinions about it. So, look, we're just law tube commentators looking at an isolated jury trial and wanting the state to produce the evidence that they're promising, right?
Yeah,
that's what we're seeking. So I don't know. I mean, it may be a slow lead up. I'm reserving judgment, just like the jury is supposed to do, which is maybe they're starting slow. They're putting in all these predicates, and they're gonna end in a big bang. Maybe, but there's a lot of questions here, and boy, letting these kind of open questions fester on the part of the state, I think, is a big mistake. And the defense team is really doing a good job. I say their cross-examinations are strong, careful, targeted, interesting. I think the defense team is really excellent. The prosecutor team, the criticisms aren't necessarily to their technique. It's to the lack of substance within their arguments. They don't have evidence, the lack of evidence in the case. They may all be great people and great prosecutors, and they seem to be collegial, right?
Yeah, this isn't like a hostile back and forth. There's not a lot of tension in the courtroom or animosity, so that's kind of nice to see. Liberty Sweetheart in the chat says, South Carolina native, not far from Colton County. I think that he knew his son and wife would testify against him in the fraud case. Okay, 2 things on that. One, very possibly true that he could know that in some way. But 2, if he knew they would testify against him in the fraud case, it would likely be because someone had solicited them for testimony in the fraud case. That someone would be associated with either the district attorney's office or SLED. And if that were the case, that witness would be brought in and they would say, we were working with these 2. He found out about it. And you know, we had offered them immunity in the financial, I mean, they could bring the person in and say, we offered actually both the mom and the son immunity deals in the fraud case. They took them, they didn't take them, doesn't matter. We made the offer. They would bring that person in. Now, there's
no possibility that's the narrative if they didn't mention it in an opening.
Exactly. That's where I was getting to. It's like that person theoretically could be coming to testify, but they didn't mention it in opening. And my God, you would mention that in opening immediate. That'd be the first. Let me tell you about how he's trying to stop himself from this coming indictment.
Right.
And there's no way that motion in limine would be pending if they had that strong of a case to say, we've got this prior acts evidence. We need to bring it in. We need it in opening because we need to tell the jury this is going to happen. And here's the basis for it. It definitely goes right to motive, intent, and knowledge. So that would not be a difficult evidentiary ruling for the judge in this case. Even though it would be highly prejudicial, it would be far more probative, and that would go right in the opening statement.
And it didn't, so it doesn't exist. That's just fantasy.
You know, I wanted to comment a little bit on the courtroom freedom. I love the judge. I love the amount of courtroom leeway that he gives. He does command that courtroom, and it's a pet peeve of mine, and I just do it because judges love it, and they don't permission to approach the witness. You don't hear that. They just do it. I had my Judge Watson, who I've talked about before. St. Johns County Courthouse is named after him. Was my judge who I practiced in front of a lot when I was in trial division. And he's like, don't ask me, just approach. You're the attorney. You're licensed to practice in front of that bar. You approach the witness. You don't need to ask permission every time. But we get trained because some judges want to do it. They think they need to do it. There's really no reason to do that except judges demand it, why are they demanding it? It's kind of a pity. And I love that this courtroom, it's very open. It's very Now, I would comment, though, it's kind of odd that when they're questioning, people are standing up, like the prosecutor's standing up when the defense is questioning and the defense is standing up when I find that a little odd. Have you ever seen
I think
that?
it must be some oddity of how they have the screens set up to display, because obviously the judge doesn't want anything streamed that's being displayed.
Right.
So they may have the screen set up in a position where specifically the cameras won't capture it, but they can only see it and see it being referenced if they stand up in that odd way. But yeah, having everyone just kind of walking around is really distracting.
And the acting, another, like the more the prosecution pushes stupidity, the weaker the more I'm suspicious that they don't have a case. Like this performance art where he brought the person off from the stand and said, okay, I'm going to get down here and I'm going to check the pulse and I'm going to do this. Like, there's no evidence of any of that. Right. That's just him imagining what happened, translating these words that the defendant said in a crisis situation into this very specific act that he did, which there was no testimony. It's just the imagination of the prosecutor, and he's imagining it in front of us by performing it. That to me is garbage, but yet that's what you do if you had no case, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, if you had a case, you just make it. You just make the damn case.
Yeah, the hair in her fist is the defendant's hair, right?
Yeah, that's an easy. That probably convicts him. I mean,
right, that would probably be enough right there, right?
Yeah. I mean, there's no explanation consistent with innocence, then, right? So I mean, that's the knockout punch.
So remember, we got some testimony about his clothing and how it looked fresh. Someone sent me so not from the
Fresh
court.
clothing. Does my clothing look fresh?
Well, this is not from the court, but presumably this is the photo that the court is using. So this is from Daily Mail, but here he is on the night. He does have that manly dad bod stomach bulge going, which is good. But I mean, his shirt isn't covered in grime or grit. But I mean, it looks like a shirt to me. It looks like a white T-shirt.
They can't testify to any of that. I mean, how do they know what happened towards anything? Or what are they saying? What's the theory? That he changed the shirt or he didn't change the shirt? I mean, and what does that matter? I mean, so assuming that it's changed the shirt, then he went back to the house and changed the shirt. So where are those clothes? And if he didn't change, I'm very confused about what any of that means evidentiary wise.
And if it was so apparent that his clothes were fresh, such that it looked like he had just changed his clothes, none of the investigators on scene at the time say, hey, did you change your clothes?
Right. They didn't ask him that, right?
Right. So it wasn't apparent.
Yeah. Where are the clothes? They had permission to search the entire property. What do we got? Again, how are we determining any of these things? And that was one of the most frustrating questions. And I do love that he objected, but his objection was, come on. But which is kind of what you want to say, though. Like, come on, Judge, how is this possibly going to be the basis? His clothes looked fresh. But here, so Chanley Painter has some pictures up. Good old Chanley from Court T, or from, is she Court TV? I think she's, or is she Long Crime? I think she's Court TV, which is why I like her more than Long Crime. Yes. She's Court TV. She has a couple pictures up. This is one of those. So it is evidence from the trial. Here's another one. These are the sandals that were recovered, presumably from the wife. Right here, those up. Yeah, those are up. Next, we've got, here are the footprints.
Oh, this is good. Thank you.
So here are the footprints that we see.
Consistent with the sandals, where maybe she saw the son get shot and she's trying to hide and she's walking back and forth and pacing, and the guy's hunting her with the AR that he recovered off of her son, and then she didn't escape.
Yeah, I mean, there's a ton of this is a ton of footprints here.
Yeah.
Yeah, those are all the cops' footprints. Obviously not good crime scene preservation there.
Yeah, some of these are very muddy.
Lots of similar patterns.
This one looks a little bit different than the. Oh, is this the one with the REI?
Yeah,
right here?
There's the tramp right over top of the other one. Yeah, that's not really good crime scene preservation.
Assuming it's from the crime scene. I mean, they might have just missed it. Like when they first looked, they didn't take any pictures. They said, "Oh, we just saw the one set of footprints going back and forth." If they see this footprint in here, they might not notice that that's actually different. It almost looks like, by the way, that her foot impression is on top of this one.
Yeah, it does.
To me.
Yep.
Yeah, because it cuts off part of the logo here. This impression superimposes over this. So if this is the REI one, to me, this is her footprint after that. Or it could be contemporaneous with it in theory, if whatever. That's just bad police work. Really bad police work on figuring out what this is, because that's a big question to me.
And cordoning off the crime scene. They're saying that a lot of these there's not putting this together at all. They didn't preserve it. It's sloppy, and that creates reasonable doubts. It doesn't mean that he's not guilty, but what it does is it creates a lot of room for the other shooter, the Branca theory of double-barreled shotgun, right?
Right. Yeah, that footprint's real strange right there. That doesn't make any sense. And to me, this footprint comes over it, and this looks consistent with the sandal prints. But I'm not a foot expert. I'm not Drexel. So I don't know.
And the thing is that there's a limit to what you can do with footprint analysis. What they could testify to is that some of those prints are consistent with being made by the sandal recovered off of the decedent's shoe. All right, so that would be proper footprint tool mark evidence. that these could have been made by that shoe.
Right.
Now, unless there are what they call accidentals, which are defects in the shoe that are very specific to that shoe and not all shoes, and those could indicate a specific shoe, but to a reasonable scientific certainty, right? But not as a match. And that's where people get persnickety when I start talking about this stuff. But these words matter. It matters that science says for a fact, or science says this is consistent, or science says that this could be and is probably true. I mean, those are variations in the same thing, but they are very different as far as this is what happened. And we got to be careful with our words in these kind of cases because, people's lives are on the line.
Right. Let me hit some of these super chats that are here while we're waiting on the court. Oh, let me make sure I have the court pulled up. Yeah, I mean, just all around. Before I get into that, all around, it's very frustrating because like you said, this is someone's life. This is someone's life on the line. 2 lives are already lost, and it just seems like there's not a lot of thought and preparation that happened here that should have happened, which can also happen in your IRA or 401k if you don't call birchgold.com/knows. Birch Gold is here to help you protect your life, your IRA, your 401k, your livelihood that you have put your blood, sweat, tears, and maybe other detectable bodily fluids into, building up for that retirement. And if you go to birchgold.com/knows, they will get you information on how to protect your IRA and 401k from market volatility and inflation. Don't get hammered doubly by market volatility and inflation. The only person double hammered today is Paul Pelosi, as we saw earlier. One drink and one in the clink. But here we go. And hopefully not one in the stink. But with birchgold.com/knows, you will be protected.
I don't know, man. I left my fraternity days back a few years ago.
You will be protected from all sorts of hammering. And I was going to go a little bit.
What kind of hammering will I be protected against?
A little bit hammered. No, I'm not going to say it. I'm not going to say it, Steve.
Come on,
look,
go ahead.
Let
it fly. Go ahead. It's your show,
You're
man.
a public servant. I'm not going to do that to you. Birchgold.com/knows. Click this green button. They'll get back to you. It's daytime. Actually, if you put your info in now, they'll actually contact you right away. And look, I don't know if gold and silver is right for your IRA or 401k. I really don't. I don't know you. I haven't done a risk assessment. You're not my client. I'm not licensed to sell any financial products right now, although I was for a time. But I haven't done any of the little forms to know you. But that's for you to decide. But they're here to get you information and help you make that decision with as much information as you can. Birchgold.com/knows. Tolerator of homophobic, racist, sexist jokes, even in their ads, because they care about free speech, which means they care about you, which means I care about them because I love you. I love you. All right, there we go. That's my ad read for Birch Gold. I appreciate y'all suffering through that with me.
No, that was killer. Actually, I did call them, they did get back with me very quickly.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for calling them. It helps me out.
Well, and still, I'm not rolling in the cash to throw into my Goldway, but there is a mechanism. It is a legitimate thing. It is a mechanism by which you can put a portion of your IRA into precious metals. You have to do it through this. You can't just put it in your safe. You have to have a repository, and that's what they do. So it's not a scam. It's a legitimate investment, and it's a good way to diversify. And there's traditionalists who believe there might be hyperinflation coming up, in which case a little added investment into the IRA into physical gold is not a bad idea.
Very
Steve should get a sponsorship deal.
Yeah. I'll just have Steve as my wingman. I'll pay him a percentage. Southern Brainwater says, what is Sour Patch Lids testifying about? Oh, you did Lydia dirty. Next, we've got Stephen Cooper says, hey, Nick, Matt Harris competency hearing is supposed to be going on right now. I will email you as soon as Pacer updates. That's right. Matt Harris, the author of my favorite book, Death Sentences. The
Lord
of the Unbreaded.
Yeah.
He's going through his competency here. I cannot imagine how that guy could possibly be competent to stand trial.
No.
I mean, he has very obvious, well, I was going to say mental issues, but his mental issue is that he's so elevated beyond us mere mortals that, that how could a court even deem to have jurisdiction over him in the first place? So he'll have to go to a special place, is my guess.
I don't know if you care, but there's a difference to bring law back into this whole thing. But there's a difference between competency and insanity. All right. And so insanity is a legal defense to a particular action. All right. But there's also a competency, which is, are you competent to stand a trial? Can you reasonably assist in your defense, et cetera? So, what happens if you're declared incompetent is they send you to a competency restoration center where they read you these things and you say, the judge is impartial, the prosecutor wants to put me away, this sort of thing. As defense attorneys, we deal with incompetence all the time, and we do a suggestion of incompetency, and they have to be restored to competency, which is a ridiculous practice because they come back and they're just as dumb and as unhelpful as before, but the doctors signed off, they said they can help you now. And so we send them back. So this is, when I look at this guy, I'm like, could he really help me and assist me in defending him? No, probably not. So,
yeah. Well, I mean, unless the judge was a petite German blonde woman.
What?
There's a lot of lore on Matt Harris. There's a lot of lore.
Okay,
Nexus. So the thing that bothers me about this whole thing is that there is a video of the FBI showing up to the attacker's house the day after. Why did the police let the attacker go? That's the craziest part of this whole thing. Oh, is that the Pelosi stuff?
They let the Pelosi attacker go after that? I can't believe that.
I mean, he clobbered him in the head and knocked him unconscious
with a hammer.
Yeah. I mean, that's that
ag
sound.
Battery.
That's that sound you guys heard. That's his brain trying to unscramble while he snores in unconsciousness. And if you've seen, you can see it in fighters and stuff when they get knocked out. Sometimes they make very weird, gross sounds. It's actually really a disturbing thing.
Yeah, I hate that sound. I've heard that too many times. I hate it. It hurts. It hurts to listen to that.
Well, you got to stop hitting people, Steve.
Or hit them hard enough so they stop making sounds.
That's the solution. You just have to whack them a few more times.
Let's see. Otto Rommel, who opens the door? Perp had his hand on hip and hammer. Paul has hand on hammer and drink in hand. The 911 call. Does he say we don't know him? Well, I mean, he was presumably referring to himself and Nancy as we, since he was talking. Like, in context, the we doesn't strike me as weird, other than the fact that it's a Pelosi and I inherently distrust them. The we is not weird. And especially because he's saying the guy is wanting to see my wife who's not here. He's wanting to wait for us. No, we don't know him. That makes English sense, but there certainly could be something more to this. I mean, who knows?
That sounds so much to me like somebody who is in genuine fear, who's trying to communicate, I need help, but I can't say it because this guy's got a hammer at my head. I'm just calling it like I see it. I mean, believe me, Pelosi's are the last people that I like, but on the other hand, there are crazy people that go after people in power, and that might be one of them. I'd be happy. I think that's more a reasonable explanation. When we read all these conspiracies, it's fun. It's fun to think, but
it makes you wonder why it took him so long to release the video, because the rumors that were swirling around were much more damaging than what I saw in that video.
Yeah.
Well, that's sort of like Pelosi saying, "Oh, I'm going to call off all the police protection for the Capitol," and so then play victim. So, all the crazy right wingers are conspiracy theories, and now that we've fallen right into that trap, and now, look at you, you're a fool. So that's why you got to be careful not to get out front of story and speculate.
Correct. Yeah. Sorry. I was just
What are we in South Carolina court?
I was responding to a very important tweet. Okay.
Okay.
So that's all. Squizgar says, Nick, you have brown hair. Did you do it? I did.
Yes. Where were you
I did.
on
I'm
that day?
finally ready to confess. What day was that?
What,
You don't even know the date now, Steve? Very convenient that you forget the date when pressed, isn't it?
well,
June
I-
7th, July 7th, 2021.
Did I look
Oh, I was
shiftily
in-
out the window when you
I was in
mentioned
Colton
that?
County, South Carolina that day, obviously.
My demeanor changed when you said the accused me.
Your demeanor changed. For the record, I've never been to South Carolina. I'd love to. I don't think.
Oh, it's beautiful. South Carolina is beautiful. Charleston, holy cow.
Wait, did
Charleston.
I go? I'm trying to think. I might have driven through South Carolina one day. It
Charleston
wasn't
is
that
one of the-
year.
Charleston, I think, is probably the most beautiful city in the South. If I was just like from a strictly visual swim point, and of course the history there, Fort
Yeah.
Sumter, and it's beautiful. I mean, the old architecture there.
Yeah. I've never been, so I don't know.
Okay, well, no, but Charleston's beautiful.
The whole coast is pretty.
I went
Savannah.
to Savannah.
Myrtle
Savannah's
Beach,
pretty.
Hilton Head.
I'd say Charleston's kind of like
Hilton Head. I
Savannah.
thought that's what happened when I called up Paris.
Oh, gosh, man, here we are in the Nick playground.
That's my entire world. And everybody should work to make their world their playground.
And I respect you for it.
Let's see. Just Gen T. Pretty smart to highlight this investigator has no ties in the area and wasn't aware of who this family is, right? Also, that it seems she was picked for that reason to work the case. Well, I mean, they would have to identify any potential conflicts. They would want to root out anyone who there would be influence over or whatever.
Like who worked on the boat accident, right? That's a felony
Right.
case. Some of the local law enforcement would have worked that case. You don't want them working this one too.
Right. Now, the problem was she didn't seem to know anything about investigating anything, at least on cross. On direct examination, she had decent knowledge, but on cross, she suddenly didn't know anything. But what we did get was that she was a laundry expert.
Hey,
So that's
Travis,
good.
Travis wants me to shut my mouth, but let me give you another plug about Charleston. It's great. You can go out for drinks there, and all the college kids go out for drinks at night, and they all dress up in their ties and their dresses, and they look so beautiful. These young kids, they're so fresh-faced. It's the most impressive young college student town that you'll ever go to. You want just to go out at night and see these cute kids dressed to the T. It's so old school and traditional. I love it.
Weird. Texas Red 512. Branca. How can the dad be guilty but not the son? So this is back to the Miller case. I mean, we kind of talked about it, but we can rehash it briefly. It's not like anything else is happening.
Yeah. So one of the ways you can lose self-defense under Texas law and in most states is if you provoke the fight with the intent of having a pretext to use force against that other person. In other words, the traditional way to lose self-defense is to be the initial aggressor in the fight. But what you can do instead is not be the initial aggressor yourself, but provoke the other person into being the initial aggressor with the specific intent that then you would have a pretext to use force against them. It's called provocation with intent. It's in the Texas law. It's in their jury instructions. And what the father was doing on this video saying, go ahead, take your swing, that is classic provocation with intent, because you're not saying that because you want to get punched in the face. You're saying that because when the other person takes the swing, when you provoke them into being the initial aggressor, you'll have a pretext for using force against them. That loses you self-defense. The son wasn't saying that. The son was throwing some insults, but he wasn't saying anything that could really be characterized as provocation with intent. So it's not surprising to me that the father could lose self-defense on that basis and the son not.
Oh, can I push back a little bit on my buddy Branca's analysis? And that could be that the jury didn't consider any of that. And
we don't know. Right.
There was a holdout, and they just said, let's compromise. Let's get the dad because we think he's more the culpable, and let the son off. And okay, I'll go that way. And they just compromised and went with their guts. So, you don't know what the jury, that's a very legal analysis, and it's correct. But the juries, that's kind of a mystery room back there, and there's no check on that's jury nullification.
Unless you have a bench trial or you have something like an immunity hearing where you have a judge who's actually going to write out his rationale for arriving at a conclusion. Juries don't give explanations. And by the way, when they do, when they're interviewed after a verdict, I never believe what they're saying anyway.
Right. I got stories. You don't want to hear my stories. I got to actually talk to a jury after one of my biggest wins ever I had. A guy was they wanted to give him 22 years in prison, and we got it down to a manslaughter, and he got 3, and he'd been in 2.5. So it was a huge win. And the jury came up to me afterwards, and they don't do that, but they're like, "Can we talk to you?" And I'm like, "Sure," because you can't approach them, but they can approach you. And it was so great. That was so neat. In fact, I even talked to the foreman for a while after that. He would chat with me. It was really cool. So it's fun when you get to talk to. The rule is the attorneys can't approach the jurors, but the jurors can approach the attorneys after it's over and done with.
Right. Someone asked, what is the difference between provocation and a warning? It's the intent. A warning is stay away from me. The provocation is come at me, and I'll come at me so I can shoot you. Like, it's an invite. I dare you to come here because I got this gun and I'm ready to use it. Now I'm being more clear and direct about the provocation, but I mean, that's what the jury has to decide. Is they have to just try to decide the state of the mind of the speaker and determine their intent through the circumstantial evidence. They looked at that video and they determined, well, we're leaping to the legal conclusion, but they may have looked at that video and determined that his saying, take your swing, and if you come within 3 feet of me, I'm going to kill you, is him saying, I want you to come here because I want to shoot you. And I just need that excuse. And you give me that excuse and I'm going to take it.
And in fairness, I should be clear. This is, if I were prosecuting the father, that's the argument I would make. I don't, in fact, know that the prosecution even made that argument. I mean, I don't know anything about what they argued because none of this was televised.
Right.
True. And ultimately, that interpretation of the facts, that is a jury question. How we interpret what he said, that's up to the jury to place that interpretation of what his intent was. Because I looked at that and I'm like, he could have just been standing up, not back, and says, well, if that's what he's just talking, he's jawing like Southern Texas, right? And so he's just, you could perceive that in 2 different ways. You could say, I want you to hit me, or why don't you just back down and shut your mouth because you're, but ultimately who resolves that question? The jury. And so, we can say what it is legally, but jury makes the fact calls.
Yeah, it just looks bad here, right? Because that's actually what happened. Take your swing, take your swing, take your swing, I dare you. And then the guy takes the swing and you shoot him. Yeah.
And Mark Underhill says, whoa, if you come within 3 feet from me and I'll shoot you as a warning, take your swing as a provocation. Right. Let me just suggest that personally, I think all of them were warnings. I don't think he actually provoked them. That's my read of the evidence. But our read of the evidence doesn't matter at all. The jury's interpretation is what matters. And anything you say in those situations can be interpreted as a warning or provocation. That's a fact question for the jury. And that is not a question that the jury answers. Well, one, there's no record that they answer that at all because they don't put down their rulings. And that's not something you're going to have any real luck challenging on appeal. And that was one of the real downside of that trial not being broadcast is we don't get to see what arguments were made if there were evidentiary issues that could be appellate issues for this. But just the idea that, well, no, he had a proper self-defense claim and provocation is wrong. Like, you can appeal on that, but there's no evidence that provocation is actually the justification. They could just say he just wasn't acting in self-defense. He wasn't in the jury just thought he wasn't in danger of imminent death or bodily harm, that no reasonable person would do that at the time. But then, of course, letting the son be not guilty kind of makes that a little bit suspect. But but we don't know. Juries are sometimes dumb too. And so it's really unfortunate that, because people have asked me, well, what about an appeal? It's like, well, we have no idea if there were any appellate issues at all. A lot of times there's something, whether it's good or not, it's a completely different question. So very unfortunate that it wasn't streamed, though. I think it would have been a great trial and not a million years long.
Right.
Jonathan, all of this clean has to serve the defense. I mean, maybe the clean thing is ambiguous. So his clothes are clean. Let's say he did change clothes. Okay. So he's working all day out on a ranch and he changes clothes before he goes to visit his Alzheimer's mother. I mean, he's a hunter. He's got dogs. Like, maybe he throws on a fresh pair of clothes right before he goes to see his mother. Then when he gets back after not doing really anything, he's got 20 minutes to a couple hours to like really get like worked up and get the clothes all dirty. I mean, who knows? Let's say he came home and he checked the bodies. He got blood on himself. And then he's like, oh God, I better change shirts or whatever. What does that tell you about whether or not he murdered him? But I think we're going to find out forensically that his pants had blood on him. Now in the picture, I can pull it back up one more time so people kind of remember what it looks like. You wouldn't, I mean, these pants are really dark. I love that she called them khaki and then khaki style. They're trousers, sweetheart, is the word you would use. But they're olive green, it looks like in this picture. It's dark around. Unless you're in bright light, you probably wouldn't notice any blood on them at all. And if there is blood, and it's obvious when they take, like, let's say they take an evidence photo of the pants somewhere, and that gets introduced later, and it's big red smears on there, you still wouldn't see those unless you were in the right light. And but yeah, I mean, standing out here, you couldn't tell that he had any blood on his pants at all. But it seems like that's going to be part of the testimony because the defense has brought it up several times that there was some blood on his pants. But yeah, well, I mean, what does him having or not having blood on his person, on his shoes or whatever, what does that say? Nothing. You just get to draw some sort of inference.
If he had blood all over him, they'd say that was consistent with guilt.
Yeah,
Right.
Exactly. If he had blood just on his shoes, they would say that was consistent with guilt. I mean,
Yeah, I mean, what is the right amount of blood or not blood? Or what's the right amount of cleanliness or not cleanliness? This is not evidence of guilt.
Yeah.
It's just the way
It's just a
it's
specter.
just the way it happened. It happened somehow, right? So
Yeah.
whatever happened, there is a truth, there is a reality here. Something happened. 2 people were shot dead. He was there. So there's something happened, right? So there is one truthful thread here that runs through the whole thing. But the facts that they're shining lights on don't illuminate the truth. It just says this is the way it happened. Okay, so there's blood there. Well, what does that mean? So he tried to roll over the sun. He doesn't touch the bloody parts because you don't generally put your hand in. You're in shock. Maybe you touch the person to see that they're cold. Maybe you try to move them or push them, but that's not on a bloody part of the body. And then you have a little bit of blood on your hand and you put it in your pocket. You call 911. I mean, that is reasonable. There's not an unreasonable light on that. So this whole narrative, the more they hammer on irrelevant, weak points of evidence, the weaker their case looks. Now, I don't know how much longer they can go without answering some of these questions.
By the way, on that the dumpster shooting thing, so it would be great to get a Texas lawyer on for this, criminal lawyer, because I don't, for the sentencing aspects, because sentencing gets very complicated state to state. There's lots of rules in every state, and they're not very parallel to each other, so it's hard to make generalities. But I did a quick look, and it looks like in most cases in Texas, for most offenses, you're eligible for parole in a quarter of the sentence. A quarter of the sentence here would be 3.5 years. This happened in 2018, this dumpster shooting.
yeah.
He's
out.
already, and they've
They
been
were-
in jail the whole time, I believe.
No, I think they were out.
Were they out?
I think so. I think they were out with ankle monitors for something like a couple years. But I can't remember. Genshikin was in the courtroom. He says, being at the Dumpster Brothers trial, I never really heard the prosecution try to argue provocation till closing arguments. During the trial, they just tried to make the father seem hostile. So again, but we don't know.
That was
And-
somebody in the courtroom?
yeah. And to be fair, provocation is a legal argument. They
Right.
don't have to, introducing the evidence and then arguing provocation on closing would be just a fine strategy. I mean, you can do that.
Yeah.
In fact, you'd have to bring in like an expert to try and introduce provocation in an evidentiary way. It's a legal question for the jury about the facts that they have seen. So it's not something
Right.
that you'd really see.
No,
a lot of.
you'd introduce the legal concept of provocation with intent in your opening statement, and
Right.
then you develop the evidence over the course of the trial consistent with that. And then in closing, you say, we told you we were going to show provocation with intent. The judge will instruct you that loses you self-defense. This is the evidence we showed over the course of the trial to support that argument. Please vote to, return a verdict to guilty.
Exactly. Now,
Well,
And it looks like they were out on bond. So I was going to make the point that if they were locked up the whole time, he's actually been in jail for 4 years already. He could almost immediately be eligible for parole, but no, it looks like they were actually out.
Here we go. Update on our man, Matthew Harris. There's an order of commitment pursuant to 18 USC 4241. The court finds by a preponderance of the evidence that defendant is presently suffering from a mental disease or defect, rendering him mentally incompetent to the extent that he is unable to understand the nature and consequences of the proceedings against him to assist properly in his defense. He is ordered to be committed to the custody of the Attorney General. The Attorney General shall hospitalize defendant for treatment in a suitable facility for such a reasonable period of time not to exceed 4 months as necessary to determine whether there is substantial probability that in the foreseeable future he will attain capacity, and for an additional reasonable period of time until his condition is either so improved that trial may proceed if the court finds there's substantial probability, blah, 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 or the pending charges against him are disposed of according to law, whichever is earlier. If at the end of said period, defendant's condition is not sufficiently improved as to permit proceedings in this matter to go forward, defendant is subject to the provisions of 18 USC 4246 and 4248. There are no facts currently known which should support 4248 commitment. I don't know what 4246 or 4248 are off the top of my head. If at the end of this said period, his condition has sufficiently improved, they'll thereafter issue separate orders for evaluation of insanity at the time of the offense.
So translate this for the regular folk. The unbreaded guy is incompetent.
Yeah, he is not currently competent to stand trial. He's committed to the Attorney General, who will put him in a mental hospital with treatment for 4 months, and then maybe an extension of time period after that to determine if it seems like he's on a path to recovery and competency. Then they'll let him continue. Otherwise, they're going to commit him. That's what they're going to do. He'll be in state commitment until he is either competent to stand trial or he dies. Because this guy is charged with threats, attempting to buy a gun to fulfill those threats. I mean, like this is not a safe person.
Could you imagine that guy showing up at your gun shop?
Yeah.
Unbreaded for paper.
Touchdown. So speaking of unbreaded, I want to take one more opportunity to grift. I've got a link pinned in the YouTube comments. I've also got it up on Locals. And I'll be announcing it more and more, but my Las Vegas live show / meet and greet is February 26th. Venue to be announced. You can buy tickets right now through the link to the show. Confirmed guests so far, Camelot 331, Dick Masterson. Not fully confirmed guests, but people have given me sort of soft confirms. Mr. Andrew Branca, Danny On said that she might be coming. Robert Barnes hopefully will be there. I'm trying to twist the arm of Mr. Mark Randazza to show up as well. And there could be many, many more people out there. So if you want to come out, see a little show, have a couple laughs, get some drinks, and socialize with other weird internet autists like yourself, come on out to Las Vegas and have a good time with us.
Yeah, so I'll definitely be there, Nick, for sure. But the only question for me is if my wife is going to be able to make it.
All right.
Well,
I
will
will
exploring that, but
bump him up to the confirmed. Then there you go.
Yeah,
perfect. Also, speaking of my boy, Camelot 331 has been temporarily suspended from Twitter for the same reason as Brittany Venti, the Quartering, and so many along with them. Just talking about the Eliza Blue story will get you banned. She's got all sorts of special pull, it seems, with Twitter.
I don't even know who this person is, so
you don't want to. You don't want to.
I've seen more of her ass.
Yeah, and
on the internet.
It's not. I didn't sign up to see.
See,
her
there's a certain amount of joy in tweaking and editing what you input into your head. So don't watch that stuff. Just ignore it. Just get rid of it. Like
look,
this person.
Sometimes it sneaks up on you, Steve. You're just scrolling through Twitter and you got an ass with Jack Murphy beards on it.
What is this?
Don't worry about it.
I don't have Twitter.
Okay,
That's the thing.
I'll explain it to you in just a second. So here's the tweet that he got hit for. He says, now Yellow Flash got, yes, Yellow Flash got a suspension too. And he says, all of this to prevent anyone from finding out that Eliza Blue faked her entire backstory to profit off victims. over a screenshot of a public video. How long are you going to let this go on, Elon Musk? Looking a lot like nothing has changed on Twitter. What about this tweet violates any rule that anyone knows of on Twitter? Like, he doesn't use profanity. He doesn't even come after Eliza. He just alleges that she faked her entire backstory. Well, that's an opinion.
No, he's discount Chris Pratt. That's funny.
Oh, yeah. Camelot's great. Camelot will be on tonight, by the way, on the Friday night live show. But yeah, so his suspension is for violating the rule. It doesn't even say which rule. It just says violating our rules. Specifically, so we have determined this account violated the Twitter rules, specifically for one, violating one of our rules. And it doesn't, look at this. This is an amazing communication from Twitter. What happened? We have determined this account violated the Twitter rules, specifically for violating one of our rules. As a result, what rule?
That's hilarious.
What rule does it violate?
One of them.
Yeah, one of them. God. So Eliza Blue, Steve, to just kind of fill you in on the
drama. I don't know anything about any of these people. I tangentially know Camelot because wasn't he on that stream with the whole blow up that they had?
Yeah.
And he was the guy that likes lots of women.
Yeah, he goes on Tinder to quote unquote smash pissers.
So he's a discount Chris Pratt. What was it called?
Yeah, discount Chris Pratt. That's
that's
calling
funny.
him. No, Camelot's just, his own hilarious self. He's going to be in Vegas too, by the way. Will be great. But yeah, so he ignore Camelot. Eliza Blue is an advocate against child sex trafficking and sex trafficking generally.
Okay, well, who's for it?
Right. It's a tough position to take.
Tough
Steve.
position. I know. She's standing up for justice.
And she's kind of blown up and gotten a lot of attention. She claimed to be a sex trafficking victim. Now, that's being called into question because while she's claiming to be a sex trafficking victim, she's working with World Star Hip Hop. She is a model in rap videos where she is very, very scantily clad and dancing sexy on camera for, multiple rap videos. She has modeling shoots. She has a cam girl website presence, like where you would pay to watch her be sexy on camera or whatever. And none of this prevents her from being a sex trafficking advocate, right? None of it does. But people have called into question some of the timelines and some of the things she said based on her activity. They're like, wait, at this point in time, you said you were 17, but in this video, you're actually claiming that you were 21 or 22 at the time. Were you actually trafficked? And then she was interviewed by Michael Malice back in 2021. And she described part, at least, of her sex trafficking story. And it seems to be that someone took a picture from her Instagram, used it to create a fake profile and potentially catfish people.
What's catfish people?
So catfishing would be like if I took a picture of a sexy woman and I direct message you and I say, hi, Steve, my name is Marlis. And I want to send you pictures of my breasts, and then you will send me money for those pictures, like in a direct message. And then I try and extort money try and extract money from you. But it's not actually like me. I'm not actually Marlis, right?
Well,
it can be as simple as women do this all the time on dating sites, right? They use these filters and the makeup and the hair extensions on their photo on the dating site. But when they actually show up to the bar to meet for that first date, they are unrecognizable. That's catfishing. What they actually present like in person.
I am
is
so
quite different.
happy that I'm not involved in all of this stuff. That's the first thing. I would just say I don't watch it. I don't pay attention. I am thrilled that I don't know anything about it. And I don't really. And second, I would. Go ahead.
Go ahead. Well, I just wanted to clarify, Branca, yes, what you said is a type of catfishing as well. I'm going off of what she was claiming people were doing. She was claiming people were using her fake picture to direct back to some sort of money-making scheme through direct messaging, catfishing in that way. But yes, catfishing it mainly means lying about who you are or what you look like to do something.
Well, let me just say that the second part of that is that all I'm hearing is I had the greatest professor in First Amendment law when I was at Washington and Lee named Professor Brian Murchison. He's a legend at Washington and Lee. and a great, probably the premier expert on First Amendment law in the country. And probably the hardest class I had in law school, bar none. I mean, it was such a hard class. However, from that, the first thing that jumps to mind sounds to me like she's making herself a public figure for First Amendment purposes. Therefore she is subjecting herself. She's putting her truth out there. She's putting what she is being subject to criticism within the broader scope of the marketplace of ideas. Seems to me part of the overall concept of free speech. So why? And so now we have the whole private entity, Twitter, Google shutdown thing, which we're stuck in. And I hope that Elon Musk really is providing a free platform. That's why, I mean, I'm not even doing YouTube. I'm just doing Rumble. First of all, I don't make any money off it. Second is that I don't want to support platforms that are explicitly anti-free speech. So there may be legacy peoples in Twitter. This was a Twitter ban. There may be legacy people in there that are trying to cause, Elon Musk problems, who are censoring, I don't know. I'm just guessing. I'm just throwing out words.
Let me also suggest very explicitly that Eliza Blue has direct ties to Elon Musk. It's not actually the other way around. That would be nice if it was like some legacy at Twitter, but no, Eliza allegedly, I think by her own admission, unrelated to this, has direct ties to Elon Musk. So it's great. Also, people are questioning my use of Marlis. I just figured Marlis was the type of that seems like a lady that Steve would find attractive.
Who's Marlis?
She can be whoever you want, Steve.
Okay. Well,
she'll be your everything.
Be my everything.
Just Venmo me $200 so I can get my nails done.
See, this stuff is all poison. Just avoid it. That's what I'm saying. What's amazing to me is that these people that are such frauds and so full of it can make so much money when there's somebody out there who is selling truthful books and spend their lives to push their books, and Branca's Andrew and Nick's recording it. And here, if you don't have my book yet, what are you doing out there? You're spending all this money on this to try to convince some girl to show you a breast that you can see for free on the internet every day of the week. And yet you can buy this and you can read it and you'll learn, you'll become a better person. And you can only get that at crimelaw.net. How's that for a grift?
I love it.
Well, you don't get to see these breasts unless you come to Vegas for
That's
next
right.
event. So.
Will we see breasts? Will we see Branca breasts in Vegas?
There won't be any ties.
KJ, boy, I might need to go to Vegas just to see this.
Vegas is going to be so much fun. KJ Laggy says Savannah is a lame version of Charleston. Charleston area is huge and has so much to see and do. And hint, Sullivan's Island is the better beach because it's not a resort area. Oh, there you go.
Savannah's just closer. I can drive to Savannah and have dinner and come back it's in range of me. So we go to Savannah more, but Charleston is it's really beautiful. I must say that's probably, I think it's the most beautiful city in the South. It just physically, and I love the people there. They're very Southern, very genteel. And I know that they don't want to hear it, but all those New Yorkers who are coming to Florida, they need to just stop in the South Carolina and go to Charleston. That's what I'm suggesting.
Sleek556 sent a couple chats. I'm just going to read them together. He says, the local news had a good breakdown on testimony. 2 of 4 prosecution witnesses talked about Aaron Howard making threats and unprovoked attacks. All 6 defense witnesses recounted violence like threatening cops, attacking the mailman. So that was one. And then he says, Nick, the South Beach in Vegas is a great venue. If you're looking, my Army unit hosted their formal balls there. And then why? Balls joke. Slick556. So he also says, what about Texas Lawhawk as a guest in Vegas? I've never talked to Texas Lawhawk, but that guy seems hilarious. Have you guys ever see that commercial for the Texas Lawhawk?
I don't think so.
Hold on. This dude.
Texas Lawhawk.
Yes.
Oh, we have the Morgan and Morgan. I'm in the Morgan and Morgan building right now. Oh my gosh. They are so all over the place. It's the most ridiculous advertising campaign. Morgan and Morgan, Florida people. The problem is they basically rent half a floor and then they pay the building to put their name on it. So everybody thinks they've got the whole building occupied with lawyers.
Here we go, Steve.
Oh, that's cool.
Brian Wilson, Texas Law Hawk. Brian Wilson, the Texas Law Hawk. Talons of justice. Due process. Do wheelies. It's hot out here. Brian Wilson, El Halcon de la Ley. Brian Wilson, the Texas Law Hawk.
Hey guys.
Well. It's no refusal weekend, so you have to blow. Otherwise, you're gonna lose your license. These things are 100% accurate. Blowing it. Surprise, failed. Blow. Yeah, I don't think so.
What goes on and on? Oh my God.
Someone just called me. That's why you don't blow. Brian Wilson, the Texas Law Hawk.
If you or a loved one been arrested, if so, call Brian Wilson, the Texas Law Hawk today.
That's pretty awesome.
Why wouldn't you hire him?
Even wears a tie.
I don't know. I'm glad I'm a public defender. I don't have to do that. Oh, I'll bet you it works though. I'll bet you there are a lot of people that think that guy's great.
He's got several of those commercials. They're like 7 years old. I mean, that was from a long time ago. I wonder
Now
what
what's
he's
he
like
going to be?
now.
He's like wheelchair, like
That was a judge.
Judge.
Texas Judge Hawk.
No, it turns out he was the guy shot by the Millers in Abilene.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Your Honor.
Judge puts a pillow behind his head and sleeping
I think we left
mask
off
on.
talking about some items in the feed room.
That's right.
Sweetheart, no
that
one here
being
could tell you
items
where you
17
left
and
off.
14.
No one was listening.
Oh, she's still up, huh? Boy, this is tough. I might have to get back to work on this one. Enough of my scintillating commentary. I think I'm going to tag out and go back to work. I've taken off enough time.
Item 14 is
All
in
right,
that
buddy.
bag.
Take care, Steve.
Time if you get bored.
Thank you. I'll monitor it in the background, but I got to get working.
This is the Karen witness, right?
Yes, tire mark person.
And item 14.
God bless.
is,
Thanks, chat.
Pellets from
Take care, Steve.
wood, excuse me,
Miss Cabbage Patch.
room floor
His
that
website's
you
still up.
collected.
Yes, that's right.
And how do you know that that item contains those pellets?
It's my handwriting on the envelope and the description of what I collected with the date, time, and my initials. And my initials and the date on the seal tape.
Above the Law honored him in 2015, showing, quote, the world that, yes, lawyers can have a sense of humor.
Collected it?
It was opened by I believe,
Not
the
true.
firearms examiner.
And then item 17.
Yes.
Mercado Law, will you cover the releases of the police body cam video of the police murder of the guy in Memphis? It should be released this afternoon. The ATF and FBI have sent out alerts for expected rioting and looting upon release. Have you been following that one, Branca?
Is it the one where the 5 black cops beat up a black suspect and killed him?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm aware of its existence. I'm not sure, but I'll be interested in seeing the video. You can't trust anything the media says on these kinds of things, so.
Yeah. That, yeah, I don't know anything about it. People keep pinging me with it. And I'm like, yesterday I spent all day streaming and then
Exhibit
sleeping.
20, the pellets from the feed room floor, and states Exhibit 18.
I mean, is it going to turn out he fought arrest for 10 minutes while chewing a bunch of fentanyl and had a pre-existing heart condition? I mean, is it going to be one of those cases? I don't know.
All right, no objection.
All right, Agent Worley, let's move on to Matt.
Ben Crump
Did
is
you
the
have a
family's
chance
lawyer.
to
Oh, great.
observe her body?
I did.
Well, at least it won't be a circus.
And where was it located?
She was just past the workshop overhang near the doghouse.
When you first got out there, could you see her body or was it covered?
It was covered with a pink sheet.
I'm going to show you states 52, states exhibit 50, states 48, and states 47. You could take a look at those and tell us what in general they just depict.
These were photos of Maggie, the way she appeared when we arrived on scene, still covered with pink sheet.
And are those true and accurate depictions of the crime scene where Maggie Murdaugh was found when you were out there?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, at this time, I would offer states exhibits 52, 50, 48, and 47 into evidence.
Your Honor, we don't have any objections to these, but I think we need to go through this process, at least on 2 of them, to have them submitted under seal and a placeholder put in effect. Am I wrong about that?
And they don't want any of these photos to go public.
While they're doing that, let me just quickly bring up this picture of the Texas Law Hawk from his Instagram on in 2020. His LinkedIn, his Facebook, his Instagram, and his Tinder. This guy seems like a riot. Oh my goodness.
States 52 through
I'm gonna need to get a
48 and
snack in a little
47
bit.
into evidence.
Or a lunch of some sort.
No objection. I don't have an objection to either, and number, whatever that is.
Your Honor, we will seal states exhibit 50 due to its graphic nature and prepare that placeholder. Agent Worley, this is states exhibit 47. If you could kind of describe that to the jury.
It's a photo showing Maggie's body lying on the ground with the sheriff's office canopy over her, looking toward the overhang for the workshop. And you can see the kennels off to the right.
And these pictures are kind of hard to see on the screen. Is Paul's body also in that shot?
You can sort of see the pink sheet that's over him, yes.
Like over in front of the feed room door?
Right.
And then Maggie's is in front of this ATV.
Yes, that's right.
And states exhibit 48.
That's looking from a different angle of Maggie, the doghouse in the background, the workshop overhang, and the ATVs to the right.
And then states exhibit 52.
That was after Maggie's body was removed from the area.
This is states 50 submitted under seal.
Different angle of Maggie's body, I believe still covered by the pink sheet.
Someone asked earlier, because the defendant, he's like, you'll see him like rocking and kind of jittering, like right now. I mean, you can interpret it how you want. He's reacting to images of his wife and son that are very grisly and gruesome. Usually during or descriptions of it. That's when you tend to see it the most. So I tend to take it as he's processing that
Maggie's body
in a negative way.
Where was
but-
she actually? What wounds did you observe?
She was lying face down, her both arms bent at the elbow. Her right arm was bent toward her face. Her left arm was bent underneath her body. Her legs were straight out behind her.
This time I'll publish State Defendant's Exhibit 2, which is under seal. Is that how her body appeared to be on the scene?
Yes, that is.
Now, when the body was moved, did you notice anything?
We located another cartridge case on the ground, approximately where her right knee had been.
So she was laying on top of a shell case.
That's right.
All right. And
At what point do these photographs
did you
become
collect that
cumulative?
item?
I mean,
Yes,
we're
we
nowhere
marked it
near
as
that.
Marker 7, photographed it, and collected it.
And what, do you recall what kind of round that was?
The 300 blackout.
Mr. Burley, I'm going to ask you to take a look at this baggie, and if you can, remove item 7.
Yeah, these crime scene photos, they can let in virtually every photo they take.
Yeah, I mean, unless the photos are the idea would be that if there's anything different or new about the photo, it would be let in.
Right.
I mean, a slightly different angle of the same wound. The justification is really, really thin. But this isn't, I mean, we haven't introduced that many photos in this case. It's not like they're pushing into the hundreds of photos here. So,
I mean, just remember the stuff they did with Zimmerman, right? They took the video footage, Binger did, and sliced it up into 5,000 snapshots and then introduced all of them to the jury.
right. It's
And therefore a really malicious motive to make it appear as if the events took a much longer period of time than they actually did.
and we saw, I mean, with trying to think, with Kim Potter. I mean, they kept showing the body of Dante Wright, which was completely irrelevant
Right.
to the actual case and what the
Down the
facts
street.
were.
Yeah.
Right. And so
No objection, Your Honor.
it's I don't know. They get a lot of leeway.
Agent Forley, State's Exhibit 68, item 7, the 300 blackout recovered under the knee of Maggie Murdaugh. How do you know that is that?
Just my handwriting on the envelope, date, time, and initials when I collected it. My initials and the date on the seal tape.
And I'm going to show, this time I would move State's Exhibit, not 80, excuse me, 68.
Learn
into
to talk.
evidence.
She keeps misreading the numbers. It's not that hard.
I'm going to show you State's
Numbers
Exhibit
can be
printed right
difficult.
there.
1. Do you recognize that
She graduated
picture?
before the push
Yes.
for STEM, women in
Is
STEM.
that what is that a picture of?
It is item 7 cartridge case located at marker 7 before we collected it.
Is that a true and accurate depiction of that casing at the crime scene?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move State's Exhibit 61 into evidence.
Is that what you just showed me? Oh, okay, I'm sorry. No objection.
And this is the shell casing here, shell case.
Yes, it is.
And this is a picture of it is located at the crime scene, correct?
That's right.
Now, did you collect some other shell cases while you were out there?
Yes, we did.
And if we're looking at some of these pictures, you see the little yellow placards there. I don't know if we can see them that well on the screen here. What do each of those placards indicate?
Those are the evidence markers that the sheriff's office placed on cartridge cases that were on scene. Markers 3, 4, and 5 were all the same 300 blackout cartridge cases.
So, how many blackout cases did we recover from the scene?
I believe it was 5.
Hey, Attorney Tom, how you doing? I didn't see you down there, buddy. Attorney Tom, are you going to come to Vegas?
And did you collect the cases that were at the scene?
Yes, I did.
And that would be items 2 through 6?
2 through 7, yes.
2 through 7. And we already have items 7 up there. So do you have items 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 there?
Two, 3, 4, 5, and 6.
And what are items 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6?
They're all cartridge cases, head stamped SNB 300, AAC, BLK, collected from markers 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6.
And in this case, does the item number correspond with the case with where the marker was?
It does, yes.
And can you take a look at these pictures?
Team Ruby over on Rumble with a big Rumble rant says, for the love of Mike, my last Brazilian wax didn't take this long, nor was it as painful. Drinks on me. We all need one at this point.
62,
I will oblige.
59, 58, 57, 56, 55, and 54, and also 53.
Oh my gosh. This is so just, like, why is this so grueling?
And can you tell us in general what we see in those pictures?
These photos show
Team
each
Ruby,
of those
thank you.
markers 2,
I
3,
needed
4,
this.
5, and 6, and before we collected the evidence. And also marker 13.
And are those true and accurate depictions of where 300 blackout shell cases were on the scene?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, at this time, I would offer state's exhibits 62, 60, 59, 58, 57, 56, 55, 54, and 53 into evidence.
Show them to the defense.
Yes, Your Honor.
They're admitted without objection.
All right. Show them to the camera, sweetie. I'm talking about the pictures, by the way, you degenerates in chat. Nick just asked the lawyer to open her jacket. No, stop it. Oh my gosh. Southern Brainwater.
Jail cases that were collected, did you collect them and put them in these little envelopes?
Yes, I did.
No objection, Your Honor.
They're admitted.
Yeah. Southern Brainwater says Ethan Ralph, skid mark expert. He also said every metro lawyer or area has a lawyer like that. When I was in Milwaukee, it was David Gruber. One call, that's all. Yes, I would love to see the lawyer who deals with your issue in one call.
Cases one more time. This being now marked as State's Exhibit 63. We could tell the jury what that is.
This is a cartridge case, 300 blackout from marker 2.
And how do you know this is the 300 blackout cartridge case that you collected from marker 2?
That's my handwriting on the envelope, date, time, and initials when I collected it, and my initials on the seal.
What about for State's 64?
The 300 blackout cartridge case that I collected from marker 3. It's my handwriting on the envelope, date, time, and initials when I collected it, and my initials on the seal.
Can we just do these collectively?
Yeah.
State's Exhibit 65.
Cartridge case collected from marker 4, 300 blackout. That's my handwriting with the date, time, and initials. When
I'm rather surprised how few people are in the courtroom. I mean, look at all those empty benches back there. I wonder if the judge just has tightly restricted access.
The left side's pretty full. The right side's pretty empty.
5. It's my handwriting, my date, time, and initials, and my initials on the seal.
And then State's 67.
The 300 blackout cartridge case from marker 6. It's my handwriting on the envelope with the date, time, and initials when I collected it. My initials on the seal.
Your Honor, at this time, I would move State 63 through 67 into evidence.
They're admitted.
And Agent Worley, what did you do with these cases once they were collected on the scene?
I sealed them in those coin envelopes that are in there with them. I transported them to the lab at SLED.
And when you got them to the lab at SLED, what did you do?
I transferred most of the evidence from the scene to one of the crime scene lieutenants, Lieutenant Todd Shank.
And does he take those items and put them in some sort of secure location, or what happens to them?
He would have logged them into our database and transferred them wherever they were going in the lab for analysis.
Right, I'm going to turn your attention now to what's previously been admitted as State's Exhibit 49, which I believe was admitted under seal. Now, if we take a look at this picture, you can see those yellow placards.
John Avery, no reason has been stated yet why they believe he killed his wife and son. Just that he did.
Placard 2, I believe. Would correspond with item 2, which has been marked as State 63.
Yes, that's right.
And State's Exhibit 53 here. What are we looking at here?
That's that cartridge case at marker 2 before we collected it.
And State's Exhibit 54.
That's a close-up of the same cartridge case at marker 2.
Oops, where's that page? Okay, so marker 2. All right, then we'll move to State's Exhibit 55.
The jury here has to just be contemplating suicide.
Markers
Like,
3 and 4, the cartridge cases at those markers before I collected them.
Okay, and I don't know if the jury can see those cases there. Agent Worley, Your Honor, may I have permission for Agent Worley to step down and point those 2 cases out to the jurors on this TV here?
Yes.
Right here is the one at marker 3, and then the one at marker 4 right here.
Okay, and while you're here, Agent Worley will put up State's Exhibit 58.
what is the purpose of this? It's just to admit
And in that
these.
picture, if you could point out any items of interest for us.
They have to lay the foundation
These
for
are
these
the
things,
Cartridge cases at markers
why
5
they're
and 6.
relevant, and get them in the record. It just doesn't seem like the defense has any objection to
See the one at
any
5.
of this, so they're spending way too much time laying the foundation.
Right. This should really all be
And
stipulated. I
State's
mean,
Exhibit 59.
and of course they want to admit it. The state may want to make some argument about the pattern in which the brass is on the ground, or arguing that that demonstrates some particular course of action by the defendant.
Agent Worley.
It generally doesn't, folks, unless pattern in a very gross sense might be meaningful. But brass cases, they tend to bounce everywhere, especially if they're hitting cement.
State's Exhibit 66.
Yes.
And then let's go back here to State's Exhibit 58. Also in that picture, does it look like we might have some brain matter and some hair in that picture?
Yes.
Oh, now they notice.
But not in her hand. That's just brain matter and clumps of hair that came out with the bullet that went through her head.
Did you test that brain matter for gunshot residue?
It's the cartridge case at marker 3 before I collected it.
And then State's Exhibit 64 is the actual shell case that was collected.
That's right.
What time do you do your Friday night show?
11 p.m. Central.
State's
11 p.m. Oh,
Exhibit
yeah.
57.
That's the cartridge case at marker 4 before I collected it.
And State's Exhibit 65.
Yes,
So that's the actual case that was collected.
it is.
And then finally here, we have State's Exhibit 60.
I was just wondering why the shoe and tire tread expert is
That's
looking at
cartridge
shell
case at marker
casings.
6 before I collected it.
And why
Oh,
does
yeah.
that?
And at the time, she was a crime scene investigator. She's become a tread and shoe mark, whatever, impression expert since then. So she's playing two roles here. One is a crime scene investigator who collected evidence, and two as an expert witness on foot impressions, shoe impressions, and tread mark.
And presumably we'll get to that testimony at some point this century, maybe.
Now, also, was there some kind of defect or something in the gravel that y'all inspected?
Yes, at marker 13 that the sheriff's office had placed, there was a disturbance in the gravel area that we dug into that area. We presumed it was a bullet strike where a bullet had hit, so we dug into that area.
And did you find anything when you were looking?
Yes, we found several metal fragments.
Just Tim Pool, the tool says
And
pour one out.
What did you just remove from this
Hold on.
baggie from the
I'll do it in a
crime
second.
lab?
These are the metal fragments that I collected from in the ground at marker 13.
And how do you know those are the metal fragments you collected?
They look familiar. It's my handwriting on the envelope, date, time, and initials when I collected it, and my initials on the seal.
Tim Pool, the tool says, pour one out for Dumpster Dad. He always put his son first, but never took the first swang. Does he regret his action that fateful day at the dumpster of doom? I doubt it. And that's one thing in a self-defense situation. At some point, you may need to make peace with the fact that, hey, at least you're alive, and so is your loved one.
I wouldn't do it unless you're prepared to make that peace, because conviction is a definite possibility, no matter how justified you might actually have been.
Exactly. Exactly. Genkin says, I have to ask, is police work usually this much of a shit show when they're investigating a double homicide, or is this instance special? To me, this case should be special because it involves high power attorney, political figure, family of prominent political figures. It's a very heinous crime. There's a bunch of other drama going on with this very family, active investigations and criminal charges and all of that stuff. It should have been, this should be one of the most careful cases you could do.
There's no perfect investigation, right? They're always defective in some respect, but this should be the least defective investigation we've ever seen out of South Carolina. The political dynamics and the conflicts were sufficiently known here that within a couple of hours, SLED that was already being handed off from local law enforcement to state level law enforcement, from local prosecutor to state level prosecutor. They knew this was going to matter. And that doesn't even consider the grotesque nature of the killings.
Right.
It is, yes.
Your Honor, this time I would move State's Exhibit 62 into evidence.
Okay. Admit it.
And also for ID purposes only, State's Exhibit 102, the bullet fragments.
They should have preserved everything.
Yeah.
Especially since at the beginning they didn't know it was this guy. Well, we still don't know really, but he wasn't, I guess, the primary suspect. There could have been other people. Everybody was a suspect, as they said. Well, God damn it! Then the shoes and the tread marks and all that is really important. That may be what ties whoever you identify to the crime scene.
Is on that placard there.
Those are the metal fragments that we collected from the ground at marker 13.
All right, so what else did you see around Maggie's body while you were investigating the scene?
There was in the doghouse, the side that was facing her, there was appeared to be a bullet defect in the side of the doghouse.
Okay. Was there an ATV parked under that shed?
Yes, there were two.
Did you notice anything about the ATV?
There's appeared to be suspected biological material on the front of the ATV, sort of low down on the front of it.
Rich people have nice toys.
In relation to
ATVs, lots of guns, boats.
I believe it was off
1,700 acres of property, multiple cars. You name the type of gun, we probably have it.
Would that be the ATV?
Yes, that's it.
Okay. And on the front of that box, on the ATV, there appeared to be tissues, you said?
I would get an ATV if I had anywhere to drive it. Like if I had a big property. My property's big, but a lot of it's like swampland and stuff. So there's not like a ton of places you can go in an ATV. Even my deer stand is kind of across this swampy area. You have to wear waders in spring to get to it. But of course you don't need the deer stand in spring.
Right.
But
well, if you have 1,700 acres, maybe you need a helicopter. It seems like a lot of property to me.
That'd be awesome.
How do you recognize those pictures?
These show the front of the doghouse and then a projectile that we collected from a dog bed that was inside the doghouse.
Are those true and accurate depictions?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, at this time I would move State's Exhibit 75, 74, and 73 into evidence.
Get one of those fan boats. You can actually probably drive it around in the summertime.
Along with Exhibit 72. Thank you, Your Honor. State's Exhibit 72.
Oh my God.
If you could tell the jury.
Somebody's house is on fire.
Oh, it's like, is there a hound dog howling in the background? What the hell is that?
The fire department's 2 blocks from my office. Oh, and the siren set off a car alarm. God damn it.
Your office is so funny.
Yes, that's it.
I can't wait to get out of here. Year and a half left.
73.
Year and a half.
That's the front of the doghouse.
Boosh McFadden says that's the jury wailing in agony.
And then State's Exhibits 74.
Have you considered
That was the,
employing Paul Pelosi
projectile
to
that was
approach your leaseholder
in the
to help you
bedding
break the
of
lease?
that dog bed that we recovered.
We might leave. We might leave early. We're looking to build an office. So, but if we leave, I still have to pay off the lease. So,
yeah.
And then State's Exhibit 75.
And that is the projectile that we collected from the dog bed.
And I believe that projectile was maybe in this bag you have here.
yeah, the fire sirens are more interesting than the trial.
12.
Yes, it is.
Like, I really want to go.
How do you know item 12?
I got like half a
is
burrito sitting in my fridge that
It's my
I can warm
handwriting
up
on
and
the
eat,
envelope.
but I feel
the date,
bad
time, and
leaving you
initials when I
in
collected
the
it,
misery of this
and my
case.
initials
Oh,
on
go
it.
eat. Go eat. It's okay.
Do you know anything else about
I'll be
that
back. I just got to heat it up. I'll be right back.
projectile
Okay.
besides that it's the one that you collected from the doghouse?
No.
Now I can turn it into a griftathon. Get your free copy. Law Self-Defense Principles. Free copy, real physical book at lawselfdefense.com/free book. Easy enough to remember. And they're still paused. Take our Saturday, April 15th, tax day, Law of Self-Defense course. Full day, live, taught by me, course on self-defense law. Make yourself hard to convict if you ever have to defend your family, yourself, your property from criminal predation.
12
Lawofselfdefense.com/advanced.
into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
Admitted.
If you want a hardcover of the book, you can get the hardcover at lawselfdefense.com/gethard.
Yes, that's it.
Round collected from the doghouse.
That's right.
All right, now, after you had went out to the crime scene, did you make a diagram to kind of, piece together the evidence where you could see everything and how it kind of relates to each other?
Anyone thinking about becoming a lawyer should watch this.
Showing where evidence was located, where the victims were located. I take measurements to show where things are in relation to each other.
And when you made that diagram, is it to any kind of scale?
No.
I don't know anything about South Carolina, folks, except that everybody I know who works in Charlotte, North Carolina, lives in, what's that town just south of Charlotte? Fort Mill.
Admitted.
They all live in Fort Mill, South Carolina, just over the border.
Agent Forley, is this the diagram that you created after being out there on the crime scene?
That's the final diagram I created with a computer. Yes.
Your Honor, may Agent Worley step down to kind of go through the diagram with the jurors?
Any comments on the ATF? Yeah, it should be a convenience store.
Kind of help the jurors through the crime scene using this diagram here.
I think it's but you create an agency like that, and it's the agency will agency. They'll pass these ridiculous rules. I don't know how to work the locals chat, folks. I'm in it.
Markers, marker 1 and markers 9 and 10.
I don't know. I'll put a test message in. Test.
Then we had markers 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 underneath her right knee.
Did that do anything? I don't know.
8 tire impressions in the dirt underneath this overhang.
I just typed a comment. I can't even see my own comment.
Suspected biological material. And then marker 13 where we dug the metal fragments out of the gravel.
Typed. I hit the message. I don't know.
Now, you just mentioned some tire impressions being here at item 8. What do you know about those?
They went straight through where the overhang was, went from one end to the other.
Did you do any kind of analysis on those tire impressions?
We photographed them with examination quality photographs on scene. I never had any.
Okay, yeah, I saw now. I had to refresh the page.
Compare them
All
to
right.
do actual comparison in a report. No.
And why was that? Why didn't you do any analysis on the tire impressions?
We concluded basically the gentleman who took care of the dogs, I forget his name, he parked there regularly, and his tires were consistent with the design of the impressions that were there in the dirt.
So you essentially, they figured out who the tire impressions were.
Right.
And it wasn't necessary for you to do any analysis there.
Yes.
Were you aware of any other tire impressions on the scene that you analyzed?
No.
As far as tire impressions in wet grass go, how would you analyze those?
All I would be able to do with that would be photograph it. That's not going to leave any kind of design characteristics from the tread of the tire in the grass. So I can't really do an analysis, a tire analysis of tire impressions like that.
Right, while you were on the scene, did you receive any items of evidence from Colleton County Sheriff's Office, Barnadoe?
Yes, I did.
And what was that item?
I took custody of a GSR kit and gunshot residue kit that was collected from Alex Murdaugh.
That Velma behind the defense table there?
This time you would move to the next text exhibit 13, the GSR kit that Agent Worley collected from Colleton County Sheriff's Office, Barnadoe.
Get it?
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know why all this wasn't done off the clock with the jury not present. This interminable introduction of evidence.
Yes, I did.
The defense is not objecting to any of this.
Collect those items from her.
On June 9th.
And what were those items?
Can I refer to my notes? I took custody of 3 shotguns, a rifle, fired and unfired ammunition and empty boxes of ammunition.
And what did you do with those items when you took custody?
I transported them to the lab at SLED and submitted them to the lab.
And all of this would, of course, be recorded on a chain of custody sheet.
That's right, yes.
All right, moving on. All right, really, before we move on, the shotguns you collected.
Oh, locals is pretty clunky.
30, 31, 32, 33.
Yes.
Okay. And then you
The worst part is they're going to introduce all this evidence that really only demonstrates that this event happened. And it tells us nothing about who did it.
Actually, 33 was the night vision scope on the rifle,
Okay.
and 34 was the rifle.
All right. And then what other items did you collect? With the numbers, please.
Okay. Items 35, 36, 37, 38, and 39, 5 cartridge cases, head stamped S&B 300 AAC BLK that were collected from the ground at side entrance door.
And then did you collect item 40 from Caden Calster?
Yes.
Okay. And what was item 40?
We talked more in the Rittenhouse trial because there was more to talk about. There's not much to talk about here.
Yeah.
Collected from a Remington 20 gauge
Sorry about
shotgun
that.
shell box from shelving near gun storage rack.
And then item
You know when you go up to your
45?
fridge and you're like, oh yeah, I got these leftovers I can eat.
45
and then
was an empty
someone
20
has removed
round
them.
box of S&B 300 AAC BLK full metal jacket ammunition collected from the gun storage room.
And then items 46, 47, and 48.
I had to improvise. I had to make
Those
my
were
own
3
sandwich.
empty ammunition
I
boxes.
swear I'm going to turn
collected
Mormon or
from
Muslim
trash.
just so I can get a sandwich making wife. Dedicated extra.
And then I'm sorry, what did you say that you did once you received those items from Agent Callister?
I transported those to the lab at SLED and submitted them to the lab.
Did you test fire or do anything with any of that evidence that you collected?
Test fire the brass cases.
We need that.
Okay, let's move on to the Chevy Suburban that was on scene the night of the murders. Did you observe that vehicle when you got to the scene?
I
Yeah,
did.
normally Lady Raggeds would make me a sandwich if I, politely asked her in a message while I'm working, but she's out running all the errands today because I'm here and something came up, so our nanny is otherwise occupied. So she had she was like super busy. She popped in for 30 seconds earlier because I got to see her. Someone ate my half burrito. No, they didn't eat. I think it got thrown away. I was like, huh. It was fine. And I got it like 2 days ago.
Someone in locals is saying that. Get a second wife. The only people I ever hear that from are people who've never had a first wife.
Yeah. I joked about it for a second, but like, oh gosh. Double your headaches and have your fun. Have LVE, by the way.
Well, the judge is swaying back and forth. God, what a horrible job that would be.
Being the judge in this case.
Oh, just judges in general. Every day, just sitting there listening to these idiots chatter back and forth. Most of the time, you're doing nothing. It's like more boring than being a TSA agent.
This is a very low activity trial for this judge. I mean, there's hardly any objections. They're not complicated issues. they're moving, they're talking so slow. There's just nothing they have to do. I think the hardest part would be listening for when the objection comes up to actually having known what was going on in the courtroom at the time.
Yep.
Flounderfish says, Nick, are you going to review the Paul Pelosi video? The man is a true testament to alcoholics everywhere. He never dropped his drink. We did watch it during the lunch break. Funeral Man 04, pink sheet. It was originally white. Aw, come on now. Marcel DeFore. So let's say he's completely not guilty. Jury finds him not guilty, but because of being shown multiple photos of his dead family and the ordeal of going to court, he develops PTSD. Can he sue the state for treatment costs? No. And Senshi says, state is doing a fantastic job proving that a thing happened. We now have shotgun shells that didn't kill anyone, a ton of 300 BLK casings that you might infer came from killing the mom. Do we even know this ammo killed them? I mean, I would assume they've done some sort of ballistic analysis to link the 300 BLK ammo to the death of the mom. I mean, they seem to know that the shotgun blast killed the son, even though there's no shell casings. But there's, there's the damage to the walls behind where the shots would have gone, I guess, as they pass through them. But
yeah, the damage from a shotgun is pretty distinctive.
Yeah, we haven't gotten to that part in the trial yet where they would actually have the experts testify about this. Look forward to that, by the way, because that's coming, and that will be very dry as well. It's a great ad for this trial.
You still wanting to do that one? Or you still wanting to do that one?
Nick wasn't paying attention. They took some of Murdaugh's ammo. Okay, they took some of Murdaugh's ammo. That doesn't prove that what ammo, what actual rounds went through the wife. We haven't had testimony on that yet. They mentioned it in opening arguments. That's all.
May it please the court, Your Honor? Agent Worley, if you don't mind taking a look at State's Exhibits 104, 96, 97, 99, and 93. Or Exhibits 93, 99, 97, and 96, true and accurate depictions of the Chevy Suburban.
Yes, they are.
And State's 104, is that a true and accurate depiction of some ammunition that you located?
In the other vehicle, yes.
That was located in a white F-250?
That's right.
Your Honor, at this time, I would move State's Exhibits 104, 96, 97, 99, and 93 into evidence. We would also state the Exhibit 95 for ID purposes. Agent Worley, if you could open that up and tell us what kind of shell casing, a shotgun or shot shell is that item 50?
Scissors.
What happened to our scissors?
They killed themselves.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Court TV showing the interview with Alex and the police car. Cops were rubbing his shoulders and patting him while he cried. Yep. They're not your friends, though. Trust me. Jim Satala says, so they just talked about recovering ammo from the white truck that the previous witness said wasn't involved at all.
Oh my God. Just
Okay, so what is state marked for ID is State's Exhibit 95,
It's a 16 gauge shot shell, unfired.
a 16 gauge shot shell.
That's right.
Now, I think when it was collected, it was marked as a 12 gauge shot shell.
they couldn't even get that right.
I just made a mistake. I wrote 12 gauge instead of 16 gauge. It's clearly a 16 gauge.
Okay, and
I
that
just made
is
a
the
mistake.
shot shell that was collected from the
Story of this
floorboard
trial.
the Chevy, the back floorboard of the
I mean, it's so
That's right.
weird. You hold them in your hand; they're clearly different.
16 gauge instead of a
Aren't they labeled?
That's right.
and it
They're
was
labeled on the case head.
Yes.
Sometimes it's printed on the plastic too,
just take
but not
the
always.
case
But you think
exhibit
she would look at it and go,
95 into evidence.
"Oh, it's 16 gauge."
No objection.
As
Written
well.
without objection.
Thank you, Honor. The state would also move state's exhibits 83 into evidence. And if Agent
It's admitted.
Worley, if you could take a look at state's exhibit 83.
If I had 1,700 acres of land, there'd be varied ammo in every vehicle I owned.
And probably shell casings all over the ground, everywhere.
93.
Broncos is out there, blam, 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 shooting into the sky.
You could tell the jurors what's in state's exhibit 93.
That's looking at the scene, the back of the Chevy Suburban there toward the right side.
1,700 acres is
What
enough to
side
do,
of
like
the
you
screen did
can,
say the Suburban's on?
but like
Right
long
side.
distance sniper shooting
And the Suburban
ranges
was
and
on the
shit.
scene when you arrived, is that right?
Yes.
Now, when did you actually process that vehicle?
The vehicle was towed from the scene the morning of the 8th, and then we returned on the 9th to process the vehicle.
So on the scene that night, was that vehicle even searched to your knowledge?
Not that I know of, no.
Okay. And so when you went to search it, what did you do?
We document it with photographs outside, inside, search for any evidentiary value items. If we locate them, we photograph them and collect them.
And what did you locate in the rear floorboard of that vehicle?
The 16 gauge shot shell was on the rear driver's side floorboard of the Suburban.
That would be state's exhibit 97.
Don't Suburbans come with one 16 gauge shot shell on the floorboard when you buy them?
Yes.
Did you also process the vehicle to see if there was any blood in there?
We did.
Okay, and how did you do that?
We first looked at the vehicle with an alternate light source, see if we can see any indications of any blood in the vehicle. We followed that with a couple of different chemical procedures.
So did you swab some areas in that vehicle?
We did.
How unsurprised would you be to find out they used the wrong chemical and damaged the
What
interior
areas
of the car and destroyed evidence?
Refer to my notes again.
Sorry, I just made a mistake.
There were 10 areas total. It's the lock, unlock buttons on the driver's door armrest, the driver's side running board below the driver's door, the driver's floorboard, the front edge of the driver's seat, steering wheel, center of the driver's seat back,
It was like CSI
The
mentally
front
challenged
passenger
unit.
above the armrest, front passenger seat bottom, and front passenger seat back.
That's what SVU actually means.
Exhibit.
Well, it's not Special Victims Unit.
Special.
The SIU,
actual
Special
swabs
Investigators Unit.
That you took from that.
Special my ass.
And were those swabs presumptive for blood?
Yes, they were.
Were those swabs presumptive for blood?
Yes, they were.
And State's Exhibit 99.
I wonder what this chick's Tinder profile looks like. Probably looks like Farrah
That's the
Fawcett.
Steering wheel of the Suburban.
Okay, so there were swabs that were presumptive for blood from the Suburban.
Later on, what did you do with those swabs that you collected?
I packaged them in separate envelopes, sealed the envelopes, labeled it with the description of what was inside the envelope, date, time, and initials of when I collected it, and I sealed it. And then before we transferred them to the lab at SLED.
Would you have submitted those to the lab for further analysis for blood?
Yes, that's right.
Later on, did you have another occasion to go back and process the Suburban?
I did, yes.
Could you tell us a little bit about that?
I returned at a later date to retrieve the seatbelt from the driver's side of the vehicle
And why did you want to retrieve this seatbelt?
for additional trace DNA testing.
And when you retrieved that seatbelt, what did you do?
It was removed from the vehicle, included the strap, the buckle, the receiver, and then there were some hardware components that we couldn't separate from the seatbelt itself. I packaged it, I believe, in a paper bag to transport it back to the lab at SLED. It would have been packaged additionally inside of a box at the lab and submitted for testing.
So you removed the whole entire seatbelt?
Yes.
What are they hoping to find off of that?
DNA,
It's his car.
she said. Yeah, his car. So it's likely to have his DNA, her DNA, their son's DNA, any friend's DNA who have ever ridden in the car. Especially in wasn't it the passenger seatbelt? The driver? Did they say?
I thought it was driver's side. Maybe just for blood.
She said for DNA.
Yeah.
But I mean, blood would make sense if you
he's
found blood.
Right. Say he
elsewhere.
splattered them. Right. Say he killed them, got blood all over his clothes, changed his clothes, which seems to be part of their narrative. But to change his clothes, he got in a Suburban, drove up to the house to get a change of clothes. So he had bloody clothes on when he drove up there, got blood on the seatbelt. It would be their blood. That would be hard to explain.
Yeah.
All right, Agent Worley, State's Exhibit 100, which is a little heavier than you would think for a seatbelt here. Can you tell us if that is the seatbelt you collected?
You want me to open it?
I'm sorry, are you surprised by the weight of a seatbelt with presumably like the real mechanism and the metal anchoring that holds it to a metal frame to keep you from flying through it when you crash at 70 miles an hour? People are weird.
Well, that's not very safe. They can't find a razor blade? No one's got a folding knife? I guess no one would have a folding knife, now that I think about it.
Zizik says, hey, Nick and Andrew, happy Friday. I've been in calls all day and I've been watching Muted. I have no idea what's going on. It looks like Special Olympics Christmas party with all the difficulty opening packages.
Like, look at this. She's going to cut herself with those scissors.
You've been watching Muted. I mean, other than the commentary.
You haven't missed anything.
you haven't really missed much. And there's not much to comment on. I think you were saying that, right? When I got back,
Yep.
like there's just nothing happening.
Right. It's like sports announcers doing play-by-play with both teams on the sidelines. I mean, they're not doing anything.
Berserker says, hey, Nick, how come in the Rittenhouse and Reeves trial they showed all the pictures and video no matter how graphic, but in the Halderson, Brooks, and this trial, they haven't shown anything? It's up to the judges. Judges make that determination. Astrohop brings up a good point. He says, could have put on seatbelt after touching the dead son and got blood on it.
Yeah.
Yeah, if he had blood on his pants, the seatbelt could indicate for blood. Even if he wiped his hands on his pants and got most of the blood off, he could have trace amounts of blood on his hands as he's putting on the seatbelt. We don't know that he got back in his car after, but we don't know that he drove his car from the hangar back to the house either. At this point, we don't know the path of the car. And there could be plenty of reasons to also just have blood in a car. If you've ever gotten a bloody nose in your car, for example, or cut yourself in any way. They live on a ranch with animals. Very possible to have some sort of abrasion or laceration, barbed wire. They use guns. You could hold your gun wrong and have the slide come back and cut your finger. I mean, all sorts of weird shit can happen.
They took away the camera angle of her struggling to open the box.
How long does it take to open a box? I get boxes from Amazon every day. It's not difficult.
Just tell her it's her husband in that box. Her future husband. Rip that thing open into confetti.
Or some Wendy's French fries. Either one. When Long Crime just muted it. Oh. They just decided to full screen this window now. I guess it's very dramatic zoom in. Good God. Team Ruby says, but if they proved that they have subject matter jurisdiction, then all of this is worth it so long as they have grounds for making the case. Correct. Correct. For the record. Yeah, one question that hasn't been answered in this trial is where is the plaintiff? Andrew, have you seen the plaintiff? Have you met the plaintiff? You talked to the plaintiff?
Oh, the judge is going to take a break?
How hard is it to open a seatbelt from cardboard and paper?
The judge is like, Jesus Christ, I'm taking a break. I'm not going to sit here and listen to this.
Is the first question on cross, have you ever done this before? Do you have an Amazon box ever delivered to your house?
It's
Why?
like one of those tests from Blade Runner to tell us someone's a robot, right? Can they open up a bag with a pair of scissors?
Oh my God. Like, has anyone... I didn't even process until he took the break. We've been listening to the crinkling of this paper and box for like 5 straight minutes. How hard is it to just open a package?
She'd starve to death trying to open a bag of potato chips.
She has scissors. It's not like she's ill-equipped for this task. It's a very straightforward job.
Oh my gosh.
Well, the good thing is, you know, it's not tampered with. Because it would take them far too long to tamper with the evidence. It's just not worth the effort. For people who are asking the very important questions, what was my sandwich? Sandwich has been a staple of mine since I was a kid. I love it. I invented it. It's 3 slices of white bread. It's peanut butter. And then on the middle slice is butter, and then butter again. And then on the bottom slice is grape jelly. God, I love that sandwich. It's a fat sandwich. Don't get me wrong. It is terrible for you. Very unhealthy, full of sugar and fat. But God, is it good.
Oh, the Long Crime logo is back.
Oh,
somebody woke up.
That's been gone forever. Oh.
Who's the lady at the prosecutor's table?
Oh. And she's a cutie.
Yeah.
What's up, Sean?
How much is Agent Starling still up there?
Yes.
Starling, yeah.
Well, Agent startlingly slow at opening boxes.
Well,
dude, did you were you watching at all in the past like 5-10 minutes?
No, I just got home.
Okay. 5 minutes ago, at least, they asked her to open the box that has the seatbelt that was retrieved from the car. And it took so long that the judge actually called a break. She has been trying to open this box and the inside wrapping for an absurd amount of time. Like it looks like Mr. Bean is, Mr. Bean does evidence, Mr. Bean on evidence, and he's sitting there opening the box for like 10 hours as just the entire stand-up skit that he does, just opening a box.
Yeah. Or she's like those people in the infomercials, like, oh, I can't figure out how to do this.
Probably open up that bag. There'll be another bag inside.
Yeah. Having trouble opening up exhibits.
Gosh. How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing okay. So it's nice to know what Paul Pelosi sounds like when he's snoring. Also, by the way, given what kind of hammer, like that hammer did not kill him. He is a very tough son of a bitch.
I don't want to get hit in the head by a hammer.
Well, I know, but that looked like a pretty, that looked like a.
Yeah, I don't get it. I don't get it. Maybe if I saw the video again, it'll look like the hammer actually got wrested from his grip. But if he voluntarily let go of that hammer, he couldn't have paid me $1 million. I'm holding on with both hands and both feet.
Yeah, I think it's just because he's 80 years old.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. Do you think Paul Pelosi bought stock in that hammer company after this?
That's a big ass framing hammer.
He's actually shorting it, and Nancy's going to rule to ban hammers.
Yeah.
Ban assault hammers.
Hammer stocks
High
are going to
capacity
plummet.
assault.
Oh.
I don't know. That was a big dude too. It's not like a little, like it wasn't a frail hit. It was a big dude in a full swing. It's like, God, I don't want.
Paul's got a thing for bears. It looks like.
How long is this? I mean, honestly, how long is this going to take? But yeah, people are wanting me to like re-examine the video. I don't know. Maybe I'll look at it tonight because they're curious about who opened the door, how the door opened. I don't know. If at this point it isn't released, that there's a third party in the house, you will never find out ever because the cover-up goes high.
Yeah. Well, I just think it's weird. These cops roll up to that door and the police, the Capitol detail hasn't intercepted them at some point, because I guarantee if I tried to walk up to that door right now, there's going to be some dudes with guns asking me what's going on.
Okay, so that's what I was talking about earlier, but we didn't get to the discussion. I think it's very possible that they actually dispatch Capitol detail with at least with Nancy when she's not there as Speaker of the House. But and since they're, God dang it, well, since they're federal, I mean they should be able to operate. But I don't know if they're there while just Paul's there, if she's not in town.
I would presume they're also there to protect the property. Like Secret Service details don't just up and leave with the president, or like if Trump leaves, like some of them still stay at Mar-a-Lago.
Right.
Yeah, and they have a lot of uniform guys too, the Secret Service. So they got their uniform division, and then the guys who are in the movies. Two separate groups of people.
Yeah. Oh, people are saying the police are only there when she's there.
Conservative Knitter says Harmeet Dillon sent papers and someone was there when Nancy was not in town. So who knows? I mean, that's kind of the one thing they like to do with very prominent politicians is shroud a little bit of their schedules as much as possible in mystery, and shroud, even their security, because any patterns that get developed could be used to levy some sort of attack. So who knows? We could speculate all day on it, but until you're probably not going to find out much. Taint South with a huge chat. Thank you. Says, thanks for streaming the trial, Nick. Go buy yourself a whole burrito. Love you long time. I'll try. By the way, Sean, I don't know what you're up to tonight, but I'm having a Friday night chill panel. You'd be welcome to come on if you're not busy, of course.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, I can arrange that. I just checked it because I just got back. Apparently, Johnny Miller, Papa, I doubt it, got 14 years.
Yes. Yeah, we were discussing earlier. One of the audience members has been there through the trial, was there today, and he is passing he's going to try and pass my contact information along to the law office to see if they'd like to come on for an interview. The lawyers who represented the Millers. But yeah, 14 years. It's a long time for a 72-year-old man.
It's a very long time.
Yeah, he might just do 3.5. He's eligible for parole, I think, after 25%. So still no fun.
No,
Did the German Shepherd, did she get to give like a victim impact statement today? Because I wonder if she did.
The the wife?
You're not going to shoot. Well, the common law wife, yes. Yes,
I didn't
did
realize
she
she was.
Well, I mean, she technically probably would if
No, I
Texas
did.
recognizes them.
I thought she was white.
She's still German Shepherd. She's egging it
Oh,
on.
okay.
She's barking and woofing.
All right, gotcha.
She caused it.
Yeah,
You're not going to shoot him.
There's a video out on YouTube where she says, "You're not going to shoot my husband's got the meme says that's where you're wrong, kiddo." It's like, oh no.
Yeah.
No, I mean, I get the legal reasoning behind it, but I just personally, I don't know, watching that video enough, I think it should be justified self-defense. Whatever the law is, I think in that case, I think I would have ruled justified. So you should have had me on the jury, Millers.
Problem is, people like you don't get on juries.
No, I
as much as I want people like you on a jury, I never get that lucky.
Imagine being in the pool for a high-profile trial and they start looking at your social media, Nick. They're like, "Whoa, I'm scarred."
I'd be more
Somebody blind
concerned.
me.
I'd be more concerned if they put me on the jury. Like, why would you do this to yourself?
Right. First break at bailiff would be like, "Hey, dude, what the hell's a baldo?" And you're like, "Oh, let me show you."
Open up. Genshiken, he says the girlfriend wasn't present for most of the trial because she said it was too hard on her. But did she give an impact statement today?
Yeah.
Who knows? Yeah, I'm eating boiled eggs. I was supposed to eat half of this breakfast burrito. It's bacon and potatoes and cheese. It's really good. And that was apparently removed from my fridge and disposed of. So I had to quickly grab 3 pre-cooked boiled eggs and made a quick sandwich. But,
I love how she's like, "Oh, it's too hard on me," and it's like, I don't know. It sounds like the neighborhood mentioned that he's beating the shit out of you a lot, so I can't imagine it was harder than that. So I don't know. I was reading through this one news group was chronicling all the witnesses, and this guy even threatened to kill the mailman. So
yeah. To be fair, though, some mailmen have pissed
Fucking
me
mailman,
off.
yeah, come on.
I know they're government agents, so I get it. But
well, I got rid of my mailbox at my house. I didn't want any mail coming to my house anyway.
Yeah.
And in Minnesota, if you don't, so at least in our area, they'll plow the road, right? But they'll leave this giant snowdrift in front of your mailbox of the heaviest fucking snow on the planet because it's like clumped down and smashed.
Yep.
And and then you have to go clear that out so that the mail person can get to the mailbox. And so all I would ever get in my mailbox was a slip of paper that said, "You need to clear this out." And I'm like, if you're putting shit in my mailbox, like
You can reach.
You could just put the mail in there. So when we moved, I was like, fuck this. I'm not going to sit here and go out and shovel the damn area in front of the mailbox every day. And it was like the type you can't use a snowblower for it because it's like this clumped up ice and it could cause damage in a snowblower too. So I was just like, no, thank you. I don't want mail. I'll just go I get a P.O. box and I'll just go there for everything. Leave me alone. I don't need the government in my house. But how long of a break are we taking, Judge? I thought we were just taking a break to open a box. But
If the judge calls it a day right now, I'll send them a free copy of my book. Free copy of my free book.
You'll cover shipping on this one, though.
Right, I will. Oh my gosh.
So Sean, what's your read on this case?
From the pieces I've seen, there's a lot of crime scene contamination already, and this idea that there may have been other parties involved and that evidence was completely destroyed, but they acknowledge it was there, and they're like, "Yeah, we just ran over all those tire tracks, and it sounds like there may have been some footprints or something that was visible, but we didn't really take care of those." Yeah,
I got you.
Oh,
we got a picture of those.
Oh,
Here we go. Oh, I'm pulling up the picture as soon as I can find it. Here we go. Yeah. Bam. Here's the footprints that were there. So these are the sandal footprints that they're talking about, the consistent ones. There's just a shitload of boot prints over here.
Yeah. Ooh.
And then here's I think that this, damn it. Where'd you go? Oh, this might be that REI shoe print that was mentioned yesterday. But what I find interesting is, to me, it looks like the sandal print is over that shoe print.
Yeah,
Here.
yeah, that's where I'm kind of. It could be one way or another. Yeah, that's.
Oh, they're back.
The jury is present.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Oh my God, it's still this broad.
We left off with that seatbelt.
Left off with the seatbelt. We left off with a crinkling of a box.
So we can show the jury.
How is this not open? What were you doing the whole time? I wish when they finished opening it, there was just a note inside that said psych. Yeah, what if she cut through the seatbelt with the scissors while she was trying to open the package?
Okay, so if you could tell us, I mean, what we have there.
The entire seatbelt, the strap, the receiver, the buckle.
Kind of stretch that.
Hold it out like this for 3 minutes. See if you can do it.
Where it was mounted on the side of the vehicle.
Okay, so that was.
Oh, please tell me they found blood all over this thing. Please tell me this isn't a pointless exercise.
None of the state removes case exhibit 100 into evidence.
Mystery Sniper says she's contaminating the evidence with bare hands. They're done testing this evidence at this point. They go up and lick it now. It doesn't matter. They've done all the testing that they're going to do.
Your Honor, I thought we agreed to mark these for ID until the person that did any analysis on it testifies. Did I?
Mark identification at this time.
And if you'll turn your attention to the screen there, when you can set that seatbelt down.
Just wrap it in aluminum foil.
All of that. She's not the person who did the test, so they're just marking it for identification.
In addition to doing a search on the Chevy Suburban, you did a search on the white 250 truck. Is that right?
That's right, yes.
And State's Exhibit 104. Were those 300 blackouts found in the truck?
Yes,
Okay. And do you remember where you collected those from?
I believe the center console.
And State's Exhibit 103. Can you tell us, is that the 300 blackouts that we're seeing on the screen there that were collected?
Yes,
And how do you know those are the blackouts you collected?
it's my handwriting on the box with the date and time and initials when I collected it.
Did you get this one wrong
My
too?
initials on the seal tape on the box.
collected at my nipples. That was
Your Honor, the state would move
closed
State Exhibit
caption.
103 into evidence.
Sorry, which?
You got some real talent in the locals chat.
Found in the
Oh, local chat's
White
hilarious.
F-250 that are
I'm saving that picture.
That's the white 250 Paul's truck left on the side of the road?
yes.
Okay, no objection.
They're admitted.
Did y'all also process another vehicle, Maggie Murdaugh Mercedes?
Yes, we did.
Were any items of evidentiary value collected from that vehicle?
The only items we collected were 2 sets of swabs from the interior and 2 sets of swabs from the exterior door releases of the driver's door.
Did you attend the autopsies of Maggie and Paul Murdaugh?
I did.
And did you collect any items during the autopsy?
I did.
And what were those?
I can refer to my notes.
I swear to God, I'm this close to just kicking my whole desk
Collected
over.
during the autopsy that were transferred to me via chain of custody forms. From Maggie, I got clothes, fingernail clippings, projectile fragments. And from Paul, I also got his clothes, fingernail clippings, shotgun pellets, and wadding fragment from left shoulder and head. Plastic
any hair
wadding
from
from
Maggie's
left
hand?
axilla or armpit.
And when you collected those items, what did you do with them?
I transported them to the lab at SLED and submitted them to the lab for analysis.
Agent Worley, I'm going to show you items 66 through 69. Marks takes exhibits 112, 111, 110, and 107. Are those items you collected from the autopsy?
Yes, items I took custody of at autopsy.
And what items are those?
Did you
The
just say it?
shotgun pellets and wadding fragment from left shoulder and head. The plastic wadding from the left axilla.
Would it help you to open that bag up?
So the wadding went into the shoulder, I guess. So quite close range. The wadding loses energy quick.
And the projectile fragments from Maggie.
Okay.
Whoa.
So we'll take those
Went
items
robot.
out one by one.
Reject
What is that
fragments
item
from
here?
Maggie.
This is item 66. Yeah, 66.
Okay, and what is that actually?
That is the projectile fragments that were collected from Maggie at autopsy.
Okay, how do you know that?
That's how it's labeled.
We'll mark item 66 as State's Exhibit 112. Okay, what else do we have?
The item 69, plastic wadding from left axilla collected from Paul's autopsy.
I have to go with a cheap laugh because this is so boring.
We'll mark that item as State's Exhibit 111.
God.
Okay.
Sprinkle
And then I also
everything
have
close to microphones.
the
please.
item 67, 68, shotgun pellets and wadding fragment from left shoulder and head collected from Paul's autopsy.
State's Exhibit 110.
Well, I like my theory of the case more and more every minute.
I like my theory of who's gonna get positive tested for corona first, the jurors or the juror alternates. Oh, I gotta go. I can't be in the courtroom.
The pellets and the wadding fragment.
Okay, so the pellets and the wadding fragment are both State's Exhibit 110 from Paul Murdaugh, correct?
Sure.
Okay. And what else did you collect here? We got items 70 and 71.
You want to briefly elaborate on your theory? It's the hitman theory, right?
Yeah, well,
the
retribution killing.
Left
So the
fingernail clippings
the
from
son,
Maggie.
well, she's. I'll wait, I guess.
Yeah.
71 is the right hand fingernail clippings from
Bumped up the volume.
Okay. And those are marked as State's Exhibit 251. And what is that item?
So much love in the
This is
chat.
a metal fragment that was collected. It was caught on.
I guess I'll save that one for the wife.
Maggie's autopsy. I collected this metal fragment at the lab at SLED.
So you removed that metal fragment from the dress after the autopsy yourself.
Right.
We mark that as State's Exhibit 109.
And you continue to like to give two jurors.
I apologize, Your Honor. Sorry.
That humming sound in the background makes me think Michael Bay is directing this.
Clippings from Paul's autopsy. And 73 is the right hand fingernail clippings from Paul's autopsy.
We'd have more flair in the lighting.
Yeah, there'd be sunbursts behind every single person individually.
If she's into like from the autopsy, why is she opening that stuff up? That should be the coroner.
They're going to have a coroner testify, I think. This is just chain of custody stuff.
God, they could have done a pretrial admissibility hearing for all this.
Yeah. Yep. And the defense is not objecting to anything. So
Yeah, they don't.
There's
don't
nothing
seem
to
to
object to. Yeah.
Yeah, the problem is the defense is like, why would we object to this? It doesn't show anything linked to our client. We already know there's no direct evidence on this. So none of this stuff is
another
going to
goddamn box.
Oh my god.
What's in the box? Oh, so I get to see her open a box.
Oh no. You won't get this. You'll be dead before she opens it.
See, I've always wanted to watch Jodie Foster play with the
Once
box.
I got the evidence back to the lab.
Thank you. And finally, we
Well, yeah, is that prosecutor wearing like a velvet jacket?
It kind of looks, velour or something.
Yeah.
Velvet.
It's like she went and like ripped off My Chemical Romance's garage sale.
Well, she doesn't need to spend any money on food, obviously. So
Yeah.
I wish I didn't have to spend money on food. Shit got expensive recently.
And watching you eat $30,000 worth of eggs.
I felt bad about it. Today on Mr. Smith opens a cardboard box.
She thinks she's on YouTube doing an unboxing. Today we're going to unbox his skull contents.
I thought you were going a different way with that.
Well,
pretty familiar with getting into boxes.
Well, I said it earlier. I've always wanted to see Jodie Foster play with a box. She should have put her gloves on before she touched the box if we're going to get technical.
And they haven't been wearing gloves for any of the rest of it.
So I mean, what the hell's
There's a bag in the box.
What's in the box?
And inside the bag is a redeemable gift certificate for evidence.
As the courting would say, a bag.
That's what you... It's the shoes. Got to be the shoes.
Oh.
Why these have no?
These will be Murdaugh's shoes. There won't be any blood on them.
New Balance shoes. Really, he's that stereotypical. Can you stop having middle-aged white men wear New Balances only?
Although he's like bougie enough to ship at Sperry's or something.
Your Honor, this time the state would admit states exhibits 36, 113, 252, 109, 251.
The only thing I know about shoes is I
107,
intentionally don't buy New Balance shoes.
110,
Like that's literally it.
112, and 111 into evidence.
Wow, she looks like emo with her eyes and everything.
Look at all the effort she put into that hair.
Yeah.
It looks like she could see 180 degrees at all times and in different directions.
So did anybody talk about brain water like yesterday?
One of the guys' names, one of the super chatters' names was Southern Brain Water.
Yeah, I
That's
the most hillbilly thing I ever heard. I've heard a lot of hillbilly stuff.
Which of those exhibits did not have any type of analysis done?
I suspect they all did, but I'm sorry.
Let's go, Dick. Get him, boy.
Or all analyzed in some way.
Thank you.
Okay, Agent Worley. Also in this case, we just talked about Paul and Maggie's clothing. Did you analyze the defendant's clothing?
I did.
Okay. And I think we said earlier that his clothing was...
I was wondering how this trial was going to take 3 weeks, but I totally get it now.
Yes.
Yeah.
And,
Agent, when you were at the ranch,
in
when you
your
took the lamb, how far could you run with it?
into the sled lab.
That's right. I took custody of the clothing before we left the scene.
So what kind of testing were you involved in regards to the defendant's clothing?
We processed the T-shirt and the shorts with LCV. It's a presumptive test for blood.
Now, what is LCV?
Leucocrystal violet is a presumptive test. Looks for hemoglobin component of blood.
So what happens when you put it on something?
If it's reacting to the presence of blood, it's a presumptive positive test, and it'll turn purple.
Can LCV react to other things besides blood?
It can.
Like what?
Bleach, rust, I think are the main ones.
All right. So when you process the defendant's clothing with the LCV, what did you find?
There were several areas of staining that we had a presumptive positive result, several on the front and a few on the back of the T-shirt.
And what about the shorts?
In the shorts, there were a few on the front and back.
So when you
So there
got
was blood on the T-shirt and the shorts.
test with the LCV, what did you do?
Clearly not much on the shirt. I mean, we saw it. We saw the picture of him.
Documented the entire process with photographs, starting from taking it out of the package to before we did anything at all with it. We took photographs of the front, the back, inside and outside.
Unless it was rust, I guess. You wouldn't find
Once we
rust on a
sprayed it with the
1,700
LCD and
acre property.
all the stains that we saw on it.
Oh, I thought you were making an Alec Baldwin joke for a second with rust.
Without a scale first, then with a scale for each stain. Then we laid the shirt flat and labeled each of the stains with a letter and photographed it again with that letter and a scale in the photograph.
If you
for each
know
of the
they
stains.
test his shirt
And you did that for the
positive for
shirt and
blood
for the pants?
and his pants for
Yes.
blood.
Okay.
Why do you have a
And as
witness
far as,
testifying
your
that she
analysis
didn't see blood on
goes,
there? Like, just
after the shirt
ignore
was
that issue
processed
with that
the-
witness.
and shorts were processed with the LCB.
'Cause there's
did
gonna
you
be
do any
blood.
Further analysis.
No, I did not.
And now, after something has been sprayed with LCB, what happens to that object?
Over time, any area of the object that came in contact with the LCV will oxidize and the entire thing will be purple.
So, like right now, if you sprayed this paper with
Now.
LCB and it didn't turn like purplish blue, would it eventually turn purplish blue even though there's no blood on this paper?
Yes.
Would it turn purplish blue?
All right.
I'm not gonna lie, I
Um,
love that Southern accent.
Let's move ahead to
We sprayed
Reminds
his
me of
magical
growing up.
stuff on
the
there, and
search
by
of
golly,
Moselle. Was that property eventually searched by yourself and other agents?
It was
And when did that occur?
September 13th, 2021.
And that was several months after the murders took place in June.
That's right.
And what parts of the area or the residence were searched?
Since you left, Steve, they've been opening a
Fire
box.
residence, the main focus was the gun room on the first floor.
Okay, so could you kind of, I guess, describe the property and the areas that were searched?
There's the main residence, and then also there was a cabin closer to the kennels that faced Moselle Road, and then also the workshop that was located near the kennels.
And is the residence a fairly large residence?
It is.
And you searched the entire residence?
Yes.
And you mentioned the focus was on a gun room.
Yes.
Where was that located in the residence?
It's on the first floor.
A gun room.
So what? I missed nothing.
Whoa, you're super hot, Steve.
Find any items of
You're very hot on the
interest
mic.
in the gun room when you searched it?
How about now?
We did collect several items from the gun room.
A little bit better. I might have
Colder.
to turn you down.
colder, cooler.
You're on a very tinny mic. You might be on the wrong mic.
Oh yeah, let me check that. I'm just getting my new computer working here.
The workshop area of the residence
You
search.
could have done that pre-trial.
Yes, near the kennels, yes.
Oh my God, half that courtroom's emptied out.
Oh, the other, yeah, right. That whole side.
Agent Worley, I'm going to show you States Exhibits 124, 123, 122, 121.
Everybody on the left there behind the defense has a yellow name tag on. The people on the right don't, but the people on the right tend to act like journalists. They're taking notes on pads and stuff.
Pictures.
So I'm wondering if the judge said only friends and family of the defense and journalists can come in.
Could be.
Yes.
Are those true and accurate depictions of the search of the residence of Moselle and the workshop area?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, at this time, I would offer States Exhibits 124, 123, 122, 121, 120, 119, 118, 117, and 116 into evidence.
They're admitted.
Agent Worley, is States Exhibit 116 a picture of the gun room there?
Yes, it is.
And States Exhibit 117
They won't even show us pictures of the
Yes.
gun room? Come on.
appears to have a pool table and
All the pictures go to
that
court
bike in
TV
there.
after the
That's right.
after the thing is over, and I guess
And
they've
do
been
you
posting
recall
them.
whether this
Okay.
door in the picture exits to the outside of the house?
Yes, it does.
States 118, is that the gun rack in that room?
Yes, it is.
Now, when y'all did the search in September, were any of those guns collected that day?
No.
So these are additional guns to the guns that had already been collected by SLED agents.
That's right.
Was there a lot of ammunition in that room?
There was.
Okay, about states 119.
Wonder how she defines a lot. I bet it's a few hundred rounds.
Yeah.
Is that a box of ammunition?
A box. Oh no.
Yes, it is.
Lisa defines.
Right.
Another fucking coup.
In fact, was there
How's the audio now?
this whole bookcase we're looking at over here?
You're still kind of weird. I'm gonna turn you down a bit. Oh wait, I have you up high for some reason.
Ammunition
Not
bookcase?
much though.
Yes.
They don't want to. Like, I love it when they define arsenal
Give
as
it
like
1
3
minute.
guns and 1,000 rounds. I'm like, you don't even know.
That was also on that bookshelf.
Exhibit 121.
Yes,
That is 300 blackout ammunition from this box
that's right.
on the bookcase.
Yes.
And was some of this ammunition collected?
It was.
And you said you also searched the work shed or hangar out near the kennels?
Yes.
State
I don't-
Exhibit 122.
Hanging the guy in an airplane? Wow.
Is
I don't
that
want to corrupt anybody, but is it drinking time yet?
workshop?
I had one.
Yes, it was in that red bin
Couldn't take
on the
it.
workbench.
Close enough in Ohio. It's 4 o'clock.
The ammunition in a little,
I'm in my shitty office. I got to drive home.
Yes.
specifically in Exhibit 123, what types of ammunition was some of the ammunition that was located?
It was one unfired cartridge, head stamped Barnes 300 BLK. It's the one on the left. And then the 4 unfired shot shells, head stamped 12 gauge Federal.
And item 124.
And those were the boxes of 300 blackout ammunition photographed.
You said y'all collected some of those for evidence purposes.
Steve's got a bunch of guitars out today. Must be getting ready for the weekend. Getting the band back together.
For evidence purposes. Is that
Actually,
correct?
he's just going to set them up in chairs at a table and pour them tea sets and sit and talk to himself.
Thank you for some indulgence, Your Honor.
You didn't ask for an indulgence for the 900 other minutes that you wasted. Now you feel bad? Oh my God.
Stand again while we're in indulgence.
Is this the second witness or the third of the day? I can't remember. No, it's the third. It's the third witness of the day.
I was on with Jeff for a little bit during my lunch before I went into court. It was like 11 something, and she had just come on. So she's like, this is ridiculous. And the one thing I don't get is, especially yesterday, the ones we were listening to, and I'm sure Steve would know this, when he was doing prosecutor work, you're supposed to sit there and go through things with your witnesses, beforehand, especially these technical witnesses and the police. And you're running through the questions like you should not be. It should not be coming across like this is the first time you've talked to them about the case. So they should have been able to refine this and cut it down and have it ready. This is very weird.
And this witness isn't even going to be the one testifying about any of the testing done. Like, what the results were. Literally, like, just you took this from the autopsy table and put it in a bag.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, and I guarantee you they probably would have stipulated chain of custody too.
Yeah, because again,
chain of custody doesn't hurt him.
And none of the chain of custody doesn't hurt him, and I'm betting the evidence doesn't either.
Yeah.
The forensics.
But they don't want to stop them from doing the train wreck. If you're a defense and they're boring the hell out of the jury, let them bore the jury.
Sure. But Steve, I was going to say, because you did some prosecution work for a while, right?
6 years.
When you were getting ready for trial and you had experts and the police and whatnot, you sat down with them and like you didn't just act like trial's the first time we've ever talked, because this is a couple of trials now where this happens. It's like, no, you should have laid it out. Here's what I'm going to ask you. Do you understand these questions? Like, you have that flow, you have that rapport set up. So I don't.
Yeah, these defense witnesses, if the defense isn't arguing, you could probably get all this done in 20 minutes.
Value that day. This was some of that.
It's been hours.
Yeah. Are you in a
Cheers.
Moscow Mule, Steve?
I am. And you know what? Book is saved. Computer recovered.
Very cool.
I'm on my new computer. I'm on my old computer. It's fixed. Cheers.
Cheers. Congratulations. That's good news.
I'm getting it all worked out here.
They're opening up her box of glow sticks for the rave later.
God, I wish.
Look, I mean, she looks like she's about to hit the club afterwards.
So you know what's? Is it obvious to everybody yet why they chose a speedy trial though for this guy? Like,
yeah,
they've got to be extremely confident in this defense. Because if they weren't, you would drag this thing out a while, keep him out of prison.
And they're not 100% ready. Yeah. This isn't the local prosecutor. This is the state coming to prosecute it, right?
Right. The attorney general team.
They should be really. They have no excuse not being prepared. They have the time and the money and the right resources.
And
they've been involved since day one. I mean, within an hour or so of the shooting, the local police knew they were handing the case over to the state level police.
BLK.
Yeah, so this is.
She's been on for 3
One
hours. I
cartridge
just want to point
collected
that
from
out.
the desk in the living room.
This is like a kooky
cabinet.
cock comedy where Jodie Foster's like the tight, the
One cartridge
by the
that's
book
from
cop,
the
and the other one's like that zany. I'm going to do whatever I want.
BLK,
It's a
from the
great
desk in the living
juxtaposition of the two of them.
cabin. One cartridge collected from the desk in the living room, head stamped Barnes 300 BLK.
Well, Barnes, did he hit that? Did he off his wife
One
with a solid
cartridge
copper
from the
bullet?
desk in the living room, head stamped Hornady 300.
Now, most of the brass they collected already was S&B.
Yeah, but I heard the Barnes. I'm like, oof.
One cartridge collected from
He spared no
press
expense
box
for
on
her.
bookshelf in gunroom, head stamped S&B 300 AAC.
These are collected from all over
BLK.
the house. These weren't the ones collected from the scene. These are full
One
cartridges, not
cartridge
just
from
casings.
Winchester box on bookshelf in gunroom, head stamped S&B AAC 300 BLK.
You probably had a whole case of.
What's the relevance of
One
that?
cartridge head stamped S&B
Unless
AAC
it-
300
it's connected to
BLK
the-
from the bookcase. in the
I
gunroom.
think they're trying to argue it's a
He owns
coincidence
One
your hitman
cartridge
had the
from
same
Winchester
cartridge.
box on bookshelf.
He owns a lot of
in
300
gunroom, head
BLK,
stamped
therefore he
S&B
used 300 BLK to
300
shoot
BLK.
his wife.
Well, I think it negates this idea of a hitman because so the hitman borrowed your ammo. Like that's not how that
One
works.
cartridge from the Winchester box on the bookshelf in gunroom, head stamped S&B AAC
We'll talk.
300 BLK.
Yeah.
One cartridge from the Winchester box on bookshelf in gunroom, head stamped S&B AAC 300 BLK. One cartridge from the Winchester box on the bookshelf in the gunroom, head stamped S&B AAC 300 BLK.
Dick
And
Twins would
one
ask,
cartridge
"Do you
case
love blackout?"
S&B AAC 300 BLK from the bookcase in the gunroom.
I like the skirt.
All of those items.
It's got potential.
Yeah. Is that houndstooth pattern?
47 through 161, which would be states.
Oh, look at all those bags with all those items. We're going to listen to all this.
Oh no!
Oh shit.
All those bags.
130.
It's
My
all
God.
individual
that.
bullets, presumably
That's
from
where-
different ammo boxes.
Yeah, 1,000 rounds each.
Too bad he
individually.
didn't technically load like 300 whisper. And be like, actually, it's different, so it's not me.
State removed into evidence at this point.
Yes, I have no objection.
Ooh, someone's alarm went off.
All right,
I wish
we
my
have
alarm
some
went off so I could
additional
walk the green mile.
Cases that were found.
I guess things have changed, man. But back in my day, the judges would lose their shit if your phone went off in the courthouse.
I think it was Steve whose alarm went off, wasn't it?
I know.
The state. Oh,
maybe. I don't know.
yeah. I was in a courtroom today where, like, in the back, it's like a skiff where you have like a cell phone rack in the back. You had to bump your phones in today.
They always let me have
one
my
unfired shot shell from a state box
turned the
on
ringer
bookshelf
off.
and gunroom, head stamped Winchester 12 gauge.
That will be states 149.
One unfired shot shell, head stamped 12 gauge federal from red bin on workshop bench.
States 150.
From red bin on workshop bench.
One unfired shot shell, head stamped 12 gauge federal from the red bin
God
on the workshop
Thank God he's
bench.
not a competitive trap shooter with like a 55-gallon drum full of ammo.
Yeah, right.
Be a
I'm
lot
sorry.
of envelopes.
States 148.
If you're, am I crazy?
One
We've got
unfired shot shell.
several unfired
from
shotgun
nightstand
shells
in
of the
Paul's
exact
bedroom,
same caliber
head
from the
stamped
exact
Winchester
same
12
location.
gauge.
Can't you just throw? And they're all the same. Can't you just throw them all in one bag? Be like 50 unfired
One
shot
unfired
shells.
shot shell from Kent Fox on bookshelf in gunroom, head stamped Winchester 12 gauge.
Hey, that evidence tech probably had a union job, dude. Come on. Gets paid by the hour.
One unfired shot shell from the state box on bookshelf in gunroom, head stamped Winchester 12 gauge.
Salty Baked Idaho and says worst ammo unboxing bid ever. Downvoted and reported.
1 star, would not
Unfired shot
recommend.
shell, head stamped 12 gauge federal from red bin on the workshop bench.
That will be states 144.
Why?
This is well, actually, this is the new gun tube where you have some angry lesbian reviewing it.
That would be states 143.
Nightmares.
Honor the state
This is
removed
states
these items,
1084.
exhibits into
The
evidence.
defense would just make a motion for a directed verdict at this point.
This is Garanthop's successor. This woman.
What else do we have there, H. Query?
What is the? I mean, what is the relevance of all of this unfired ammo from around the house? Like the actual relevance, not
one
like
cartridge case, head
he owns
stamped
this-
S&B 300 BLK.
I feel like a detective
From
could just
the
testify
Sable
that,
Oak
yeah,
bag
upon the
in the
search of the
gun room.
house, we found several matching sets of, 300
from
BLK
gun
ammo
room.
all around, and that'd be just as effective.
One cartridge case, head stamped Hornady 300 BLK collected from black Ford F-150 under the driver's seat.
I do like the Hornady. Hornady is great stuff. I love the Hornady.
These
That's all
states
my.
127.
No Tula or Wolf in this guy's house.
Into
He's got a 1,700-acre plot of land. No wolf for him.
States exhibit 126.
He shoots at real targets, not trash.
300 S&B 300 blackout.
I want to crowdfund $4 million and buy the property.
127 is a Hornady 300 blackout.
We'll just have all Ricada law gatherings there in
Exhibit
South Carolina.
127 is
He's
from
staring at her like he's like,
Black
bitch,
Ford.
you know how much that case of 300 blackout cost me when I bought it?
Bought that under Obama.
It was
right here.
that same.
He's like,
same
I got
search
that Sandy Hook.
that day.
I got a box of Sandy Hook ammo.
I don't quite, Your Honor, I object on the basis of relevance. I don't know why a bullet from nobody's car that's involved in this would be relevant.
Exactly.
Minute over objection.
Thank you.
No, there's a lot of relevance issues here. In fact, what they may be trying to do is look at all the guns, look at all the ammo. They're gun nuts. That's part of. I had a case like this that I'll tell you about sometime, where.
Okay, what other exhibits do we have there?
You know that, Andrew, when I made that comment last night about the normies being on a jury, though?
These are
in the heart of South Carolina, I
magazines
don't think this is a problem. They're like,
containing ammunition.
they're like, I shot at a lawnmower full of tannerite.
Contains 300 blackout ammunition.
No, these people who live there, they still have living cabinets with, like glass doors on them to
The other
show
one
off
is
the nice hunting
Yeah.
rifles.
Containing, cartridges.
It's a
300
featured piece
blackout
of
cartridges
furniture in the home.
collected from the black Ford F-150.
Okay, so this items collected from the black F-150. That truck was searched that day too.
There, it was, yes.
And where was that truck at?
If I remember correctly, it was in front of the residence.
It was a truck that was on the property.
Yes, it was on the property.
Was it on the property the night of the murders?
It might have been the one that was parked off away from the workshop.
Do you know why that truck was searched that day?
It was on the property, and the search warrant included vehicles.
And those items were found inside that vehicle?
Yes, one of these was.
Okay. And what is the other one?
That's from the shelf in the gun room.
There's a relevance issue to anything that is not 300 blackout or 12 gauge. And there's also relevance to anything that is not the same make as the shell casings recovered. Because what is it showing? If the only relevance is it, like if those shell casings are 4 in a day, 300 blackout,
152.
fair enough, right?
Yeah.
What did you say that was?
A magazine containing 300 blackout ammunition collected from the shelf in the gun room.
So it would move states 152 into evidence.
This is just terrible.
And then we had states 258. What was that?
Cartridge collected from the workshop bench, head stamped Barnes 300 BLK.
You still got this crazy problem that you can't put him anywhere pulling a trigger.
Yeah.
Like it's the most frustrating thing. It's like a res ipsa locator theory
That day when,
of prosecution. Well,
don't
someone
believe so.
had to shoot him.
all right, let's go back a little bit in your testimony when you were referring to the 300 blackout that you collected from Agent McAllister. If you wouldn't mind looking back at your notes.
Gene XO says, panel drink every time she cuts open a plastic bag. How drunk do you think you'll
I
get?
believe,
Not very. It takes a really
you
long time to open
testified
each
that
one.
That was item 34, but that was actually item 33. Is
Oh,
the
come on.
Palmetto State Armory PSA PA-15 multi-rifle with a night scope.
He owns a 1,700 acre property.
That
He
is item
murders this woman with a PSA rig. Come on.
Hey,
man.
PSA does God's work.
I know they do God's work, but like
Those
at least-
$500 ARs are fantastic.
yes, they've done more to arm everybody, but like you're gonna kill somebody, break out the Hodge or the manual defense or something.
The gun with the scope on it. Yes.
I love those packages. The $500 AR rifle and for next to extra $150, they throw in a 9mm pistol of their own design. You know,
Yeah.
it's
Oh,
great.
that dagger is those daggers are good.
Item 34 would be the
I've gotten so many
130
people to
round
buy
magazine
ARs because of them.
containing the
I've bought my share of blemished AR lowers from them.
Oh,
10 at a time. How can you say no?
separated
Like
from
they're
the gun.
$6.99 each.
I got one sitting next to me right now
Separate items.
with its
did collect
dangerous
those.
brace on it.
That's right.
Where do you get those?
And also, going back to the scene.
The brace or the lowers?
Projectile
Palmetto State Armory.
that was found in your
Palmetto
attire
State Armory. They
impression.
sell blemish
Yes.
lowers. All day long.
They're like
We were setting
sometimes
up
they're like
the
30 or $40 a piece.
examination quality photographs of the tire impressions at marker 8.
Oh,
We
finally.
located another fired projectile that was lying on the
God
ground.
damn it. I was
I'm
hoping it was
show
going to be
you
about the
States
tires.
Exhibit 250. If you'll take a look at that, could you tell us what that is?
This is that projectile near the tire impression.
United States removes States Exhibit 250 into evidence.
If I put it in the chat, private chat for you.
Not objection.
Your Honor, I believe that is finally all we have.
Oh my God! Thank God.
Excuse me, Your Honor.
Oh, she lied. Were you wrong about this? Did she make another mistake? Wait, was this the lady she had no further questions for 3 hours ago?
Really? I'll have you
And
take a look at
the defense counsel said was like, actually, you got to admit 3 hours worth of evidence.
Right. We need you to burn the day.
You recall collecting the shotgun from Officer Green,
Yes,
Sergeant Green. When you collected that gun, did you swab it?
I did.
In the Henry States Exhibit 259, if you could tell us what that exhibit is?
I took 2 swabs of suspected blood from the side of the shotgun and 2 swabs from the muzzle end of the barrel of the shotgun. That was as a precaution when I was unloading the weapon. The 16 gauge shot shell got lodged in the barrel, and before I placed one of my own dowel rods down the barrel to push it back out, I swabbed the muzzle of the barrel just in case.
Was there any blood?
I didn't want to contaminate any, if there was potential evidence in the barrel or in the muzzle end of the barrel before I placed my dowel rod in that end of the barrel.
And the other swab, did it appear that there was visible blood on that gun?
Yes, suspected blood, yes.
Okay. And what did you do with those swabs once they were collected?
I packaged them in their envelopes, sealed them, and transported them to the lab.
Well, now we know they're going to say
This time, state would move State's Exhibit 259.
they found blood on the gun, so the shotgun is going to be a presumed murder weapon finally.
Court's indulgence, Your Honor.
But wait, I thought no blood being on an object made it suggest guilt.
Yes. We don't know whose blood it is yet.
So the son got his head canoed by the shotgun, right? If I understand it correctly.
Right.
Yeah.
If he shot, he would have flecks all over him. I'm thinking.
That's what the defense is saying.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. It's
I mean, not even on his clothes. It'd be all over him. And his hair.
I mean, I'm no expert, but there's potential to get blood on a shotgun barrel shooting anything alive, right? Like,
yeah. Did they test the blood? Was it human blood? Is it?
I'm sure we'll find out in 768 RAD after the return of Christ again.
Actually, I guarantee they didn't test it to be human blood. I wonder on the guns. Because if it's a Black Eagle, it's a hunting shotgun.
We actually don't even know if they found blood. She said there appeared to be blood, so she swabbed.
Wouldn't it be nice if there was a little summary before this trial started that would give us a roadmap to which to view the evidence?
Kind of frame out the narrative of guilt.
Yeah, it's too
That
bad
would be
there's
helpful.
nothing like that out there. Something like the evidence will show there was blood on the shotgun.
The evidence will show that there was blood on the shotgun that he so brazenly kept near him while investigators were responding to his 911 call.
But yet he disposed of the rifles. He magically disposed of the rifle.
I'm going to have you take a look at State's Exhibit 260.
And if there is blood, it could be transferred from him touching the body to the gun.
Yeah. Yeah, or the gun touching his pants after he wiped his
These are the
hands
ones I
on
took
it.
custody of from Katie McAllister.
I mean, could you imagine shooting 2 people with 2 different guns, driving away to dispose of the gun, tossing one of the guns, but bringing the other one back to the crime
For
scene?
identification purposes only is cartridge cases.
Or he's really well thought out, and this is super smart and ultra planned
Agent Worley took custody of from
from a very
Katie
skilled
McAllister.
attorney who could do all this. He just makes one giant mistake
And
of
then
keeping. He
also
really liked that gun.
These
though.
items 40 through 44, which would be State's Exhibit 212, 254, 255, 256, and 257. For identification purposes only.
Yes.
And what are those?
These are the other items I took custody of from Katie McAllister.
Items collected by Katie McAllister.
I sure hope she didn't find a box of toothpicks in the gun room.
1 toothpick.
The state would offer
Box of primers.
212.
We did a buckle
254,
swab on this one
209.
for DNA.
256,
1209 shot primer.
Identification purposes.
One.
1 chiclet.
Yeah. No, or if he had a reloading press,
Quite
1
sure
grain of powder.
Ms. Google come here, we can perhaps have a brief discussion.
1 small rifle primer. 2
Brief
small
discussion, he
rifle
says-
primer.
We would have stipulated this, but we really just enjoyed watching you struggle through the last several hours.
Oh my gosh.
That court reporter, it's a champ.
Court reporters are champs generally. I mean, those people have the patience of Job.
Yeah.
And they sit there away doing their job, never interrupt. I'm so pleased. I love court reporters. In fact, one of my buddies is a court reporter, June Fisher Lang. She's in my book, Acknowledgments.
They're admitted for
And she's so
identification
cool.
purposes.
Farley, one more thing. State's Exhibit 261 for identification purposes only. Can you tell us if these are items that you received into your custody?
Yes, they are.
Okay, and how do you know that?
Because my name's on the bag.
It's my handwriting on this outer packaging.
So there are quite a lot of items in there that you received from, is it Agent Croft or Agent McAllister?
These, I believe, were ones I took custody of from Lieutenant Todd Shank.
Okay.
Let me open them.
But those are items that you took custody of.
That's right. And I logged them in to the lab. I didn't collect them myself. I got them via chain of custody, and then I logged them into the lab.
And that's State's Exhibit 261 for identification purposes only. Any objection?
Identification only.
Yes.
I just had a micro sleep right there.
Mark for identification.
Is it still Friday?
No, that's the crazy thing. At the end of all this, none of this is actually admitted.
For identification purposes only.
You think they drew lots to figure out who would do this witness, or if they just passed it off and the new girl was like, she doesn't even know how bad this is going to suck?
All of this could be truncated majorly. It could be, this could all be done very quickly. I don't understand why maybe the judge demands this. I don't know.
Please answer any questions from the defense.
Your Honor, we approach. I have to say it right here. My cross-examination is with a turnaround. And if we begin this afternoon, I'm afraid Monday morning, I'm going to have to go through everything I went through today to ensure that there's some continuity there. And no offense to the jury, but I'm not sure I'll remember what I did today on Monday. So I would ask you if we could go ahead and take our weekend break today.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will recess for the weekend.
God bless the defense.
Oh, judge is like my man.
I mean, God bless the defense.
These do not discuss the case.
But he's got a long cross-examination of this witness.
Oh, I love his admonishment. Don't talk about the case.
But he's going to make this witness his own.
Yeah.
He's gonna use this witness. That's the best thing to do. This wily old defense attorney is gonna take this witness and turn him around and make all kinds of points that
Even if he didn't actually have a long cross, it's a smart play anyway. The jury's exhausted. They're not listening to anything that's going to happen in the next half hour, and they're going to feel grateful to this guy for getting them out of there a half hour early. They come back Monday morning, they're refreshed, and even if he only spends half an hour with the woman, so he could have done it today. It's just a win. It's a win to get the judge to agree to go into recess for the weekend now. So someone had asked about my theory of the case. This is my theory of the case. Has the judge got something to say? They're always interrupting me, these judges.
9:30 Monday morning, yes.
That's a nice looking
All right.
courtroom.
So my theory of the case is the son who was killed, he had been in a DWI boating accident 2.5 years prior, in which a lovely 19-year-old girl was killed. Not only was she killed in the accident, she was actually thrown from the boat. Her body wasn't found for a week. So it was floating around in the water for a week. So there's, when she's finally discovered dead and delivered to her parents, that's what they get. That's not very pleasant. And for the last 2.5 years, this kid's been facing felony charges for this DWI death. It's classic reckless manslaughter. But nothing's happened to him. He's going off to college. He's dating girls. He's living large. And meanwhile, this girl's family and friends she's dead, right? They don't have her, and this guy's still living his life. It's not hard to imagine that somebody finally got fed up, decided they're going to take this rich kid out. They went over to this ranch they have with a double-barreled shotgun, 12 gauge, used both shots to kill him, then realized the mother was also in that shed. Meanwhile, the son, because he's been getting death threats for 2.5 years, he travels around the ranch with his .300 blackout rifle. The family owns several of them. When they kill the son with the shotgun, they take his rifle, use his rifle to kill the mother, and then they flee with both the shotgun and the rifle. And that's completely consistent with every bit of evidence we've heard so far in this case.
And more simple and direct than this complexity of evidence hiding that they're attributing to the and also overcoming the lack of motive and the fact that he kills his son and his wife. I mean, this is like that takes a lot to convince me that a man will kill his own child and his wife. Now, wives maybe, but child, I mean, that takes a certain level of rage or cold-bloodedness. And so what is the reason someone would do that? I don't
right.
see it.
So you can imagine killing a wife or even killing a child, I suppose, but you need to hear a reason.
But both?
And there's been no reason. There's been no fight with the wife. There's been no life insurance policies that were going to be collected if they were killed. There's been nothing that would provide a motive for someone to do that.
Not in evidence. There's a lot of suggestions in chat, but the state hasn't provided any motive at all. Now, on the other hand, Mr. Branca's theory is completely supportive and consistent with evidence that is currently in the evidence. There is already testimony about the boating accident and the fact that he said that was his immediate suspicion. I don't know. I mean, it's kind of a good little practice tip as a consumer of law trials to keep that fact scenario in your mind as this evidence comes out and check it. And it's like, okay, disprove this alternative theory.
Right. And the real problem that the state will have with something like this is it's fitting the facts better than the ham-fisted narrative that they've got. Because, okay, there's blood on the shotgun. Like we said earlier, why are you disposing of one gun and not the other? If you're going through the effort of disposing of a gun, you would dispose of both guns. I mean, that just doesn't make sense. He's got plenty of other guns on the property. There's no reason to keep the nostalgia shotgun that was used. Does his timeline fit with the telemetry data that we've got with the phones and the vehicles? Branca's does. Does theirs? Theirs seems very squeezed on the timeline that we have. Maybe it's possible, but is it plausible? Is it reasonable to expect that in 10 minutes he does all of this stuff? If he ices them and their allegation is that he cleans up, you have to add in the extra time to return to the house, get a change of clothes, probably shower. I mean,
and
if he's feeling
of the bloody clothes,
right? If he's feeling the need to change clothes, he's probably feeling the need to clean himself off in some way.
But where are the bloody clothes and where are the guns?
Exactly. It doesn't make sense. Why is the cell phone in the opposite or in a different direction, a decent amount of time away? Like, that makes sense if there's another killer who doesn't go to this guy's mom's house after the people die, but instead leave in the opposite direction. Takes the phone. Oh shit, I have this phone. Throw it out the window. No one will find that. Don't care if they find that. Doesn't matter. It's just,
it's very, the state's, from what I'm seeing, the state's theory is bizarre. Oh, we lost Sean.
Who knows? Maybe he'll be back.
But the state's theory is extreme stretch. And Branca's theory sounds pretty reasonable. And that to me is massive reasonable doubt. Blood on his shorts and on that shotgun is not good evidence, because he was there. He touched the body. That is sufficient to transmit blood to both his pants and to his gun. Gunshot residue in some tarp at his mother's house. They've got lots of guns around. Gunshot residue is all over the place.
Right.
I'll bet you every cop there had gunshot residue all over their hands.
Yep.
So that's not evidence.
Yeah. If you tested my hands right now, I'd have gunshot residue on
Same
them.
here. I would too.
I would too, but not from a handgun. No, it's
a long rifle. You have a long rifle on you, baby.
But it's this weird thing where, again, the whole case seems to be built on this specter of he must have done it, so let's find out how that happened. And that's not how you build a conviction. That can be how you build an investigation, but it can't be how you build a conviction. And that's,
I would also point out that Andrew's theory here also completely destroys any shell casing matching evidence that they presume to have.
Right. Yep.
Because the assume that the expert gets up and says this shell casing came from the firearm from his house. Well, that's logical that the son had his gun and the mother was killed with the son's gun after he deceased, and that gun was disposed of. Well, that gun would have ejected shells. So that does not disprove Andrew's theory. Therefore, that evidence kind of like is a wash.
And if you follow my theory, you don't have to go through every round of ammo they found ringing loose around inside that house. Like we just spent the last 4 hours doing.
Yeah.
Why would that ever be relevant?
And also, just how many rounds of Seller and Ballot, how many 300 blackout rounds did they sell prior to this killing?
You mean the company? Oh, yeah.
Hundreds of millions of them. How many were imported to America? Tens of millions.
Yeah, but under my theory, it doesn't matter. If there was only one, that was the one that was present.
Sure.
That we know the son owned.
Well, I'm just saying there's a million ways, though, that ammo could show up. It's not like it's so esoteric or so niche that...
Yeah, but they've got this whole, they've got this expert, which I've been whining about, and I know that people grumble that I'm pushing this point, but it is a fact that the shell casing matching tool mark science is not sufficiently developed to say that this shell casing was fired out of the same rifle as this shell casing. Now, but it does, under Branca's theory, it doesn't matter.
Right.
Yeah.
Especially the way guns are made today on CNC machinery. I mean, to the very fine tolerances. You'd expect them to produce almost exactly the same brass, for example, unless there was some gross defect in the gun.
Yeah, we talked about that the one night, Andrew.
Accidentals are accidentals. I'll accommodate that, but if you're just talking about a standard issue rifle, there's no database to disprove. How do you falsify that? It's false science. But they're going to bring that in, but it doesn't matter. Under the Branca theory, it doesn't matter. And I think the Branca theory is actually much more plausible. I would be much more likely to believe that scenario than anything I've seen so far. And they sure as hell need to give me a timeline that shows that he can dispose of his clothes, dispose of the AR, do all this stuff within the time frames that they're saying.
So I mentioned a day or two ago that this is not an argument I would make on opening, because I think throughout the course of the trial, the defense shouldn't be providing some kind of specific alternative scenario, because it might end up shifting the burden to them, right? Why aren't you producing evidence to support your narrative of what you think happened? But you might do it at close and cast it in the light of, listen, I'm going to propose a completely speculative scenario about what happened. There's no evidence to support this, but this could have happened, and it's as likely as what the state is trying to convince you happened. And that means our client's not guilty. That's by definition not proof beyond a reasonable doubt of guilt.
Yeah.
At this point, I'm even thinking JOA. I hate to say that, but is there what would be what
rational jury could find proof beyond a reasonable doubt on what we're hearing?
Now,
but the likelihood of getting that motion is like zero.
On a case like this, yeah.
But believe everything the state said so far. What evidence points to his guilt?
None. That's the big problem. And I have this other problem with the state's case that we talked about a little bit with the circumstantial evidence. The standard for circumstantial evidence, I don't remember it being as strict in South Carolina. I know you read it yesterday, Steve, but I don't remember the exact wording. But in the Florida one, you can't run contradicting theories. Yet, just in the past so far in the case, we already have contradicting theories on the blood. His clothes are clean. His clothes have, they're harping on, well, there's no blood on him. Well, if he touched these, there'd be blood on him. And then we find out from a different witness that there was blood on them. And it's like, okay, state, what are you doing here?
I don't know who said it. Was it Sean that was saying that, that why even get into that if you know that the blood exists?
That was me. Yeah, that was me.
Yeah,
that was me.
That's a great point. Why do they spend so much time about that? They know the blood exists, so why even get into that?
Right, and it's weird. It's intentionally trying to confuse the jury. Oh, well, if he touched this body, there'd be blood all over him. But then there is blood on him. It's like,
well, it's a weird dynamic. It's like they know they need to catch him in a lie, right? Because a lie would blow open the whole defense.
Yeah,
but it's like they think any immaterial lie that they think can create is sufficient for that purpose, and it's just not, especially when it's contradicted by the state's other evidence.
So I have a question, and you guys might be able to answer to me. Are they claiming he didn't murder them in the clothes they found him in? Have they even got to that point yet, or I don't know what they opened up?
Okay, so I was reading an article about this before the trial started, and there's a dispute on the blood spatter evidence or the blood evidence on the clothes, because if I remember reading it right, the initial state crime lab did not find any sufficient blood spatter on the clothes that would resemble the type of like a blowback of viscera. Yet they went to a second lab, a private lab, and they found 100 instances of blood spatter or something, claiming like some blood analysis that they claim does it. But
how about, you know what would be convincing beyond a reasonable doubt? A particulate of brain matter on his clothes.
It'd be pretty good.
Well, but that's why. Well, that's why I was bringing it up. If he had shot his kid at these ranges where it sounds like it's in a fairly contained area, it's gonna get everywhere.
It's gonna get everywhere. It's literally gonna create all over him. An atomized cloud of blood.
Yes,
is gonna be floating in the air.
And I hate to say this, but like, this is where, you know, if you're on a jury, like, think about it. Nobody ever gets rid of all the blood. They always screw up because they always miss something, and likely it's on him somewhere. Like, if they didn't go over him with a fine-tooth comb to check for anything, that's sloppy police work. But
well,
I'm assuming
I'm going to push back a little bit on that, and I think that's very dependent. Whoa, no, never mind, Andrew. You can do what you want.
It's my fidget spinner.
Yeah, no, I would say that a pushback on a little bit. A lot of that is dependent on distance, and so we need to be careful on that, because if he's sufficiently far away, then he would be protected from any kind of.
But it sounds like but based on what Nick's saying, where they found blowback on him, then there's going to be, he would have bits and pieces on himself, but he wouldn't be able to. You never clean your hands right. There would have been something usually. Nobody ever sanitized the crime scene, right?
I believe the state's case is predicated on the headshots being execution shots from close range.
Right.
Well, let's hear it then.
Because they talked about stippling in their opening.
Right, they did.
They
did. They said it was a close range kill shots.
Yeah.
I don't know. And they talked about a raincoat with GSR back at the mom's house, but GSR is FDLE, Florida Department of Law Enforcement, does not even test gunshot residue anymore because it's pointless. I mean, I remember I've prosecuted gunshot cases. I remember there was like one guy left that did it over FDLE, and he was a big believer. And the amount of, as a prosecutor, I remember having to talk to this guy about gunshot residue. And so I started talking to this guy about, okay, well, so this means this. And he's like, well, no. And I mean, there was so many qualifications. I'm like, basically, your gunshot residue test is useless. He's like, no, it's the most important science out there, right? But it wasn't. It was garbage.
Chad is also pointing out something that simplifies at least the shotgun. The wadding from the shotgun was found inside.
Yeah, that's close.
The victim.
Oh, yeah.
Paul.
So that's, yeah, he would have had to have washed himself off, not just his clothes. And I mean, yeah, it would have been everywhere. It would have been all over that person.
And a shotgun, and I think it's a bird shot, right? Was it what they're saying? The brain.
One
shot?
was bird shot, one was buck.
Right, buckshot to the chest, shoulder. and birdshot to the head.
Birdshot,
that would've-
birdshot,
So
you know, that,
That's
and
going to
bird-
have to be close on the birdshot to do the damage that they're talking about.
Boy, I don't know. The state has got a long way to go. They better start producing some evidence. You know, this kind of almost feels like a political prosecution at this point. You know, it feels like what I think Andrew said this earlier when we were talking. Okay, prosecutors, I don't care what the evidence is. You charge him, you prosecute him, you go forward. We're going forward with this because he's a bad guy.
Right. And but there's always a chance to get a conviction, right? That's just noise in the system. So they could win.
Yeah, and if they win, good enough for government work.
Yeah, it's a mess. This thing has been a mess. When I started watching this, I was like, okay, this is going to be one of those cases where it's kind of like obviously got to be a slam dunk of some sort. It's double homicide. You don't get to just I mean, you don't get to just make shit up. Oh, hey, here we got Maggie's gunshot wound diagrams.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
But
let's see.
Nick, you were asking me earlier. It's just the contamination and the stuff, the evidence that got destroyed. That alone for me brings up doubt. I mean,
yeah.
But there could be, you know, the thing is, sloppy police work happens all the time.
I know, but to this idea, like we found these tire tracks that didn't match everything up, but like, oh, we screwed that up. Like that immediate, like that goes right to the defense theory of, you know, this other person. Well,
right. Well, they did not preserve. It allows for it. They could have maybe excluded those defenses, but they didn't. And so but you see, it all doesn't matter. If they found good evidence, as there was brain matter on his shirt, game over.
Yeah.
But look, this is, you know, I got to say, another thing you got to be skeptical of is trajectory analysis. Now, because the body is completely in motion and you can shoot from any kind of angle.
Yeah.
So
are these from front to back? Like, I don't understand this.
Well, okay, so this one, for example, this one right here would be entering the front abdomen and traversing out the back. This one would be entering looks like under the breast and traversing, coming out out through the
stopping
the clavicle.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know if this one enters the head because it doesn't have a second entry listed.
Yeah.
So this is consistent with basically somebody fleeing and being shot and chased down and then
executed.
Executed.
Yeah, that's what this is.
Yeah. So you got wrist, back of the leg.
Shot in the leg. She falls. She's spinning, falling to the ground. She's shot through the front. She's on the ground. They walk up. They execute her.
Yeah.
So it's So
which
there's
is consistent with a witness elimination.
Right.
Paul is the target. The son is the target, and this is a witness elimination shot.
Yep. The mother's in another part of the shed, perhaps out of sight, but she hears 2 shotgun blasts. She comes running over, gasps, sees the killer standing over her son's body, screams, turns to run. He grabs the rifle because he's fired both barrels in his double-barreled shotgun, and guns her down as she's running away, and then executes her when she falls to the ground.
And in that area of like loading a double-barrel shotgun with buckshot and birdshot is a common way of having it ready to deal with whatever may come your way in a rural area.
Everett Merrill sent a super chat earlier that says, before the lunch break, the witness said they had collected and photoed 2 expended shotgun shells. One was a 12 gauge Fed and one was a Winchester 12 gauge. So shotgun wasn't a double barrel break action shotgun. I don't remember that being said.
Why would that mean it can't be?
Well, a part of our theory about how the double barrel, why it would be the double barrel was didn't seem to be any shotgun shells, expended shells collected at the scene.
Guy breaks open. Oh, he's gonna reload. sees her, grabs the rifle instead. I mean,
it could still be, but the nice thing about the double barrel was it explained away why no shotgun shells, fired shotgun shells, were found at the scene.
Right, because if it's pump action, you blam, blam. You necessarily have at least one shell. But I didn't hear anything about expended shotgun shells being collected. But I mean, admittedly, it was a lot of boring.
Those can also just be left on the floor. It's a whole casing. Like you're not gonna. It's not like it's a piece of brass. You're like, oh, I better pick that up. If you drop them, like, screw it. And those, how long are they sitting there? What do they look like? Were they covered in crud? Be kind of what I want to know. Yeah,
that's a good point. Also,
I don't think they were recovered at all.
I don't. So they talk about these casings. They never recovered them.
I didn't hear
No,
any shotgun
so
cases. It's the blackout.
yeah, the super chat says that she testified to recovering 2 expended shotgun shells, but I don't remember that today happening. Maybe it was. I didn't remember any expended shells being found or recovered or talked about.
You're nodding off though.
And again, well, part of the issue with that is they've spent a ton of time talking about all the shell casings of the 300 blackout rounds, and no one testified about the shotgun shells until maybe one person today, who's the chain of custody person. Like the people who examined all of the 300 blackout shell casings didn't mention the shotgun shells. So I'm still going, until I see something different, I'm still going with the theory that I don't think the shotgun shells were recovered.
I didn't hear, but I was out for the afternoon stuff, which was basically you're saying chain of custody witness the whole thing. That is just so sad.
She's on the witness stand for 4 hours.
Oh my gosh. I don't know. Do you think, why is this being done this way? Do you think that the judge requires this, or do you think I'm confused as to why the state is taking so much time introducing all this garbage evidence?
It's got all the vibes of a politically motivated prosecution where they're burning time, they're burning hours, they're showing effort, to see, because they got
stuff we
order.
did.
Yep.
How much time we put in, and we're really
Sorry, boss.
thorough.
Right? We tried as hard as we could, boss.
Yeah.
We had 28 witnesses for 1,800 hours of testimony, and the jury just wouldn't go our way.
So let's see. They're saying, okay, so some people are saying they did recover 2 shells. Again, I'm admittedly saying that I was half zoning out because I was bored as shit going into that. And I'm still curious as to why there's no testimony about those shotgun shells from any of the other witnesses. I mean, if there are. It still doesn't invalidate the basic gist of the theory, but the double barrel shotgun was the explainer for why there weren't shotgun shells. It could be double.
It could have been a double barrel. He could have broken it and ejected, or if it was a pump, if they would have found the shells. I don't think it's relevant to the analysis necessarily.
Right.
We were just explaining the lack of shotgun shells at the scene.
If
But
they
they're
have
all
shells,
shotgun.
that just means any shotgun could have been used by the hitman, right? By the retribution killer.
Yeah,
that's all that
right.
means.
So, but we'll see. I mean, eventually we'll get testimony from the forensic analysis of the expended shells, or we won't. So that'll be a big part of it.
And shotguns are much harder. Well, you really can't tell what kind of shotgun shotgun blast came from, because the projectiles are all buckshot and birdshot. So it's not the same as a projectile that you can say it's a 38 caliber, 22 caliber, something like that, because a shotgun is filled with basically balls, little round balls, and the size of the balls, either balls or no balls. If it's a buckshot, then it's balls. If it's a slug, it's no balls. I'm just letting you know.
Well, I was gonna say, if they found the wad in them, though, they can measure the wad and come up with gauge. But yes,
Hey, I don't know how much longer I can stay. So before I do, I just want to get my final grift in. Law Self-Defense Advanced Class, Saturday, April 15th, full day, live class on self-defense law. Make you hard to convict if you're ever compelled to defend yourself, your family, your property from criminal predation. And if you sign up for that class this month, and there's only 4 days left in the month, folks, you get 50% off your registration. That saves you $100. Taught live by me, plenty of opportunity for live Q&A, so you walk away knowing what you need to know to be hard to convict. Learn more and register at lawofselfdefense.com/advanced. Thanks, Nick.
Yeah, buddy. Thanks for coming on, as always.
I'll hang out a bit longer, but I'm expecting my wife to call me any minute, and then I'll have to go.
Okay, so a couple people have sent me, it looks like the same video saying review it on Rumble only. It's from Matt Couch's Twitter. I'm not going to be on Rumble only until at least tonight. These trial streams are on all platforms.
What's
but
it of?
I do. It's meanwhile in Chirac, so you can just imagine what's going on.
Well, I was going to say, or is it I didn't know if it was a story about the kids in St. Louis who got caught with the full auto Glocks and they got released to their parents.
Let's see. I'm watching it right now. It's security footage. Oh, damn.
Is it that dude in the street who puts it
Yeah.
away? Oh, that homie took care of business, and he goes and gets that lady hiding behind the van.
Oh shit.
Yeah, listen. Yeah, the sound on that. She's like, no. Boom.
He just straight murdered like 4 people.
Oh, well, that's without hesitation.
5.
Yeah,
Fuck that.
What is
yeah,
this
that-
you're talking about?
It's this video of a shooting in Chicago. 5 people just.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Meanwhile, 1 hour till what happens in Memphis. We'll find out about that tonight too.
Damn.
I don't know.
Yeah,
if you're
that
aware
was
of that, Nick.
that was a horrid video. Holy shit! I mean, it's black and white. It's not particularly bloody, but it's just that cold killing.
Well, it's good enough to show that when you're gonna do it, you gotta do it. I mean,
Can you put a link to that in the personal private chat?
Yeah,
I googled shooting in Chicago today, but you get 10,000 Google hits. So
your computer caught fire.
Here's the link to the Twitter. It's God, that was just not that was not pleasing to watch.
I've seen this one. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, did that happen? So that's not from today, or you saw
No,
it
it's
today?
not from today. I saw it
It's a couple
days ago.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's
Yeah.
why I'm like, I watched them like.
Oh yeah, it was uploaded on January 24th, or the tweet was from January 24th.
Yeah, I actually got into a lengthy Twitter argument about this one with some guy called Robbie Starbuck, who I guess is famous.
Yeah.
I don't really know who he is, but
I don't know who he is, but I've heard the
yeah.
name. What was his
Well, of course, he's not very bright, I guess. So I'm not sure what he's famous for, but it's certainly not intellect. But obviously, this is ultimately ends as a bad shooting, right? The guy's walking around executing people.
Yeah.
But as the video first starts, it's actually other people advancing on him. When he pulls his gun out, and I was simply saying, that first shot might have been justified. Obviously, the later ones certainly are not. But you have to evaluate each use of force independently, not just as some kind of collective whole. And if he'd stopped after the first shot, it might have been a good shoot.
Yeah.
This one, but there's I mean, and certainly just reviewing it.
He goes full taco store on a couple people.
Right. I mean, it's much like the taqueria in Houston, right? Where the first 4 shots are clearly lawful. The second 4 shots are arguably lawful, but that last one is a hard sell.
And then getting rid of the witness at the end.
Yeah, it looked like someone was going after his girlfriend or something there, because they're not near him, but someone's making contact with her. But yeah, that's a mess. That's the old Henry Lee Lucas theory of killing.
It's like Elvis.
Oh, there's
ghetto.
Clear out the entire apartment building.
Oh no, yeah, he goes behind the car and he takes care of somebody too. Yeah.
Well, I mean, I get it. I get how people think this way. This is not what the law allows. But especially if you live in one of these communities and your reputation is everything, and they just tried to kill you, you're going to have to kill them today or tomorrow or next week.
Or
I
they're
mean,
gonna kill you. Yeah.
you may as well get it done while the getting's good.
Yeah, they're not going to forget about you.
Yeah. Don't you forget about me. Okay. Doug Murray says the Ballad of San Francisco. Paul, have you ever been hammered in San Francisco? Do you want to get nailed down by the bay? A late night drive all the way, a late night drive to the all male disco, or just invite him to your estate. Oh God. Whew. All the Pelosi song memes. All right. I've got a bunch of super chats and rumble rants to go through. That's what I'm going to focus on. So, if anybody needs to go, certainly feel free.
I don't think the Memphis PD video has been released. The body cam's been released yet. It's 5 o'clock their time. I thought.
I thought I saw a tweet saying somebody recommending that you not watch it and how to turn autoplay off on Twitter so it doesn't autoplay on you, which suggests to me it's been released, but I haven't found it.
Okay. Yeah, apparently that one's really bad.
Oh, there is this. That's been this has come out. This is related to the Murdaugh case. We have the here's a diagram.
So which one's the wife? Must be the one up on the top.
So markers. So this is Paul. Markers 9 and 10 are shot shells here. So these must be the expended shot shells. I'm guessing it doesn't say expended, but we could just.
So is this consistent with somebody hiding in a storage room and blasting him as he tries to come in?
Yeah.
Hiding in a storage room and then blasted?
Yeah.
Yeah, and then chasing her around the house and boom, 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 boom.
Right.
Boom.
She hears the shots. She comes around the corner. They see each other. She starts running back. Right. That would explain the footprints here, right? That's what they were talking about. Footprints look like they go back and forth.
Although if her body's orientated this way, maybe she just fell weird because you think she'd fall towards
you can go back up like this too.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, those blackout rounds that hit her leg, they probably broke the femur.
Oh yeah.
She just would have collapsed in a
Yeah,
heap,
she may have-
basically.
yeah.
What
And
is
maybe he stepped
marker
on the
one
leg
there?
to get her to roll over for the execution shots.
Marker 1 is shotgun wad. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah. So one of the wads was recovered from him, but there would be a second wadding.
And
But it's
9 and
back-
10. This is a really important slide. We need to see this.
Is this on Court TV site? that
Someone
what-
sent me this from New York Post.
New York Post. Okay.
Here, I'll get you the.
I
I'll
wish
put
there was
the
a
link
better
in the private
resolution
chat.
of this.
So it looks to me like the shooter was inside the storage room, right?
Well, the wadding is found inside the storage room
Yeah.
here, so he could have
The
shot.
wadding bounces off. I mean, it could.
Yeah,
No, but not the shells. 9 and 10 are
Right.
shotgun
Yeah, the
shells.
shells are
Yeah.
inside.
I think that goes to boom, boom. You know, maybe
Boom,
he
boom.
thought he was gonna have to finish him off, doing more.
Now the
Especially if
prosecution
they're right on top of each other. That makes a lot of sense.
the prosecution theory would be, of course, that Paul and actually Alex and Paul were together in going into the storage room, and that's when Alex takes Paul by surprise, right? Like that would be the theory that I would have to explain, which is why they're close, you know. I mean, that's how I would frame it if I'm a prosecutor. That
So look-
not that like Paul's like hiding or Alec is hiding in the storage room or whatever, but that he's with Paul. They go in, nothing suspected, then blam blam, I guess. And then he goes and then he retrieves Paul's gun, I guess, or a gun from the storage room. I don't know.
Mhm.
And then goes and tags. Just trying to think of the prosecution's theory on this.
Yeah,
Yeah.
This is good stuff, though. I mean, I must say that, see, this is very consistent with the son being executed, surprise attacked, the gun being picked up.
Yeah,
He approaches her shooting boom, 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 and then executes as she falls.
Yeah.
That's what happened. I mean, you know, how else? Let's assume that it was this guy. He's got a shotgun and an AR, and he shoots the son and then switches guns and then goes after the
Guns
wife.
has always been a weird
Why would
weird
you ever
artifact.
do that? You could have a 30-round mag on an AR.
Maybe you wanted to just light him up with a shotgun because it'd tear him apart. I mean, that it could be symbolic the way you choose to off someone.
Yeah, but you wouldn't carry two guns. You're shooting this alone. You wouldn't have two guns.
You're
That's
getting
crazy.
part of. Remember though, you're planning a double murder. You're not exactly 100% rational throughout it either.
Yeah, but what mass shooters use two guns? I mean, it's like a shotgun and an AR. You might have a pistol and an AR, or a pistol and a shotgun, but an AR and a shotgun, that's such a bizarre thing for one individual to do.
Sure, it could be, but I mean, it's either way. I think the idea, yes, it was a battlefield pickup, and then he.
I like that. That's awesome. Battlefield pickup.
There are
created-
people asking me to do the car interview. I don't want to do the car interview today at all. Actually,
what?
The what?
The interview of Murdaugh by the police at the scene.
Yeah, that we listened to today. The video has been released of that. So we listened to that really long interview right at the beginning of the day. I don't know if you were on yet, Steve, but yeah, they're saying that he looks very shaken in the video. He looks very, he looks how he sounds effectively.
Yeah.
And so people are saying that makes it seem more likely that he didn't do it or whatever. But I just don't want to watch it tonight because I want to get through the chats, and then I want to have a break between my shows, to be honest. And then there's the weekend or Monday during lunch we could maybe watch that interview. But that was a long interview, and I don't want to do it right now. So
yeah, if you plan to do it over the weekend, send me a message and I'll see if I can join you for that part of it. If you're doing it at a sane hour, like before 10 p.m.
Right. And I don't know what my weekend looks like yet, so I'm not sure if I can. I think my kids have a bunch of activities going on. So
yeah, okay. Fair
it
enough.
might be a Monday. It might be a Monday lunchtime thing if we're gonna do it, unless something interesting happens. But yeah, so I just wanted to address people who are asking me to do it. I'm not gonna do. If you're waiting for that, I'm not gonna do it tonight. Scott Fletcher says, if it wasn't a double barrel, wouldn't the killer shoot the mom with the third or fourth shot, depending on the capacity of an auto or pump gun? If they had rounds in it, if it didn't jam, any number of things.
Yeah, if it malfunctions, that's going down. And it's not. You're not clearing that quick enough to get her.
Right.
Yeah, could have had a double feed. Something goes wrong. Yeah, that happens with those shotguns.
Or
Well, you could have put a 16 gauge round in and it jammed.
Yeah, or the other theory, you know, she's running away and there's a rifle there, which will be much more effective at taking someone at a distance who's running than a rifle with a night sight at night.
And a lot more rounds on board.
Yeah. And also so real quick, I want to make sure I understand this right. The 16 gauge was in the barrel, right? Okay.
Yes.
But here's what I will say, because I have represented.
Or wait,
I don't think
they
so.
were in the tube.
What? Oh, it was in the magazine. Okay, because I was about to say, even then, I have represented guys like, you know, hey, you got caught with a gun, and it's like got caught with like a high point in 45, and like when you're reading the police report, like in the magazine, like 3 rounds of 45, a round of 40, 2 rounds of 9mm. So once again, people committing crimes are not always the brightest people in the world.
But how is he so smart to dispose of this AR? It just disappeared from the scene.
Hey, remember, this is probably that person's first time committing a double murder. Like you're gonna have some oopsie poopsies. Like you don't get rid of all your evidence. I mean,
here's another thing we can.
Things happen this way.
So here's the shot. So this definitely started in the storage room and then progressed this way because 2 through 7 are cartridge cases from the rifle.
Okay,
so we got the shot shells going blam blam, and then we've got boom boom. So progression towards the body, execution shots at 5, 6, 7.
So 4 is the one that probably brought her. Well, 4 might have been the one that brought her down.
Although there is a bullet strike in the gravel here at 13, which is weird, but that could be unrelated, or it could be a misfire, like firing down at the ground as they're raising. Yeah, they were talking about this.
How would you know what a bullet strike in the gravel? The gravel like got kicked up.
They recovered bullet fragments from this area that was in the testimony. But I mean,
but she only got shot 5 times, and there's 6 cartridge cases here.
Okay.
Right. So
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yep, 6 cartridge cases. So maybe one of those was a low shot into the gravel.
As the guy, he's swinging the rifle up, shoots. Yeah. That explains cartridge 2, and it's right by, and then blam blam blam.
Yeah, or you blow. What's the kid's head? What's his kid? Matt.
Paul.
Paul. Yeah, you blow Paul's head off. Okay, bang. Like that can happen too. When he discharges it as his, that happens when you scramble somebody's eggs.
Oh yeah,
you mean maybe Paul discharged that round?
Yeah, as he got killed. Yeah,
right.
The only thing is that there were no cartridges recovered from near Paul. The first.
Well,
these are the cartridges.
Well, I'm just saying, depending on where he fell, like I don't know that distance, but it could have gotten thrown that far. It could have got kicked. I mean, I don't know.
I just realized you guys can't see my mouse. I've been pointing things out with my mouse the whole fucking time.
No, I haven't seen that.
Sorry, but yeah, I was trying to be helpful there. So the tire impressions 8 are that's weird. Hold on, let me switch.
That's an overhang. That's that shaded area is an overhang.
Oh, okay. So yeah, because the tire impression is here. So, man,
the tire impression that
there's a projectile. There's
Hello?
a projectile recovered on the look in the bottom.
Are they saying like a spent one or
no, a projectile, not a casing?
Well, no, but I mean, like, is it a projectile that went through something, or is it just we found a bullet sitting around? Like, was it a fired projectile?
No, I think there's windows back here, and there was bullet damage, bullet defects in the windows. So I think they're trying to suggest the path of which would make sense, right? If you were shooting him, and some of the buckshot missed, or some of the birdshot went past, or over penetrated, or whatever, it would continue across the room here.
It will do because it's not going fast compared to the rifle.
Interesting.
Oh, okay. So you want to see something depressing?
Sure. Let's bring it on. Why not?
So wait, we've got Margaret Murdaugh measurements. Head, what's RP1, RP3? 32 feet, 3 inches, 15 feet, 8 inches. Okay, never mind. Respective to project. I was trying to figure. I noticed how much smaller the measurements of his head were than hers, and I thought there was a grisly meaning behind it, but it's something else.
Right. So RP.
Reference
I mean, these
point.
are reference points, right? So the first one
3 is the column here.
Right. And
then
if you go
one.
to the
Got it.
left, that'll be 2, the similar
Yeah.
circle. And then you go to the corner of the storage room, that'll be 1.
Okay, so it's just measurements from
From those
RP1, he's
points.
7 feet 2 inches away.
Right.
To
So
his head here. Okay.
linear measurements from 2 different points gives you a 3D coordinate, right? That you can use.
I was just thinking, he was like, oh shit, her head's much bigger than his. Oh God, not good. But okay, so yeah. Well, there we go. There's that.
I think it supports the Branca theory, not the state theory.
Yeah, to me, you have to explain in the state theory why Alex is inside this storage room firing out at Paul, who's in the thing. Like, how does he get in there? Why is he in front of him? Isn't there phone activity going on that's kind of weird? And then
I wonder if you can see this from the house. I wonder if, the bad actor with the shotgun is, because you go by this structure before you reach the house, right?
Yeah.
So maybe they saw the bad actor coming up the driveway from the road or whatever, and they said, well, Jesus, that guy's got a gun. He's coming on our property. I'm going to go check him out. Let me grab my rifle and go down there. But they get ambushed.
Or they
here.
could have been a pattern of activity of feeding the dogs or watering the dogs.
Right.
And that this guy's been casing the house and sees their pattern, that she comes out, that they're aware of this. And so he comes out armed. So he hides in the storage shed.
Yep. And what would it take, really? It would take a loved one of the girl who was killed in the boating accident to see a social media post of this guy living large at college with his hot girlfriend, driving a nice car, right? Living the big life. When his loved one, that 19-year-old girl killed in the boating accident, body recovered a week later after a week in the water, is gone.
Or
And they say,
or somebody who lost all their money due to his embezzlement activities. Or somebody that he prosecuted, he put away wrongfully. I mean, I'm sure these people have a lot of enemies in this area, right?
Any number of reasons to have an enemy who would take a retributive killing.
But it looks to me like they were targeting the son, not him.
Yeah.
I mean, this, so.
Also consistent with the alleged death threats and the alleged violence perpetrated on the son.
Right.
With
And that's a life for life. That's an eye for an eye thing, right? You're killing over death. You're not killing over money.
Right. And yes, exactly. And there's no theft allegation here. So it looks to me like it's out of spite of something. You want this person dead. Well, why do you want this person dead? I mean, the Andrew theory is much stronger. That you've got a beautiful girl that was killed by this guy, and he's not charged. He's living the high life. That creates a lot of anger. This is somebody you love. That's a pretty good, strong motive. That's consistent with the way I see murders happen. I mean, this complicated insurance
he's charged.
money idea that's very unusual.
He's charged, but it's been 2.5 years and nothing's been done. And charges can go away. Prosecutor can change his mind. Campaign contributions can be offered and accepted.
Yeah, very, very, very prominent families with lots of leverage and pull can maybe just kind of negotiate things away.
Right. Hey, buddy, if you ever run for state AG, you'll have our support. If you
Right.
make the right decision here, we won't forget. We remember our friends.
Darla
The Game of
Shan-
Thrones family, the Lannisters always pay their debts.
Or Yellowstone.
Darla Shannon says, given what happened with the boat, why was Alex not concerned about the gunshots if he was up at the house when they were killed? Frankly, we have no
way. And shots in the countryside, you hear a gunshot far away in the distance. I mean, that's hog hunting every day.
I mean, it could have been the son saw something too, so it's not uncommon to hear him on his own property.
Yeah. Yeah. Or he didn't hear him.
They have a range on the property.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean, if I had a range on my property and adult sons who liked guns and I heard gunshots, I'd just assume one of them was out there shooting a gun.
Yeah. Or killing, some sort of animal, raccoon, some sort of pest.
Yeah.
Any number of things. Or again, he just didn't hear him because maybe he didn't hear him. And the other thing is he was gone. Like that's the main explanation for why he didn't hear the shots is he wasn't at the house when they were killed because he's gone or he's in the shower, any number of things. Okay, let me start going through these. Rick Nikita says Jewish. Jules, thank you for the donation. Sherry Berry, was there any mention of Snapchat videos yesterday? There was a brief mention of Snapchat videos somewhere, but I think that was an opening, so that'll come in later. Well, Oki says, good morning, Nick. Been watching since Meteors versus Dinosaurs. Hope you have a great day and wishing you the best during this trial coverage. Thank you. Devoured Trolls, I haven't watched in a while due to life, but did I miss the 5,000 local followers thing you were doing? Nope. That takes time. Sorry. I am Warwolf. Hey, can you talk to AK Guy and some other gun tubers about moving to Rumble? YouTube is mass flagging Pew content, but they don't want to move due to views. Shrewd Kowski, congrats on your Grifties nomination. Should have won. Guess you need to grift harder. I guess so. Speaking of which, come see me in Vegas, February 26th. Austin Pissy says, moved out to Utah from the South years ago. Hearing that drawl makes me miss home. Longtime fan of you and the great Branca. Thanks for all you do. Hey, thank you, Austin.
Thank you.
Oh, Overton Windex says, tips for a 2.5 million sub YouTube channel looking to diversify on Rumble. You got 2.5 million people. Start
a Rumble channel.
Start your Rumble channel and start multi-uploading there. Start directing people
auto-sync.
there.
Auto-sync it up.
Auto-sync. Beg people to move. Get banned from YouTube. That's what I did. That was the biggest.
And
That
then
was the biggest mover.
make it a big stink. Like make a big thing about getting ready, like get publicity from getting banned. You know.
Gregor Bierskowitz says, a Murdaugh trial with Branca, one of my two most favorite Polish American attorneys, the other one being Francis E. Deck Esquire. Count me in. D. Lindsay sent a sticker. Thank you. Curtis McLaughlin Jr. As a South Carolinian with no discernible accent, it's hilarious how thick the collective drawl is in this trial. Keep up the great work, Ricada, and bless your heart. Hey, bless you too, Curtis. Kim says, any guesstimate on how long this trial will go? They're planning 3 weeks.
Ugh, pain.
Joe, if the state's case continues to be terrible, we might not see a very long defense case. So we'll see. Joe, Everyman.
You're gonna see a long defense case. I predict that we're going to see lots of defense experts. We're going to see experts on ballistics. We're going to see experts on what the cops should have done, what they could have shown. They're going to show that. They're going to be a cell phone tower expert. There's going to be at least
doubt. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Joe Everyman, is this the Chewbacca prosecution? None of this seems helpful or relevant so far. Maybe I'm just a little biased against the state. Elk Rain, are you aware that James from court is at this trial? He's been giving commentary on DUI guy streams. Yes, I'm aware. Kyle Martin, Redhead is his son behind him, and his brother John Marvin next to Buster, his son, speaks volumes. They are behind him through this, in my opinion. Sherry Law, is there actual music you're moving and grooving to, or is it in your head? When you see me bouncing and dancing, there's usually a song running through my head. Corn Pop, sent ice cream. Thank you. The oldest millennial. Masad Ayub has a great video on what to say to police in a self-defense shooting. Ashley King, can women sign up for this self-defense course? What? And wait, lawofselfdefense.com/advanced. Yes, they can.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
Ashley King, well, what about single women over 30?
Well, I'm married, but you're more than welcome to take the course. Saturday, April 15th, lawofselfdefense.com/advanced, just like it says right here. What
kind of knife is that you got?
Oh, it's a cheap Kershaw $25 knife. I lose knives all the time, so
I lose knives and victims.
Yeah, I lost a knife too.
Let's see. Neon Arrakis says this judge seems cool, but he is no Judge Borowski. No one can top him. I agree. Corn Pop sent a sticker. Thank you. Corn Pop also says, hey, dude, big fan. Do a knife check. Knife check.
Oh, man. I failed. I usually have my CRT Ripple, and I lost my K-bar. So what can I say?
Lucius the Eternal says, yo, Ricada, reading through Storm of Iron and Dias Irae actually gets wrecked. Nothing else to add, but sharing my shock. Hawkins 75 says he was naked, shot them, then took a shower. Very possible. The naked strategy works well. Big Rig 0485 today on whose job is it anyway? Kelly Shugs, thank you for joining at Paralegal Status. Well, Okie, didn't the opening statement from the state say that there were no signs of a struggle? Yes, they did. Very confusing. Jonathan says judge seems like a low-key badass. And he also says Branca's qualifier would be a good name for something. His gun. Jonathan also says I handed it off to the slut agents. It's sled agents. South Carolina Law Enforcement Division. Like you said, the local police have ties to this this family as prosecuting family, and this guy is an attorney, so they hand it off to the state law enforcement division to take over the case. Plus, they have that other felony investigation going on. Corn Pop has another sticker. Thank you. The Lee. Was the hair her own? Maybe she grabbed her own hair when she saw her son be shot and pulled hard in hysteria, then ran and was shot by the perp. Her hair is blonde, I believe. So brown hair in her hand is still weird. But they just decided it didn't matter, actually. The brown hair.
So important. That is so important.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't get it.
Lord Vader says, I too assisted the dive team, Chandler Halderson. Yeah, another theory is that she was with Paul. Like, she was with Paul, walking with him, and they both walked into the storage room, and he's the guy who happens to get tagged first. She grabs the guy's hair or something and runs. I mean, who knows? Any number of things could be causing her to have someone else's hair in her hand, and the state just didn't care. President-elect Four Doors More Horse says only immediate family with brownish hair was Paul.
I just cannot believe that. I can't believe that the state would ignore hair in the victim's hand. I'm sorry. That's I know that they're sloppy, but that's beyond sloppy. That's ridiculous, especially when the sled comes in. There's got to be something. We're going to hear something more about that hair, I'm sure. I mean, there's no way.
Somebody's got to explain it.
Yeah, there's no way that just passes through and we never hear about it again.
Bell says, do you think they're just trying to nail this guy on something and took this as a chance to get him? Do you think the prosecutor is as pissed at the bad police work as all of us are? Just trying to, I mean, they have plenty of stuff to nail this guy on. That's not double murder. And it's his charges will put him in jail for a life sentence if he's convicted on all of them. Like, just the cumulative charges are massive. Tom Grawl says, raise a glass to my dog, Manny. He was so much like me in personality. Bull in the china shop, meathead with a big heart. There weren't many people he didn't like or wasn't happy to see. He will be missed. Love you, buddy.
Go, Manny.
Just a second here, Tom. Sorry. I was not prepared for another sip.
Just about out there.
To Manny.
To Manny.
A good friend, a big companion, a long time partner. Again, pets become more than pets. They become family, and their loss stings just as deep. Cheers to you, Tom, and cheers
woof,
to you.
woof.
You know what I love about mules? Is the mint.
Bob in the Zona says, did she say she made these observations, the hair specifically, from reviewing autopsy photos? No, I thought she said she witnessed them at the scene looking under the tarp, but
I think it was a photo. So she was taking notes of her observations of the photo and put in her report a note about the apparent hair in the hand.
Gotcha. Corn Pop says, Steve, knife check.
Yeah, I got wrecked. Hold on a second.
El Gonza 1000.
Here, Steve, I got you. I got you.
Poor Steve. Imagine not autistically playing with knives during 8-hour live streams. I don't know. Let's see. El Gonza 1000 says, hey, Nikita, am I missing something, or has the state not yet produced a motive for the murders? The state is not required to produce a motive for murder. It just really helps. But no, they have not. Yeah. Genkin says, to be fair, this snail on downer speed is kind of par for the course when dealing with South Carolina sled. Daramuth, this judge is certainly a lot better than another judge we know. Grounds, lol. Find one. You get a knife check, Steve.
There we go.
Does it count if you go to the kitchen? Okay.
Deborah Breeden says, still waiting on the state to offer some evidence. Nicholas Cruiser, he lives. Michael Jackson is on the stand. Joseph DeMartino says, buckle refers to the cheek. Cognate boca, mouth. Corn Pop has another sticker. Amy Lynn, are they effing deaf? A warning care to anyone wearing AirPods. Oh yeah, some of the audio is brutal, and I'm very sorry about that. Also says, my fingers are broken and autocorrect hates me. Sorry for the previous text spelling. No, you're fine. Ghost of Recon. Don't know if the dude is guilty, but I basically expect any unsympathetic defendant to be convicted. I may be jaded.
I
Andrew
don't have, do you guys have some sort of negative impression of him? I mean, I don't have a positive or negative impression of him. I mean,
Well, I mean, the people of South Carolina might have a very negative impression of the family in general.
Right.
But I don't know. I don't care about this guy at all. Like I don't have a negative or positive impression of him. Andrew
Folks,
Hansen
this is not $150 Kershaw, folks. It's not even a $50 Kershaw. I think it's $25 from Amazon.
this is a $60 CRT Ripple. These are
But
great.
I said the Kershaws are cheap. Someone corrected me. I should say they're inexpensive. They're actually quite nice knives, especially good value for the money.
This is the best knife I've ever dealt with, which is the Ripple. Ken Onion Ripple.
Yep.
Yeah, I think I got this one at a gas station. So
This is a Ridge knife. I'm sure it's overpriced. I don't know how much it costs because they sent it to me for free.
was your Ridge wallet?
Yep. That was my second Ridge wallet. And then they sent me a third one. And then they stopped talking to me. Rude. Andrew Hansen says they should object to this prosecutor's qualifications. Roger G. Greg Price just released the Pelosi hammer attack. Yes, he did. Raka Fracka, if the prosecution can place Alex at the scene at the time of the murders via voice and cell, then even if he didn't do it, he was there and therefore involved and an accomplice at the very least. Well, that doesn't automatically follow necessarily, but that would be the strong inference for sure. Claire Fries says, oh my God, I'm now watching all of the Texas Law Hawk commercials. Brian Wilson is an artist. Yes, he is. Shadow Wolf 102. This is why people try to get out of jury duty all the time.
Yeah, that's right.
Mediocre Didge says Branca tax day is the 18th because it falls on a weekend. Then we had to free the slaves and celebrate Emancipation Day. Nick, get off your ass and get your tax shit in order. Don't talk to me about taxes. Jonathan says, I understand why Daddy Miller is guilty legally, but I don't think he should be. I don't think he intended to escalate things or wanted to shoot or harm anyone. He stood up to a bully. I agree with you. Matches burn. Could the judge get so tired of her struggling with that package, he could order the bailiff to open it instead? I mean, he could, I guess. Judges could order damn near anything, but he shouldn't.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I've seen judges, if this happened in some courtrooms that I've practiced in, the judge would step in and he'd be like, counselor, are you going to take all day with this witness? You know, you need to move it along. Has this been stipulated? Have you all agreed? We're going to take a 15-minute break and y'all are going to get together and agree to all the exhibits.
Straighten this bullshit out.
Yeah. I mean, there are some, now this judge doesn't seem like that type, but there's a lot of judges that would cut this what time wasting stuff out because they respect the jury. The issue is the judges. I mean, the judges that I've dealt with in trial are almost overly deferential to juries. It's like, well, we're wasting the jury's time. Everything's about the jury. Everything's about jury. Even when you're trying to make legal arguments on some motion, they're like, the jury's waiting, you know? So this judge, I don't think is that type, but I think a judge should do that. I'm a little critical that the judge hasn't been a little more aggressive on the state on moving this thing along.
Q Revere says, FYI, buckle is a medical term for relating to cheek. Simple Phil says, found out recently I'm going to be a father and it's twins. I know it's early in the day, but I'd love it if you raised a glass and imparted some of your dadly advice and a toast to celebrate new life. Twins, I don't have advice for you, brother. Your sleep schedule is gone. Your life is about to become a nightmare of diapers and bodily fluids that you never wanted anywhere near you. Enjoy the hell out of it. You're in for a whole lot of fun and a whole lot of challenge. And most people on earth won't ever have to deal with that, but you get the blessing of dealing with it. Cheers to you, brother.
Move close to family.
Sweaty P. Theory. PM has rifle. Alex Murdaugh has shotgun. Go to the kennels together. Paul sets down rifle before entering feed room. Alex shoots him and gets rifle. Maggie comes around explaining footprints. She flees and Alex shoots her.
Okay,
Possible.
cool. But what happened to the rifle?
Yeah, rifle disappears and shotgun's still around. Or it was a second shotgun. I mean, certainly possible. That it's possible that the rifle and shotgun were both disposed of, and this is just another shotgun, right?
I guess, but why would you do that? If
It
you
gets
were the
really
murderer,
complicated.
why would you, if you were sitting there in front of murder people, one of them got killed with a shotgun, the murderer would dispose of the original shotgun, go back to the house and get a new shotgun. Why would he do that? You'd be you want to be as far away from any shotguns as possible. You don't want to be found with a shotgun.
That's what they're expecting.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Andrew Hansen, this lawyer is violating his right to a speedy trial.
Yeah, that's right.
John Galt says, enough of the Southern slams, bitches. I don't think anybody was slamming the South.
I love the South. I am the South, man. I have redneck genes in me, so I'm all for it.
What's the slam? That it's slow? Sorry, for a guy from New York, it's slow. That's just a fact. That's not a slam.
No, and that, yeah, the only reason that would be a slam is if you don't like things slow. Man, I love being in the South. I love being outside in the heat because I walk slow as shit. I don't care at all. When I'm up in the cold, I have to move fast. I can slip and fall. I'm old. I'll probably break a hip and just die there on the sidewalk. No, thank you. I like walking slow. I don't care about anything. Sherry Law, when does provocation begin? And for example, if I say over the phone, I dare you or I'll shoot, and they show up an hour later, yeah, it's probably not provocation at that point.
No, it involves imminent action, stuff that's happening right away. Now, having said that, if you're making threats to people, the fact that you made a threat an hour or a day before, they're allowed to use that information in making decisions about how to deal with you. Because you're not just a random person, you're a person who's threatened them. They have reason to believe that they could be in danger of harm from you, but it's not an imminent threat any longer.
Nathan Levy, so the son killed in the dog pens was shot by one gun with two different brands of ammunition, commonly known as feeding the gun a dog's lunch. There you go. Lawrence says, what's with all the Murdaugh's head bobbing? I mean, he keeps having to, either he's the killer or he's not the killer. In any case, he keeps having to go back through the events of his wife and son being murdered or possibly by him. And whether you think he did it or not, even if he did it, there's likely still trauma there related to it.
Right. And he has to look down if he doesn't want to see the photos of his wife's and son's heads blown open, because that's being projected on a screen in the courtroom and the little screen in front of him. But the little screen in front of him, they block with a box. So he looks down at the table. So he's not seeing the other images being projected in the courtroom.
And what's the right reaction? Should he be sitting there wrapped to it and not react? If he doesn't cry, then he's guilty because he's not crying. If he's crying, he's faking. I mean, this is the whole problem of projecting. People are projecting what they think onto his reaction. Don't do that. That is not his reaction. You don't know how anybody would react in that situation. Everybody's individual. Everybody reacts differently. So stop the projection.
And lots of people who kill others regret it later, deeply sometimes. So
he might be sorry for himself. He might be sad for his son and not his wife. He might be sad for the wife and not the son. He may be sad for the rest of his family. He might be, there's a million possibilities. You don't know this guy, so you don't know what he's thinking.
Let's see. The next one is Hamisan says, I keep meaning to come on here and say that the YouTube channel, That Chapter, has a decent breakdown of all the Murdaugh events, at least in a better order than this damn court. Be careful about that, because again, someone's independent breakdown is going to be editorialized to some sort of end, even if that end is just clicks.
Even if it's not intentional, because they're often repeating information they heard elsewhere from some undefined source that could just be fabricated.
Yeah, the amount of work and effort it takes to authenticate and lay foundation for all of the evidence that comes into a trial is intentional. And that's why it's boring. And it's also why it's typically not as salacious as something like a documentary or an expose or whatever. Those have a different purpose. So that timeline will bias your review of the case, because you've seen the timeline that must have occurred. You've seen the events that must have happened. This guy put forth a very compelling thing, but maybe they're wrong for any number of reasons. Or even if they're right, maybe they're right, but some of that stuff's inadmissible, which makes it a problem. Redone 777 says, or Red One says, Paul Pelosi was hammered when he got hammered. Jonathan, how would you have done this unboxing quicker and less painful? It's really simple. You just actually open the box. She's got scissors. Just open the box and then just cut open the wrapping and then just open it. It's cardboard and paper. Most of you can master it in very little practice. Jonathan says, present Branca's theory in closing. This is legal advice. Jonathan also says, birdshot, buckshot, birdshot, buckshot, 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 the Chappelle loadout. Emors says, please review this one on Rumble only. That was a Chicago shooting. Magnus 93 says, I just watched the Pelosi body cam footage. I don't know about the conspiracy theories anymore. Looked like dude was there to hit Pelosi from the start, not a lover's quarrel. Yeah, we kind of went through the analysis of that. Blackjack Gaming says, didn't know Ruth from Ozark was a prosecutor when not acting. Lawrence, if it was me in the hot seat and I was innocent, I'd have my head up, be looking around and watching everything. And that is fine. But it might not be fine. Again, if you're not guilty, how are you supposed to react to seeing your wife and son dead again in front of you for the
not just dead
time? Yeah, like
grotesquely disfigured. They don't look like the human beings you knew.
Yeah, his son's face is gone, or most of it. Ferguson Land Management and Wielding Company, or Welding LLC. Jesus. The shotgun would most likely be a semi or pump. Double barrels don't eject hulls unless the gun is open to reload. Nexus says locals is pay to chat predatory. Berserker says how come in the Rittenhouse and Reeves trials showed all. Oh, I read that one earlier. Andrew Hansen says could Paul Pelosi be under duress for a 911 call? It kind of looks like he might be. Blackjack Gaming. Wait, that big motherfucker got overpowered and held by this old man. Well, he didn't really get overpowered. It looked like they were kind of calm and in sort of a holding pattern until the door opens and there's police there, and then things start to escalate. So, but who knows?
And by the way, the two shells that were found are still consistent with the double barrel shotgun because the guy could have fired 2 rounds, killed Paul. He sees the mom is there, realizes he's got to reload the shotgun, breaks it. They auto eject. Then he sees Paul's rifle and he's like, screw that. It's quicker to get the rifle. And picks up the rifle to finish her.
Yeah, any number of ways that can play out, you know.
Randall Gully says, Nick watches security camera footage. He breaks in. We did. Geraldo the Builder says, another good reason to own and train with firearms, perhaps. The Paul Pelosi thing. Richard Tybald says, Tebow, how much does dumpster defender's son look like quarter black Garrett? Yeah, a little bit. Courtney Robb, what about Maggie's text saying she thinks Alex could be setting her up? Could her friend testify? They need to tell the story. Where's the story? If there's text like that in there, they'll be trying to get those in as evidence. I mean, that would be the thing. Can her friend testify? Her friend's not going to be able to testify about what Maggie said to her. The state should be able to get those texts in, though, right? I mean, they're hearsay, but there's an exception because the witness is dead.
What?
I think.
Yeah, I bet. No, that was me.
Well, I don't know. We'll see what the predicates depends what they say. There's a lot of depends on that.
I mean, there's a lot of exceptions to the hearsay exclusion rule, right?
Right. Big Rig Zero, and I think one of them is availability of the witness.
Yeah, it's true, but you have to establish that. Well,
it's pretty easy to establish she's dead.
No. There's some predicates for that, but it depends. It depends. How does that a lawyer answer? Well, it depends.
Yeah. Big Rig 0485. I did work at Ladies Foot Locker. Court will now recognize this witness as an expert. Sledge says Netflix did a documentary on Murdaugh. Watch the trailer. Dana Church, brown dog hair, possibly. We don't even know if they tested it. Blackjack Gaming, I have to have a suppository. That's what Steve said. Brooke Louis, I checked last night. The Murdaughs are Democrats, gave money to Biden. I had to know after I watched all the docs on them last night. Yikes. Southern Brainwater says, so Steve did it. Yes, Steve did it. Alex Hales, hello, Nick and company. Been here since the Depp trial. Your streams are always entertaining. Question for you all. What law/police TV show is my favorite? Brooklyn Nine-Nine.
It's pretty funny.
Yeah.
I don't generally watch fiction, but I would go Sopranos or The Wire.
The Wire is actually probably might be the best show ever produced.
The problem with The Wire I have is that it's so close to reality that it kind of gives me a little bit of anxiety when I write. So I prefer The Sopranos because it's more entertaining. But The Wire, I mean, anybody who thinks they can solve the problems of the inner city needs to watch The Wire and then come back and say, okay, now propose your solution.
Yeah, because they had one that almost worked and most people wouldn't like it. But yeah, no, The Wire was really good. Travis, but I don't watch
Yeah, it
law.
was.
I don't watch law and crime shows on TV.
Yeah. I piss off my girlfriend too much when I do that.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's not how that works. That's not how that works.
Travis Chappelle says, hush your mouth about Charleston. We're full. Dana loves Zumba. Charleston is my place of birth. Main memories I have are crappy summers with grandma and coming home with lice. However, boiled peanuts. Stephen Cooper says, check email. Fluffer Boy 2004. Imagine if that provocation standard applied to international conflict. Oh, shit. The Red Beanie. Did you hear Larry Correa give you a shout out for your Rittenhouse coverage in his new book? And do you have any plans to have him on again? Yes and yes. Slick 556 read that one. Chris D, is there a transcript of the trial? If so, if we pay to get it, will you analyze it? Of the dumpster defenders trial?
Yeah, they mean the dumpster trial. I mean, of course there is. You pay the court for it if you want to put up the money. But I'm not promising to read a 10,000-page transcript. I mean,
yeah, and you're talking about probably thousands of dollars to
Right.
buy the transcript.
Oh, yeah, transcript. Right.
Yeah,
For
so
a 3-day trial? Yeah, that's a lot.
it's a lot of words and a lot of pages. And yeah, I'm not reading a 3-day trial transcript either. Coney Upstate, every verdict form should include an option for the jury to convict the prosecutor for unethical conduct so they can sanction bad district attorneys. Chris West at Crosby Land Co. had the land with a ton of pictures under contract. Yes, you can buy the Murdaugh family ranch or whatever.
yeah,
So it's listed.
3.9 million.
Slick says, what about Texas Lawhawk as a guest in Vegas? I've never talked to him before, so I don't know. He probably wouldn't want to talk to me. Nabby Soldier, neuropunk drum and bass producer says, just bought tickets. I live in Vegas. See you there. Yeah, buddy. Can't wait. Southern Brainwater says every metro. Oh, wait, read that one. Sorry. Lord Vader, female lawyer is my girlfriend. Slender Man. Melly 375. The longer this goes on, it looks like the further from the present Alec is. He seems like he's just gone into the depths. Yeah. Bandit 848. The way this is going, 3 weeks is just for the prosecution's case. Teraldo the Builder, not Velma, Holly, paralegal and office manager. Melly 375. You missed my slightly more robust super chat. I got to it eventually. Berserker, read that one. Veltermate. Sorry if you covered it already. Just tuned in. You watched the Pelosi hammer footage yet? Yes. Jeremiah S. Dick Fitzwell says, listening to the prosecutor makes me empathize with the son. My mind is also blown. Damn. Blue Varo, welcome to Paralegal Status. Also says, damn it, Nick, turn the heat back up in Minnesota. I'm freezing my niblets off. Big Rig says they have to find ways to extend this 13 days. 1 full day of trying to open a box. Starscream. Nick, can you please fast forward through this witness? Please, with a cherry on top. Southern Brainwater, did someone say my name? Yeehaw. Bandit 848, get someone to paint the wall. We can watch it dry. Chicken Nooble, Nick, can you find a female to join the panel so we can watch Gosney act like a weirdo? He always turns into a hilarious, awkward simp when ladies are on the panel. Please, it'd make this more fun. Ah, he's polite is what he is. Mr. XX Hillbilly says, I feel like the state is modeling the prosecution off of Idiocracy. Angela Seymour, is questioner a new lawyer getting experience? Yes. Yes,
Yeah.
we talked about that through here. These are not important witnesses from a strategy perspective. They're important from like a functional perspective. So give them time.
And it is necessary. I mean, all of this stuff, I would complain about. I think a lot of the stuff they're putting in is completely irrelevant to anything. The fact that there's ammo and there's this, that's well established. It's well established that they have a gun. Am I not muted or am I on?
You're on.
Yeah. So the thing is that all of that's well established. All this stuff is redundant. You do want to lay out the evidence that's in the case, but it can be done extremely fast. It does not need to take this long. This is not, they say the judge is on the bench. Is that true?
No.
No, they're
Don't
just
listen to
they're
chat.
goofing on you now.
No, I get it.
The interesting thing about this though is part of the risk is what you guys brought up. They're going to use this witness on cross, and this is a newer attorney, and she will be the one levying objections to the defense.
Oh, that's a good point. That's a very good point. Yeah.
So that's the risk of giving the new person their time, is if there's anything for the witness to be cross-examined on, and the judge is like this, where he says it's not a team effort, she's going to be the one to raise objections.
The problem with that whole rule is like, okay, judge, she has to raise it. So what you do is you get the experienced attorney next to her, and every time there's an objection, he pokes her, and she says objection, and then you say hearsay, and then she goes hearsay. It's like puppetry. So
right,
that,
just keep a bunch of index cards open on the table in front of you, right? Just point to hearsay, speculation.
yeah. So I think that rule is stupid. I understand the reason for it. Let's keep it that way, but it's over. Judges love it. You know, they think, oh, I'm controlling my courtroom. And
I just think it should be wielded exclusively against the state in all things, and that the defense shouldn't have to deal with it at all.
Concur.
Kryson says, Judge, we only have 3687 items left. Joe Davis, welcome to Super Lawyer Status. Daniel Dyer says, the shoddy. Andrew Hansen, does South Carolina have bored to death as punishment? Yes. Legion Shorty says, I would think that the firing pin marks on the primer are unique like other guns. Why is that not a thing, or am I mistaken? Also, this is 1 week case by the state. I thought he was guilty until now.
Yeah, they're all mass produced.
Yeah, I mean, you know, by make and model, gross differences are detectable. Glocks tend to leave different firing pin impressions than do some other pistols, but you can't match it to a specific individual Glock pistol.
Don't tell California, they'll pass a law requiring that.
It's crazy.
Aaron Sweaver says, problem with Branca's theory, someone drove the killers there, and 2 people drove that vehicle and the truck away.
No,
I think
that's a misunderstanding. The son's truck had been lent to an uncle or something. He left it inoperable at the side of the road.
Right.
So they came in their own vehicle and they left in their own vehicle.
Yeah.
Right. Very simple. I think M was running towards their truck, maybe with gun, while P had hands up. Joe Davis says, I'm going with the aliens from Mars theory. Seems as plausible as any other theories currently proposed. Mikal, we're getting close to the end here. Just so you guys are aware. Question, is there an optics advantage to the physical proximity of the questioning the witness on the stand? Seems like usually the attorney is kind of far away from the witness, but not the gun expert here. It depends on the attorney and the witness.
And the judge, you know, how close do they want you to be to the witness when you're asking questions? I mean, sometimes they don't like it.
And
then, you know, some lawyers are assholes and they're actually kind of physically intimidating. You know, they're barking at the witness from a couple feet away.
And if the judge sees the witness reacting to that, they'll likely tell the attorney to knock it off, back off, get behind a podium, something like that. Pinochet's helicopter tours. Warren Commission said LHO fired 3 rounds in 6 seconds. Oh, Lee Harvey Oswald. K-Mac.
You know how quick? Look at the St. Augustine case we just did. That guy fired 6 rounds in 1.6 seconds.
Seven rounds, 5 hits, 1.6 seconds.
Seven rounds, 5 hits, 1.6 seconds.
Damn.
And he had his glasses smashed off his face first.
It's like that Miami Vice clip where the IPSC shooter is involved.
It's not that quick. Honestly, anyone who does any competitive shooting with a handgun can do 0.2 second splits all day. Empty the magazine like that.
And a bolt is not that hard to work.
K-Mac says, is it possible he wasn't at the mother's house when he claimed because she does have dementia? Not like she can testify differently. 2 ways he wasn't at the mother's house. Someone else drove his car and took his phone there, and he stayed at his house. Certainly possible if he's got an accomplice. Hey, you do this, make it look like I leave, I guess. The other way is the other thing he could have done is driven to the mom's house and just sat there for a little bit and not gone in or whatever. I mean, I guess. But yeah, the main thing is he doesn't have to be there for sure. But the phone and truck data suggests that he was. So Dr. Squirrelboy 12, they make shell catchers for shotguns. I use one on my Remington 1187 for trap shooting, keep my shells from ejecting into the shooter next to me. K-Jab, Alex and Maggie are calling the dog running around with a chicken in its mouth on Paul's last Snapchat just prior to murder, their only evidence. Kelly Shugs, I appreciate...
So that's the significance of the dead chicken then.
Yeah. Yeah, it's linked to this Snapchat video.
So what?
We'll see what the state tries to do with it, I guess. And maybe the video, he's like screaming at them and telling him he's going to murder him. That would matter, I guess. If Alex is like taking the video and they're running around chasing chickens, you don't catch that fucking dog, I'll kill you, you stupid piece of garbage. I mean, maybe. I don't know. Kelly Shugs, I appreciate you in this channel so much. Everyone being so unbiased is refreshing. Hey, thank you, Kelly. Coney Upstate, those knives are so affordable, you could take care of business and not worry about throwing it away into a reservoir. Joe
And
Davis,
any weapon you use to take care of business, just assume you're never going to see it again.
That's right. That's
Joe
why
Da-
I'm for less expensive 38 revolvers rather than any of these high-priced platinum guns.
Joe Davis, over under on unwrapping time for the next box. An hour. TJP, Nick, can I get a toast for my dog Azura that passed unexpectedly on Wednesday? She's a good girl, a big part of the family. We'll miss her very much. Yeah, I'm going to read the next one while I pour. Dave T, hey, Nick and company. My woman just gave birth to my first child on Wednesday morning. We got home from the hospital yesterday, and then I tested positive with a coof. Hopefully it doesn't get bad. Cheers. Have fun with that. Marcel Dufour says, it was the one-armed man. There you go. That's who did it. TJP, cheers to your dog, Azura. Again, these dogs become something more than just an object that we have to take care of. They become something that takes care of us. And I'm sure Azura will be very missed, but left this world being very loved. Cheers.
And shout out to Fiery Red Podcast too. I know that he's had some stuff in his life, so I just wanted to give him a prayer because he's a good guy, a regular on our chats, and wanted to give him a shout out too. And also, let me give a positive shout out to one of my office mates, John Selden, who just got a not guilty on a second-degree murder trial in our office. So
nice work.
He's a very good defense attorney and got a guy not guilty on a manslaughter charge or on a second-degree murder charge. So very good.
When you blank, thank you for the stream. Y'all give me an opportunity to keep my hand in chatting while I recover from an illness. Today was too breaded. Thank you. Chininator 2. Bad there wasn't someone who messaged you on Instagram offering to be your guy in the courtroom reporting on the reactions of the jury. Well, several people have offered to do that. I frankly, I don't put a ton of weight on other people's impressions of the reactions of the jury. People were really, really excited about that during Johnny Depp. I did it because the audience really wanted to see it. I didn't care, frankly. It's no offense to anybody, but your impression of what the jury is doing relayed third hand to us is, I don't know.
Especially lay people, they don't. Yeah,
I also
it's
don't
another thing. It's the same thing about reading the defendant. I think reading the jury is also a mistake. I think it's very, very difficult to read jury stuff unless it's really obvious. To know what they're shooting.
And the other thing I want to say is I don't like people doing stuff for free, especially if it means you're going to be sitting there for days, like looking at the jury or whatever. And I don't want to pay you to do something I don't find much value in either. So that's why I don't if you want to do it and send me jury reports, that's on you. I don't want to be the guy asking for that and being like, oh yeah, go spend multiple 8-hour days in court, even if it was for I don't know what trial it was, but if it's for the dumpster defender trial, yeah, please go spend 3 8-hour days in court so you can tell me about the jury. I'm not going to pay you for 24 hours of work. Sorry, I just don't do that to people. Jensen Zeiger says, so potentially unknown tire tracks and shoe prints and unknown hair in the mother's hand. No direct evidence to father's guilt. State is doing a great job providing reasonable doubt. Nick Dev, been on and off and not sure if it's of interest, but there's some Murdaugh clips in a thing. Retro 704. I would like to tell Nick I've become so bored with this witness. I just hallucinated the unbreaded intro coming from the court microphone. Jenkins says, what I would give for a grounds or subject matter jurisdiction right now. And then we've got really close. Fire PA says, can the jury commit seppuku? This is painful. Confused AF. When the shit hits the fan, I'm the calmest motherfucker in a 5-mile radius. I end up telling first responders to stay calm. I've been bitten in the ass in court by this character flaw more than once. Red 1777. Hi, Nick. It's official. The EU and now the UK have approved to the use of 2 insects, novel food. Germany and Wales use it as meat substitute in kids' school. I hope you would cover this topic one day. Don't eat the bugs. Don't ever eat the bugs. Eating bugs is gross. Eat meat. Eat whatever you want. There you go.
I don't know. I'm all for the bug option. I just don't want to be forced. I mean,
right?
I'll eat anything. You know, I'd love to eat some fried crickets, and when next time I'm in Asia, but don't force it on me. I'm not eating
fried crickets, Steve.
I'd be up for fried crickets.
You eat fried crickets. I'm not gonna eat fried crickets.
I'd try it, man. I'd do it. You ever heard of balut?
I don't want to hear about balut.
You're not married to a Filipino, obviously, or you haven't
Nope.
been to the
Oh,
Philippines.
that's the duck egg thing?
Yes, embryonic duck egg.
Yeah, I have heard of that. One of my relatives went to the Philippines and tried it, crunched up the little bones.
Right. Little feathers.
Joe Biden says it looks like Memology 101 channel got taken over by the crypto scam thing. Yes, I heard about that. Hopefully he gets that resolved. I think he has a multi-channel network who should be able to work with YouTube to help him get that fixed. That's it. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you guys, of course, for hanging out for the show. Monday, it will be on yet again. I will send you all invites. Join at your leisure and pleasure, as always.
Sounds good, man. Everybody stay safe. Have a great weekend. And that is all she wrote for me. So take care, folks. Take care,
Good night,
Steve.
everybody.
Take care, Sean.
Thank
Take
you.
care,
All right,
Nick.
guys. Have a good night. Peace.
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 Oh, he drinks a fair bit, but you realize that it just helps get his noggin jogging along. With his glass by his side and his kids asleep tight, we'll hear some lost-plaining tonight. With his microphone muted, we'll laugh at this boomer until he explains it's all part of the plan. Watch his face become redder as he becomes meta, raging at idiots from Twitterland. From the white shores of Maine to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed, to make the law what we have now. Oh, his lady is fair, and she handles herself with the grace of one who has borne many children. As the wife of a lawman, she makes sure that he has the time and the place to provide for them there. So pour out an Ardbeg, a bow, more of that frog. The spirits blow as the ones who get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter, as we hear lost-plaining tonight. From the white shores of Nam to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed, to make the law what we are now. Oh, the guests are all planet folks, from Doug T to Drexel. They bring their perspective and spice to the mix. But the reason we're here and the one that we cheer is the one who is showcasing us his career. Get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter, as we hear lost-plaining tonight. From the white shores of Nam to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed,